When the spirit beast merged with the earth, I was reborn and awakened the legendary ultimate beast taming system. Not only can each spirit beast evolve infinitely, but I can also feed them various rare devil fruits to transform them into powerful beings that have never appeared before. Golden Carp plus Thunder Fruit Evolution. 10,000 Thunders, True Dragon King. Tribulation Ancient Dragon. Daoyuan Chaos Dragon. Pimpo plus Flame Fruit Evolution. Burning Sky Peng. Nirvana Peng. Karma Fire Suppressing Immortal Peng. Others can only evolve twice at most, but my spirit beast can evolve continuously, breaking all the rules. Each evolution is like a rebirth, moving towards an unknown peak. When I push the power of the devil fruit to the extreme, all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens trembled with my every move. You said these fruits are just SOSO? Then what if I took out the golden crow fruit, Kunpeng fruit, or even the chaos fruit? But the real shocking reversal has just begun. 10,000 beasts descended, and the heaven and earth were shaken. All living beings only saw the majestic figure standing on the top of the starry sky. The air of chaos was filled, and the ancient beast roared to the sky. However, that was not my spirit beast, but myself. That's right, the ultimate meaning of beast control is to completely merge with the spirit beast and conquer the heavens. I am no longer a beast control master, but the master of all beasts. My name is Hong Yuan. When I opened my eyes again, I found that I was reborn. In his mind, the memory of Reverend Hong Yuan's death lingered like a nightmare. I was powerless to stop the siege of those 15 legendary beasts, and the earth was doomed to destruction. However, in this life, I will not let history repeat itself. The time on my watch told me that everything before my eyes was real. It was the year 208 in the new Yuan calendar, an era when the world of spirit beasts and the world of humans had just begun to merge. At this moment, I stood in front of the steps of the awakening ceremony, surrounded by my old classmates and friends. Everyone came for the awakening ceremony to summon their destined spirit beasts. And I, too, stood at the fork in my fate, but I already had the answer in my heart. Hong Yuan, come on! Su Wenwen waved at me from a distance. Her smile seemed to have never changed, with the innocence and expectation of a young girl. But I was no longer the ignorant boy I was back then, and all the things in my past life were still vivid in my mind. Next, Hong Yuan, the maintainer of the magic circle, called my name. I walked calmly towards the spirit pillar, my fingers lightly touching the stone pillar engraved with thousands of spirit beasts, and my mind was instantly enveloped by a strange power. My consciousness sank into the endless void, as if I could feel the pulse of the spirit beast world. An invisible thread was pulling me towards the spirit beast of destiny. The golden carp in the water, my former companion's spirit beast, was staring blankly at the sky through the river. On its small body, there were traces of thin dragon blood. Although it was weak, it occupied an irreplaceable place in my heart. In my previous life, the golden carp had always been with me. Even when everyone betrayed me, it never left and even gave its life for me. In this life, I will never let it suffer such a fate again. I chuckled and murmured, Xiao Jin, this time, we will not start from a weak position. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for awakening the ultimate beast taming system. The system has been successfully bound, and you have obtained the novice gift package. Thunderfruit, mythical level technique Beast Taming Sutra, SSS level talent Heart to Heart, and SSS level talent Walking with Beasts. Thunder Fruit? The power of the devil fruit deeply shocked me. After the spirit beast swallows the fruit, it will gain the ability to evolve infinitely, breaking the shackles that the spirit beast can only evolve twice in its lifetime. This means that my spirit beast will have endless potential and can even reach the pinnacle of existence among all the races in the heavens. Without any hesitation, I threw the thunder fruit at the golden carp. As it swallowed the fruit, golden lightning burst out from its body, and the entire river surface was shaking. Congratulations to the host for binding the first spirit beast. Suddenly, a red glow enveloped me. Just like in my previous life, the golden carp's awakened talent was still the lowest color, red, and its potential was almost zero. For a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar, with laughter rising one after another. Red talent? Ha! Hong Yuan is such a waste. He may not even have a chance to sweep the streets in the future. I thought he was quite capable, but now it seems like a joke. There's nothing to regret about it. A boy laughed. These sharp taunts were extremely deafening, and Sun Luoqing smiled smugly, winking at Su Wenwen who was not far away. See, I told you long ago that he is not good enough. What good will it be for you to follow him? As long as I get a recommendation, the power of my family will be enough for you to enter Kunlun Academy. Su Wenwen's pretty face turned cold, and she retorted unceremoniously. Sun Luocheng, please respect yourself. Don't call me Xiao Wenwen. Just when Sun Luocheng's face turned ugly, the sky suddenly lit up with brilliant light, and a gorgeous figure fell from the sky. It's teacher Sun Xingqing. He actually came in person. There was an exclamation from the crowd. I heard that he came back recently specifically for the admission quota issue. It looks like there will be no suspense this time. The people in the audience discussed. Sun Xingqing was not only a master-level Beastmaster, but also an associate professor at Kunlun Academy, one of the 9 great universities in China. This identity had already made everyone understand the result. Sun Luocheng laughed and stepped forward, respectfully calling out, "Second uncle." Sun Xingqing is his second uncle? Then the admission quota this time will definitely go to Sun Luocheng, and Hong Yuan has no chance at all. People around were talking about it, and even Su Wenwen's face became solemn. Sun Xingqing glanced at the spiritual pillar coldly and said contemptuously, "Being suppressed by this kind of trash for 3 years? The red talent is not even qualified to pick up garbage." Faced with Sun Xingqing's insult, the whole audience fell silent. Sun Luocheng looked very proud and continued to sneer. "Hong Yuan, you don't even have parents, and you still dare to compete with me? You might as well admit defeat as soon as possible. Country people are country people, destined to live at the bottom of society all their lives." At this moment, I opened my eyes and said calmly, "You want a place in the admission list, did you ask me?" Sun Luocheng suddenly became furious and summoned the phantom of a thunder leopard, trying to crush me with his power. But at the moment Sun Luocheng made his move, a bright light suddenly burst out from the spirit pillar, and the glow quickly changed from red to orange, then yellow, green, and finally even crossed the boundary that everyone had ever seen and turned into a dazzling gold. There were rumbling thunders in the sky, dark clouds gathered, and thick bolts of lightning moved in the air, as if the end of the world was coming. This is impossible. How could the spiritual pillar undergo such a change? Sun Xingqing's pupil shrank in shock. The scene before him was beyond his understanding. With a loud bang, a majestic dragon roar came from the sky. With the explosion of golden light, the shadow of a golden dragon slowly appeared in the sky. The dragon's might was so overwhelming that it made everyone breathless. "Dragon? That's a dragon." Everyone was stunned, shocked beyond words by the sight before them. Among the many systems of Beastmasters, the Dragon Beastmaster is undoubtedly the most powerful and terrifying. In the entire China, the only Dragon-type Beastmaster in the past 100 years is the current strongest person in China, Dragon. At this moment, as the earth-shaking dragon roar resounded through the sky, all the top powerhouses felt this breath, as if foreshadowing that China would soon give birth to the second Dragon-type Beastmaster. Sun Xingqing stared blankly at the sky, thinking that it was the next student to take the test, and completely ignored the fact that the test elder had not announced the start of a new round. His arrogance was instantly crushed by the might of the dragon like an ant. Sun Luocheng, who was standing in front of Hong Yuan, had a purple face, trembling legs, and a growing sense of shame in his heart. As the glow of the spirit pillar gradually faded away, the golden carp in Hong Yuan's arms shone with a faint flash of lightning, and the ancient and mysterious power of dragon blood awakened. In my previous life, I spent countless resources to stimulate the dragon blood. Now, with the help of the system, it has shown its potential in the initial stage. Hong Yuan, Su Wenwen in the crowd was already in tears, her eyes filled with joy and pride. "I knew you could do it." The golden glow lingered for a long time, and the shock in everyone's heart could not subside for a long time. The assessment instructor was even more stunned, unable to determine what Hong Yuan's unprecedented golden talent meant. Sun Luocheng. I looked at him coldly. Those eyes that contained the sun, moon, and stars made Sun Luocheng feel cold in his heart. At that moment, Sun Luocheng seemed to see a god looking down on all living beings, who could crush him with just a thought. "No, no, no, don't kill me." Sun Luocheng trembled all over and couldn't help begging. Sun Xingqing snorted coldly, pulling him back from his panic, but he couldn't hide his inner shock. Hong Yuan's eyes were like those of a supreme being who had been in a high position for a long time. But he was obviously just a boy who had just turned 18 years old. He couldn't understand such strength and calmness. However, Sun Luocheng's shame and resentment were unstoppable. He yelled madly. So, what if you were a dragon beast master? No matter how talented you are, what's the point of carrying a carp? Thunder leopard attack. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a thunder leopard bathed in lightning leaped out of the void, surrounded by electric light. Everyone was shocked to find that Sun Luocheng had directly reached the bronze level after signing the contract, which was something only a genius beastmaster could do. Hong Yuan is in danger. Sun Luocheng took advantage of him just after he signed a contract with the spirit beast. How shameless! The students around him became nervous, thinking that Hong Yuan could not withstand the attack of the thunder leopard at all. However, I still stood under the spiritual pillar, calm as water, without a trace of fear, just like an adult watching children playing. I smiled calmly, and the spiritual energy in my body suddenly gushed out. Hong Yuan also has spiritual energy? Everyone was dumbfounded. Two peerless geniuses appeared in Qingqing High School at the same time. As the Thunder Leopard's Thunder Walk skill was activated, purple electric light approached the golden carp like a spirit snake, and Sun Luocheng's face was ferocious. However, I gave the instruction casually, Xiao Jin, the lightning splashes. The golden carp swung its tail, lightning exploded, and it used the force to leap into the air, leaving everyone stunned. The next moment, the golden carp opened its mouth in the air and spit out golden bubbles, with electric lights swirling and crackling sounds inside the bubbles. Bubble Thunderball, fire! Following my command, the golden carp's skills burst into dazzling light. Lightning exploded in the air, and the power of thunder and water merged perfectly. Everyone was deeply shocked by this scene. The golden carp of Hong Yuan contract was originally considered a useless spiritual beast in the eyes of everyone, but it showed incredible power in battle. The golden carp, which was originally only a water-type fish, actually released lightning-type skills, shocking everyone. Sun Luocheng was stunned, his face full of disbelief. How can a golden carp have lightning skills? This is impossible. The bubble-shaped thunderball shone in the sun, and the thunder leopard dodged nimbly under the command of Sun Luocheng and successfully avoided the first attack. Beautiful! Thunder leopard, let that loser on the opposite side see what a true, extraordinary spiritual beast is. Sun Luocheng was full of confidence and believed that with the extraordinary thunder leopard, he could definitely crush Hong Yuan's golden carp. However, Hong Yuan smiled faintly and said calmly, Xiao Jin, use lightning spray. This time, the golden carp's body burst out with even more powerful thunder energy, and 3 skills were launched at the same time. Sun Luocheng was stunned and exclaimed, 3 skills? How is this possible? The golden carp was surrounded by violent electric light all over its body, as if it were the god of thunder. Its thunderous attack instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Although the thunder leopard is a thunder-type spiritual beast, it screamed miserably under the thunder attack and fell to the ground. At this moment, Sun Luocheng was furious and vowed to avenge his failure. Hong Yuan, I will kill you. His murderous intent was revealed, as if he wanted to tear apart everything in front of him. However, the appearance of Sun Xingqing changed everything. As Sun Luocheng's second uncle, he came with the pressure of the head of the sect and easily suppressed the spirit beasts of the two. Although Hong Yuan staggered under the powerful momentum, he still refused to give in. He stood straight and was not afraid at all. Sun Xingqing looked at him coldly and whispered, You are very good. You dared to insult my Sun family when you were still wet behind the ears. I should teach you a lesson. Just when Hong Yuan could hardly bear this powerful pressure, a thunderous voice came from the sky. Qingqing High School Principal Su Yixian stood in the air with his wings of flames spread out. He stared at Sun Xingqing coldly and said in a domineering tone, Sun Xingqing, how dare you challenge the school rules of Qingqing? Su Yixian is not only a gold-level beastmaster. The phoenix shadow behind him represents his powerful beast mastering, which has long surpassed the norm. Facing the projection of the lightning python released by Sun Xingqing, Su Yixian was not afraid at all. He spread his phoenix wings, and the blazing flames illuminated the sky. The two powerful men confronted each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Sun Luocheng was secretly proud of himself, thinking that he had the Sun family's support and was sure to win. However, a vicissitudes of life voice came from afar. How long are you two going to quarrel? You are so old, but you are still acting like children. At some point, an old man leaning on a cane quietly appeared beside the spiritual pillar. Hong Yuan, Sun Xingqing, and Su Yixian were unaware of his arrival. The old man looked ordinary, wearing coarse linen clothes and holding a cane, but his words were full of majesty. Xiaoxian, I have said long ago that you need to change your temper. Xiaoqing, you rely on the status of the Sun family to stir up trouble everywhere, and sooner or later you will get into trouble. Seeing the old man coming, Su Yixian and Sun Xingqing simultaneously put away their momentum, as if the hostile situation collapsed in an instant. The two stepped forward at the same time and saluted respectfully, and Su Yixian's domineering attitude also subsided. Sir, why are you here? The old man snorted coldly. You made such a big noise that I could feel it even though I was hundreds of miles away. Do you two adults want to interfere in the affairs of two juniors? Although there was a hint of blame in his words, it revealed an authority that could not be refuted. Although Hong Yuan had never seen this person in his previous life, he felt that his aura was extremely familiar. His intuition told him that this old man had an extraordinary identity and was at least a king-level existence. The old man said lightly, "It's just a quota for Kunlun Academy. Since the Sun family has put it on the table, they should follow the rules. Today, it is not up to you to decide who gets this quota." Sun Xingqing smiled bitterly and nodded. Listen to the master. Sun Luoqing's face suddenly turned pale. The quota he had just obtained turned into nothing in an instant, and his plans and hopes were shattered. He shouted in anger, "No! This is my Sun family's quota. It belongs to me, Sun Luoqing." Sun Xingqing's face suddenly darkened. Sun Luoqing, shut up. However, the old man was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said to Sun Xingqing, "The character of this generation of the Sun family still needs to be tempered." Then, the old man turned his gaze to Hong Yuan, as if he had already made up his mind. This place will be given to this young friend. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Hong Yuan unexpectedly said, "Thank you, old man, for your justice, but I don't want this spot anymore. Give it to Sun Luoqing." Everyone was shocked for a moment, and Su Yixian laughed uncontrollably. Hong Yuan said slowly, "Although Kunlun Academy is good, I realized today after meeting Professor Sun that there are many shameless people there who are disguised as teachers. Hong Yuan, disdain to go to such a place. I will participate in the entrance examination meeting with my own strength and enter a better school." As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Xingqing's face turned pale instantly, as if every word of Hong Yuan was humiliating him in public. After hearing this, Su Yixian laughed heartily. Hong Yuan is right. No one in the Sun family is a good person. It's better not to go to Kunlun Academy. The old man smiled and approved of Hong Yuan's decision. In that case, the spot will be given to Sun Luoqing. Having said that, for Sun Luoqing, this quota is no longer an honor, but like picking up the garbage thrown away by Hong Yuan. People around him began to whisper, "Did Sun Luoqing get this position? Did Hong Yuan not want it?" The words were like a knife, deeply hurting Sun Luoqing's self-esteem. His face was distorted and his heart was full of resentment. But facing the reality, he could not refuse this position at all. Hong Yuan just smiled indifferently and completely ignored Sun Luoqing's angry look. Seeing this, the old man waved his hand and said, "The matter has been resolved. You can all go." Su Yixian and Sun Xingqing clasped their fists and said goodbye helplessly. After everyone left, the old man suddenly turned around and looked at Hong Yuan with interest. "Young friend, can you let me see your spirit beast?" Hong Yuan was slightly stunned, but did not refuse and handed the golden carp to the old man. The old man looked at it carefully, his eyes gleaming. Strange, it's obviously an ordinary golden carp, but its scales, eyes, and the two laws in its body show that it is extraordinary. The old man smiled and said, "A new discovery in the world of beast control." Then, the old man handed Hong Yuan a business card and said, "There will be an exchange meeting in 3 months. You may be interested." Hong Yuan took the business card. There was no extra information on it except a clock-shaped pattern and a phone number. The old man smiled and said, "Someone will contact you when the time comes. If you have any questions, feel free to call." Watching the old man leave, Hong Yuan had already guessed the old man's origins in his heart. He is indeed from the Zhong family. The Zhong family is one of the 6 great families in the Chinese imperial capital. In the previous life, the Zhong family was also an important force in protecting China. Hong Yuan has always had a good impression of the Zhong family. He knows very well that if you want to enter the 9 universities, you must pass the entrance examination. In addition to recommendation, most people's entrance examinations are through this conference. At that time, the top universities in the country will send people to recruit outstanding students. At this moment, Hong Yuan's primary goal is to make his spiritual beast, the golden carp, undergo the first evolution in order to increase its combat power to a sufficient level. If others knew this goal, they would probably be shocked. Normally, a spirit beast can evolve twice, and the difficulty of evolution increases with the strength of the spirit beast. Most beast masters would allow their spirit beast to complete their first evolution at the gold level, but Hong Yuan wanted to start at the bronze level, which was simply incredible. At the same time, the old man on the street was talking to the girl next to him. The girl was puzzled and couldn't help asking, "Grandpa, why did you choose him?" Although he has the talent of dragon bloodline, the spirit beast is just a golden carp and has no fighting power. The old man smiled gently. "Little girl, what you see may not be true." The old man recalled the scene when Hong Yuan and the spiritual pillar met, and smiled with a hint of admiration. The spiritual pillar changed color, and even turned golden. What a strange phenomenon! In addition, the golden carp is not an ordinary spiritual beast. It contains dragon blood in its body. It may evolve into a real dragon in the future. The old man's voice gradually deepened, with a gleam of hope in his eyes. In that young man's eyes, I saw ambition and brilliance, a kind of brilliance that only a peerless, strong person can possess. Hong Yuan stood in the middle of the room, his eyes calm. "Xiao Jin, are you ready?" he asked softly, his tone full of anticipation. The golden carp, Xiao Jin, suddenly burst into dazzling light, and the unique majesty of the dragon clan flashed in its eyes. In the blink of an eye, golden light shone brightly, and the carp's body changed dramatically. In a few breaths, it was no longer an ordinary golden carp, but a lightning carp dragon about 1 meter long, with shining golden scales, 3 claws, and a single horn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first evolution of the spirit beast. The golden carp evolves into the lightning carp dragon. The system's cold voice sounded. The strong dragon might filled the room, and the spiritual energy from several miles around the outside world began to gather towards Hong Yuan's room, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex. The spiritual energy poured into the thunder carp dragon's body, nourishing Hong Yuan at the same time. His cultivation level increased rapidly, and he broke through to bronze 6 stars in an almost unbelievable way. At the same time, the nearby practitioners fell into panic. Their skills could no longer sense any spiritual energy. Why is the spiritual energy gone? My chi induction technique has become ineffective. Many people cursed angrily and helplessly, completely unaware that the source of this spiritual energy phenomenon was in Hong Yuan's room. Hong Yuan looked at the thunder carp dragon that had completed its evolution with satisfaction in his eyes. This transformation allowed Xiao Jin to transform from an ordinary spirit beast into a hegemon controlled by thunder, possessing the power of a dragon and the potential for mutation and evolution. Spiritual beast, lightning carp dragon, level, bronze 6 star, attributes, water, thunder, talents, absolute loyalty, thunder control, dragon might, mutation evolution, skills, lightning cannon, lightning swiftness, iron tail, thunder dragon breath, bloodline, dragon evolvable. Entrance examination conference. I have enough confidence this time. Hong Yuan smiled confidently. He will break through all the oppression and injustice in the past in this life. In 1 month, Hong Yuan must break through to the silver level. His goal is not only to pass the entrance examination, but also to control the future of the entire cultivation world as the leader of China. The next day, Hong Yuan went to the Spirit Beast Training Center, a welfare facility specially prepared for young practitioners. He needed to use the Thunder Charging Room to speed up the evolution of the Thunder Carp Dragon. Thunder Charging Room, Room 506. The receptionist's eyes were full of awe when he handed Hong Yuan the door card. The Thunder Carp Dragon was bathing in lightning in the charging room, feeling extremely refreshed. Hong Yuan felt very reassured as he watched the surging current continuously increasing Xiao Jin's strength. After swallowing the Thunder Lightning fruit, the Thunder Lightning Carp Dragon had completely mastered the power of thunder, and this charging method allowed it to improve at an astonishing speed. In just half an hour, Hong Yuan's cultivation level broke through again and reached bronze 7 stars. However, at the management center of the Spirit Beast Training Institute, the monitoring instrument at the front desk suddenly turned red, and the staff exclaimed, "This kid actually used up the power of the entire training institute by himself." Half a month later, Hong Yuan steadily entered the silver level, and the Lightning Carp Dragon also completely evolved. At this time, he was already at the top of all his peers. The entrance examination meeting is finally here. Hong Yuan's eyes were sharp as he watched the meeting that was about to begin. 4 Chinese students, The entrance examination conference is a test that every practitioner with dreams must face. Regardless of their background, rich or poor, everyone must pass this level. Unless the family has a strong background, they can be admitted through special channels. But the real competitors will eventually stand in this square and launch an attack on higher education institutions. The square of the college entrance examination conference was already crowded with people. Students from all over Linjiang City gathered here, and some of them chose to enter the society directly because of their poor talent or insufficient fighting power of spirit beasts. However, there are still thousands of people who have dreams and hope to enter higher education institutions through the college entrance examination and find new ways out. At noon, a loud voice echoed between heaven and earth. The assessment is about to begin. As the voice fell, a huge shadow enveloped the entire square. The shadow seemed to be hanging from the sky, flashing with golden light, and tentacle-like light bands dancing in the air. The king-level beast master Zero, Hong Yuan, instantly recognized this legendary figure, a very rare beast master with spatial attributes in China, and this phantom was none other than his natal spirit beast, the void jellyfish. The power of the void jellyfish can not only travel through space, but also gather candidates from all over the country into the virtual examination room in the imperial capital through special virtual projection. This national examination will be jointly hosted by the Chinese Beast Taming Research Institute and the top 9 universities. For countless students, this day will determine their future. In an instant, the tentacles of the void jellyfish enveloped thousands of candidates in the venue and projected them into a virtual examination room. Hong Yuan felt a blur in front of his eyes, and in an instant, he was in an endless chaotic space. 10 suns were hanging in the sky, and the one in the center represented the authority and glory of the Chinese Beast Taming Research Institute. Not far away, a rough voice sounded. I am Shen Luo, from Qinling of the 9 universities. Next, the first battle of the entrance meeting will take place. Those who perform well will receive different levels of evaluation. After that, endless wooden bars came from all directions, separating the candidates' battle areas. Hong Yuan stood calmly in his own area, and the surrounding space had turned into a huge battlefield. At this time, a thin man stood up and stared at Hong Yuan coldly. Are you the genius of Qingqing High School who has a dragon spirit beast? The man's name is Zhou Rue from Tieshi High School, and he is eager to stand out in the conference. He has his eyes on Hong Yuan, thinking that defeating Hong Yuan will be a springboard for him to enter the 9 universities. After all, according to rumors outside, Hong Yuan's dragon-type spirit beast is just a golden carp with no combat power at all. However, Sun Luoqing in the distance could not hold back and roared, Zhou Rui, get out of my way! Only I can defeat Hong Yuan. Sun Luoqing had already obtained a place in the competition and participated in the conference only to wash away the shame of the past. The two of them argued endlessly, while Hong Yuan stood in the middle and smiled calmly. It seems that I am a piece of Tang monk's meat, and everyone wants to take a bite. The battle broke out instantly. Zhou Rue took the lead and summoned his natal spirit beast, the rock-armored dragon turtle. The rock-armored dragon turtle was an earth-attributed spirit beast with extremely strong defense and amazing potential. According to legend, it even had the chance to evolve into a shock dragon king. Rock-armored dragon turtle. Step on the ground to create vibrations. Following Zhou Rue's command, the rock-armored dragon turtle suddenly stepped down, and the ground began to shake violently, with dust flying. Then countless long rock spikes emerged from the ground and headed straight for Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan is in danger, Su Wenwen shouted nervously in the crowd. However, Hong Yuan remained motionless and his expression remained normal. Just when Zhou Rue thought he had won, Hong Yuan finally spoke. I'm not interested in knowing your name. As his voice rang out, the surrounding rock spikes shattered like ice cubes, and surging spiritual energy suddenly burst out, spreading in all directions like a torrent. How is this possible? Zhou Rue's face was full of disbelief as he watched Hong Yuan walk out of the smoke and dust unharmed. Hong Yuan looked calm, as if everything was under control. He just waved his hand calmly and brushed off the dust on his body. Hong Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Zhou Rue, as if with irresistible majesty. In an instant, Zhou Rue's consciousness seemed to be stirred up by a storm, and a king seemed to appear before his eyes, standing in a sea of corpses and blood, domineering and controlling the life and death of all things. Where is your spirit beast? Zhou Rue gritted his teeth and stared at Hong Yuan. I don't need a spirit beast to deal with you. Hong Yuan said calmly. as if he was stating a fact. "You are too arrogant." Zhou Rui was filled with anger, feeling humiliated, as if Hong Yuan was looking down on him. Step on the ground and create vibrations. Double combo. The rock-armored dragon turtle stomped its 2 sturdy feet heavily on the ground, causing the ground to undulate violently like water waves. However, Hong Yuan's steps were light, as if he had merged with the earth. He moved forward steadily, and his swaying body was not affected at all. Impossible! Seeing that Hong Yuan was unharmed, Zhou Rui panicked and quickly launched a stronger attack. Rock Armor Dragon Turtle, Earth Wave Fist. Countless rocks on the ground rose into the air, condensed into a huge stone fist, and smashed down towards Hong Yuan. Zhou Rui grinned and said, "Let's see how you can dodge now." Facing this devastating punch, Hong Yuan still had no intention of dodging. He looked up at the sky, his black hair flying in the wind, his eyes full of calmness. Everyone around looked at this scene in horror, not understanding why Hong Yuan didn't summon the spirit beast. Why doesn't he summon a spirit beast? Is he really a waste? Some people began to question, but more people couldn't believe it. At the moment when everyone was holding their breath, Hong Yuan finally made his move. He clenched his right fist, and the lightning crackled on his fist. Zhou Rui's pupil shrank sharply as he realized that Hong Yuan was going to use his physical body to block the attack of the spirit beast. This made him unable to believe the fact before his eyes. Boom! Hong Yuan's fist collided with the rock-armored dragon turtle stone fist, and a rain of stones fell from the sky. The surroundings instantly became silent. Everyone held their breath and looked at Hong Yuan in disbelief. He took the attack of the rock-armored dragon turtle with one punch. This was a full-strength attack from a super-level spirit beast, but it was blocked by a human body. How is this possible? Hong Yuan actually withstood the attack of the rock-armored dragon turtle. This is simply unheard of and incredible, the people in the audience said in amazement. In the sky, the instructors from various universities who were in charge of hosting the competition also stood up in surprise and looked at each other. This kid actually has the aura of a master? Tiangong's instructor narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting little brat. The instructor of Shanghai Academy even exclaimed, "How could this guy use the magical power of our Shanghai Academy?" Hong Yuan's performance shocked the entire venue. Even several elders from the Huaxiao Research Institute couldn't help but sigh. He only contracted a spirit beast a month ago, but now he has reached the silver level. This talent is enough to rival the geniuses in the imperial capital. Zhou Rui watched all this, his heart filled with despair. He gritted his teeth and looked up at the 10 suns in the sky, but his heart had already collapsed. He knew that if he gave up now, he would have no way out. "I don't believe it. You can really defeat me without a spirit beast," Zhou Rui said tremblingly. However, the next second, Hong Yuan's momentum exploded completely, and the silver-level spiritual energy surged like a tide, instantly overwhelming Zhou Rui's confidence. Hong Yuan's figure flashed, and he rushed to the rock-armored dragon turtle like a ghost. The rock-armored dragon turtle skills had no effect on him, and Hong Yuan easily dodged and finally defeated the rock-armored dragon turtle with a series of exquisite punches, causing it to faint and fall to the ground. Zhou Rui sat on the ground, his spiritual energy exhausted and his face full of frustration. He had never thought that he would be defeated so miserably, and the other party had not even summoned a spiritual beast. "I lost." Zhou Rui lowered his head, his voice full of helplessness and unwillingness. Hong Yuan didn't even look at him and calmly retracted his strength. His target was never these opponents of the same age, but those true geniuses, the strong men from the imperial capital, the magic capital, and Jinling. The mentors outside the venue were still amazed. He is calm and composed, not happy with things or sad with himself. This guy has an amazingly stable mentality. Don't be impatient. The real challenge has not yet begun. Let's see if we can force out his spirit beast, someone said with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. The urban civil war ended quickly, and Hong Yuan and Su Woman both entered the A-level camp. Su Wenwen has an extraordinary spirit beast, so she is naturally extraordinary. As the grading is over, Mushu changes again to separate contestants of different levels. Many unfamiliar faces from other schools began to appear around. The second match of the conference, the campus battle, will be fought between schools as a group. Shen Luo's voice sounded again. The winner of each match will get all the points of the loser, and the school ranked first in the final standings will be given a guaranteed admission to any of the 9 universities. The teachers at the scene were shocked when the news came out. In the past, the admission quota was usually only given to top high schools, and schools in remote areas had almost no chance. But now, the contestants in Linjiang City finally have a glimmer of hope. In the competition, only 3 people from Qingxing High School, Hong Yuan, Su Wenwen, and Sun Luocheng, entered the A round. And now, Sun Luocheng brought several contestants from other schools to surround Hong Yuan. Su Wenwen angrily accused Sun Luocheng, "This is a campus battle. You should unite as one, instead of joining forces with other schools to deal with Hong Yuan." Sun Luocheng sneered, "I already have a place. My only purpose in participating in this competition is to defeat Hong Yuan. Qingxing High School can't win any place, so it's better for me to get rid of him as soon as possible." Contestants from other schools echoed, "No matter how strong Hong Yuan is, he is fighting alone. There are so many of us, there is no way he can win." Hong Yuan smiled slightly, his eyes were indifferent, and there was a hint of detachment in his words. "Sun Luocheng, you have a distinguished family background. I thought you would have some vision, but I didn't expect you to be like a stray dog biting randomly. You're looking for death." Sun Luocheng roared, and in a rage he ordered, "Go kill him." In an instant, 10 spirit beasts were summoned, and skills such as Thunder Leopard, Electric Current, Big Eye Cat, and Big Eye Stun were released one after another. The scene was instantly filled with chaotic energy fluctuations. Su Wenwen was about to summon the spirit beast, but was stopped by Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan looked determined and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm here." Then, Hong Yuan stood in front, with his hands behind his back, and said calmly, "Linjiang City, I am enough." The next second, a dragon roar shook the sky with great power, and Hong Yuan's spiritual beast, the Thunder Carp Dragon, finally appeared. All the spirit beasts suddenly stopped moving, as if they felt the extreme pressure, and they all fell to the ground, trembling. Long Wei's talent had a fatal pressure on opponents weaker than himself, instantly making the opponent lose the ability to fight. "What's wrong with you? Get up quickly!" Sun Luocheng and other beast masters shouted, but the spirit beasts could no longer fight. Hong Yuan said calmly, "Goodbye." Without saying anything more, he directly ordered the lightning carp dragon to release its skill. Lightning rain. The sky was filled with golden lightning, which fell rapidly with the might of a dragon. The spirit beasts of Sun Luocheng's side were unable to resist and were defeated one after another. Sun Luocheng gnashed his teeth, feeling unwilling. "How is this possible? I didn't even see the true appearance of your spirit beast, yet I was defeated so thoroughly." Hong Yuan waved his hand lightly, and more lightning fell. He said in a cold voice, "The gap between you and me is like the sky and the earth. You will never understand." As the last flash of lightning fell, Sun Luocheng's side was completely defeated. They lost the qualification to compete for places in the 9 universities and could only participate in the assessments of ordinary universities. At this point, the only contestants left from Linjiang City are Hong Yuan and Su Wenwen. The being in the heavenly palace smiled and stared at Hong Yuan. "This dragon-type boy is indeed extraordinary. This is the first time I have seen his true strength." However, he turned his gaze and looked elsewhere. However, compared to that person, he is still a little worse. Elsewhere, another young man, dressed in black, with a crown floating on his head and holding a sword, was showing off his rare weapon spirit beast, shocking the audience. At the same time that Hong Yuan defeated Sun Luocheng, the contestants from Tianyuan City, another team that has been at the bottom of the list along with Linjiang City, set their sights on Hong Yuan. Outside, a huge screen was broadcasting the live broadcast of the scene. Su Ishian stared at the screen coldly, without saying a word. Everything that happened just now was clearly seen by the outside world. Waste! How could our Sun family produce such a scum? If it weren't for his brother, I would have killed him long ago. Sun Xingqing gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. Sun Luocheng's act of backstabbing a classmate not only brought shame to the Sun family, but also had no effect, and he was directly eliminated. At the same time, a huge water curtain slowly fell not far away, showing the current standings. The first place was Magic City Beijiang High School, with a score of 135, and it was still rising rapidly. As for Linjiang City's only hope, Qingxing High School, it still scored 0 points. "Oh, it's 0 points every year. I'm used to it. Can't these guys make a breakthrough from 0? Someone sighed. "Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't there still 2 people who haven't lost?" said another person. "What's the use? One is a nectar butterfly with almost no fighting power, and the other is a golden carp. It's not worth looking forward to," a boy said uncomfortably. At this time, Hong Yuan and Su Wenwen were surrounded by students from Tianyuan City. Li Xiao from Tianyuan City No. 1 Middle School laughed with disdain on his face. Ha, this is hilarious. A city at the bottom is still fighting among itself. Li Xiao was too lazy to waste time and directly summoned the spirit beast, Qiguang Spirit Fox. Ow! A bright white fox appeared from the void, with a faint light flowing. I am enough. Hong Yuan responded domineeringly and stepped forward fearlessly. Su Wenwen's spirit beast, the nectar butterfly, is more auxiliary in nature and cannot provide effective combat power in this battle. Li Xiao was furious, thinking that Hong Yuan was being too pretentious. He shouted, "Use skill, Aurora Ray." The Qiguang Spirit Fox emitted a blazing ray of light and suddenly attacked Hong Yuan. Facing this powerful attack, Hong Yuan calmly raised his hand. A ray of light shone in the void, and electric flashes intertwined, forming a curtain to block the attack. What? What kind of method is this? Li Xiao couldn't believe it, but before he could react, a deafening dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. A dragon-shaped shadow vaguely appeared behind Hong Yuan, and every step he took brought an incomparable sense of oppression. Upon seeing this, the Qiguang fox trembled all over, prostrated itself on the ground, and whimpered. Other beastmasters also found that their spirit beasts did not obey their commands and did not dare to look directly at Hong Yuan. This is the might of the dragon. The supreme aura overwhelms all weak beasts. Long Wei. How is it possible? Li Xiao was panicked, and the others were also stunned. Do you want to admit defeat on your own, or do you want me to take action? Hong Yuan's voice was cold and unquestionable. The 7 students from Tianyuan No. 1 Middle School were in a panic and finally gave up. At the same time, on the outside world scoreboard, Qingqing High School's points instantly jumped from 0 to 7. Although the number was not large, it was enough to detonate the entire audience. Oh my god! Qingqing High School actually broke through 0 points and directly became 7 points, said one person. Hong Yuan is so powerful, another person said with emotion. Ha, Linjiang City finally got points. This is a historic moment, a man laughed. Su Yixian looked at Sun Xingqing with interest and said with a smile, "It seems that your Sun family has missed a treasure." Sun Xingqing had a dark face and snorted coldly. It's just a few points. Let's talk about it after he can enter the 9 universities. Su Yixian smiled but said nothing. Let's wait and see. In the field, Hong Yuan suddenly said to Su Wenwen, "Let's go, I'll take you to kill the list." At this time, Ningliang No. 3 Middle School in Nanyan City was fighting a fierce battle with Nanyan High School. The students of Ningliang No. 3 Middle School were very proud because they had just won 20 points from Nanyan High School. It seems that I came at the right time, Hong Yuan said lightly. The people from Ningliang No. 3 Middle School immediately became alert. Seeing Hong Yuan and Su Wenwen approaching from a distance, they laughed out loud. 2 people are here to give away points? However, facing Hong Yuan, all their spirit beasts and attacks were ineffective, and the points of Ningliangsen Middle School quickly became Hong Yuan's possession. This is impossible. How can you do all this by yourself? The students of Ningliang No. 3 Middle School were all shocked. One person is enough. Hong Yuan waved his hand and left with Su Wenwen. The external ranking list changed instantly, and Qingqing High School's points soared at a terrifying rate. 57, 82, 100. Oh my god. Qingqing High School's points have entered the top 20 so quickly. One person was shocked. 122 points. What's going on? Even in big cities, it's hard to get such a result, another person exclaimed. The next second, an astonishing ranking came into everyone's eyes. Qingqing High School climbed to 11th place with a score of 197 points. However, after Hong Yuan defeated a team from Jinling High School, he was also targeted by a more powerful force. Jinling No. 13 Middle School, as one of the top high schools in Jinling City, is strong enough to scare other schools away. At this moment, facing Hong Yuan and Su Wenwen, Yinsu was full of doubts. Who are you? With such strength, why don't you take the route of recommendation? Not long ago, Hong Yuan and Su Wenwen stepped into the scope of Jinling City, swept through several high schools on the list, and dominated the list with a strong attitude. Yen Su once suspected that they were students from the imperial capital. After all, only top schools like those in the imperial capital could have such terrifying strength and admission quotas. However, Hong Yuan ignored these speculations. His goal was simple, to be number 1 in the standings. I found you. You ran to Jinling City. No wonder I couldn't find you. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Other schools that were previously defeated by Hong Yuan also rushed over, followed closely by 10 high schools, with a total of 153 contestants. With so many people besieging Hong Yuan, he probably has no chance now. Someone in the crowd was talking. What Hong Yuan is facing now is not just the challenge of a single school, but the anger of the public. Others also sighed, thinking that Hong Yuan might have to stop here this time. However, Su Yixian suddenly reminded in the audience, "Have you noticed that up to now, Hong Yuan's spirit beast has not made a move?" This sentence made everyone suddenly sober. Indeed, Hong Yuan had relied entirely on his own combat powers so far and had never summoned a spirit beast. At this moment, facing the siege of 153 spirit beasts, everyone thought that he was going to show his true strength. "Summon your spirit beast and let us see it," Yen Su and others shouted in unison. The next second, 153 spirit beasts attacked Hong Yuan together. The scene was like an epic battle. It was so shocking that it attracted the attention of instructors from the 9 universities. "As you wish." Hong Yuan stretched out his hands calmly, and golden light burst out from his palms. With a domineering dragon roar, the Thunder Carp dragon descended from the void, its body wrapped in golden thunder, its golden scales shining with divine light, its single horn majestic, and its pair of dragon eyes looking down at all living beings. The atmosphere on the field froze instantly. All the spirit beasts, without exception, felt a strong sense of oppression and prostrated themselves on the ground, losing even the courage to fight. "This is not a golden carp. This is a dragon?" Sun Xingqing was confused and looked at Su Yixian hurriedly, but even Su Yixian could not explain the scene in front of him. How is it possible? This kind of spiritual beast has never been seen before. The instructors from the 9 universities and the Beast Taming Research Institute were also shocked, as they could not find any records about this spiritual beast in any materials. Hong Yuan didn't give everyone a chance to think about it, and whispered, "Xiao Jin, use Thunder Dragon Breath." The Thunder Carp dragon moved in response, roared towards the sky, and spurted out of its mouth a burning dragon breath mixed with fine electric light, which directly swept across many spirit beasts. In an instant, dozens of spirit beasts disappeared under the dragon's breath. The scene was extremely shocking. How is it possible that this spiritual beast is so terrifying? Everyone was so shocked that they didn't even have a chance to fight back. Hong Yuan did not stop and continued to order. Lightning rained down. Endless thunder and lightning rained down from the sky, with an attack range so wide that almost no spirit beast could avoid it. Faced with this intensive attack, the Qi Guang spirit fox, Bian firecat, and other spirit beasts tried their best to dodge, but they were still unable to escape and were defeated one after another. In just a few minutes, Hong Yuan easily swept 153 spirit beasts, and Qingqing High School's points quickly climbed to 365 points, instantly entering the top 10 of the standings, ranking 7th. However, the first place at this time had reached 1456 points. The gap is not small, but it shouldn't take too much time. Hong Yuan said calmly, then turned around and motioned Su Wenwen to follow. "Where are we going now?" Su Wenwen guiltily controlled the nectar butterfly to restore Hong Yuan's strength, but felt that she could not help much. "The demonic city," Hong Yuan said in a firm tone. "Magic city?" Su Wenwen's breathing quickened. She had never expected that Hong Yuan's next target would be one of the most powerful cities in China. Magic city. In China after the New Era, there are a total of 81 cities, but the most famous ones are the 3 major cities: the imperial capital, the magic capital, and Jinling. The imperial capital, the power center of China, is also the location of the Beast Taming Research Institute. It has 3 of the top 9 universities. Almost all geniuses can be admitted to higher education institutions through recommendation, so the entrance examination conference does not mean much to them. The Demon City is the most prosperous economic center in China, with many talented people and famous schools. The students here not only come from wealthy families and have extremely abundant resources, but they are also united. Once someone is bullied, the others will immediately rise up to attack him. Few people dare to provoke the students of Magic City. In contrast, Jinling is famous for its ancient history, rich in secrets and untapped resources, but its overall strength is relatively weak. However, among these 3 big cities, the overall strength of Demon City is the most terrifying. However, all this is irrelevant to Hong Yuan. Since he has decided to challenge the top of the list, nothing can stop him. Right in the Demon City area, the sound of fighting rose to the sky, and the fierce collision between the spirit beasts shook the heaven and earth. However, after a moment, everything returned to calm. A man and a woman walked out of the battlefield, and on the scoreboard, Hong Yuan's name was already ranked first, with a staggering score of 5,000 points. This number was several times higher than the previous top-ranked schools. What does this mean? The previous top few scores were around 1,000, but Hong Yuan alone plundered all the high scores. This made the teachers of the 9 universities feel extremely embarrassed, and they had no idea how to deal with the situation. This guy doesn't play by the rules at all. Strong people would normally avoid collisions with each other and just compete for rankings. But he only picks strong opponents to fight, and it's only the second level of the assessment. Is it necessary? Said a teacher. The first place got 5,000 points, and the second place didn't even get 500 points. I guess he swept all the high scores, added another teacher. With Hong Yuan's strong performance, the loser group, which was originally supposed to be a competition for opportunities among ordinary people, has now become a gathering place for geniuses from big cities. The winners group consisted of contestants from small cities that Hong Yuan looked down upon. This college entrance examination was completely changed by Hong Yuan. Linjiang City was in an uproar. First, Hong Yuan got first place. We defeated Jinling and Modu, and Linjiang actually won first place in the ranking list at the entrance meeting. Who says small cities can't produce big figures? Hong Yuan, a man said excitedly. At the same time, the leaders of big cities such as Magic City and Jinling had livid faces and angrily ordered, "Find out the background of this kid." The external turmoil could not disturb Hong Yuan because the next assessment had already begun. The entrance meeting is divided into 3 parts. The first step is a battle within the city to select the strongest students. The second step is the collision between cities and screening again. The third step, after the screening, will directly face the assessment of 9 universities. Normally, only the winning group will receive attention from the 9 universities, while the losing group can only go to ordinary universities. However, this time, due to Hong Yuan's presence, the situation was very different. Some teachers from the 9 universities were also sent to the loser group to try to recruit the outstanding students who were defeated by Hong Yuan. First of all, congratulations to everyone for reaching this step. Next, the final act of this entrance meeting will begin. The king-level Beastmaster Zero began to cast a spell, and the space changed instantly, and everyone appeared in front of a huge ancient mountain. This mountain is as majestic as a dragon, stretching for thousands of miles, surrounded by clouds and mist, with waterfalls and springs, and full of spiritual energy. Tianshan. Hong Yuan was shocked. He recognized this mountain. Tianshan Mountain is located in Jinling. It is the first mountain born after the fusion of the human world and the spirit beast world. It is said that there lives a beast god here, and it was this beast god who taught humans how to control beasts. Everyone present here has made a contract with your first spirit beast through the spirit pillar. That is the only chance for ordinary people to communicate with the spirit beast world. And our final test is to examine your compatibility with the spirit beast world or the beast god's recognition of you, said Zero, a king-level beastmaster. In the air, the sound of the falling god continued to sound, accompanied by the appearance of a sky-supporting divine pillar from the void. The divine pillar was towering into the clouds, exuding an aura of vicissitudes. Beast God Pillar. Shen Luo bowed to the pillar and explained, "All the spiritual pillars in China are projections of the Beast God Pillar, and now you are fortunate enough to see the real one." However, Hong Yuan was full of doubts. He had never heard of the existence of the Beast God in his previous life. He felt something was wrong. If the Beast God was really the patron saint of China, why didn't he appear when humans failed in their previous life? The assessment officially begins. Touch the Beast God Pillar and get the approval of the Beast God. The number of cries will be counted. Those without a cry will be eliminated. Those with less than 3 cries will be considered inferior and will not be accepted into the 9 universities. Those with less than 6 cries will be considered excellent, and those with less than 9 cries will be recognized by the 9 universities. However, the situation was not optimistic after the test began. Many students were ejected before they even got close to the Beast God Pillar. Then, voices rang out one after another. Qi Fong, not up to standard. Li Xiaosha, one voice, not up to standard. Several contestants in a row were not up to standard, making the situation a bit awkward. Shen Luo frowned and looked at the teachers of the 9 universities in the sky. Many of them had already transferred to the loser group, hoping to recruit good students. Next, Wen Liangsheng. Following the voice of Shen Luo, the teachers of the 9 universities were finally shocked, especially the Tiangong side. whose eyes were burning, as if the moment they had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. Chapter 13. The 9 Cries of the Beast God. Under the Beast God Pillar. A young man with ordinary clothes and a short stature walked towards the Beast God Pillar step by step. This person, the first time he saw him, Hong Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank and a picture emerged in his mind. Kill all the gods with one sword, and warm the life with a glass of wine. Facing the giant beast in the world of spirit beasts, he held a sword in one hand and a glass of wine in the other, free and unrestrained. He died singing loudly. The drunken swordsman Wen Liangsheng. He is the owner of an extremely rare spirit beast. Among the beast masters, in addition to those who can control animals and plants, there is also a very special existence. It is a divine weapon. However, this type of beast tamer is extremely rare, and it seems that they need special bloodline to awaken. And Wen Liangsheng is one of the best among them. In the previous life, he was also one of the star gods on Earth. However, he died early and did not make it to the end. It is rumored that his death was too strange. He disappeared for 3 months and was seriously injured when he came back. Later, he fell into the sky to protect China. For this kind of people, Hong Yuan was also extremely respected, especially since Wen Liangsheng became famous much earlier than himself, to the extent that Hong Yuan at that time often wondered whether Wen Liangsheng could have helped him improve if he had not died. I didn't expect that we would meet so early in this life. Wen Liangsheng walked slowly, wearing a simple and plain white robe. He came from a remote small city, but he exuded natural dignity, like an emperor on Earth. Buzz! The moment when Liangsheng's hand touched the Beast God Pillar. The various patterns on the Beast God Pillar seemed to come alive, flickering and moving. At the same time, deep in the Tianshan Mountains, a startling cry was heard. Roar! The sound was a bit chaotic, and it was impossible to tell what kind of creature it was. All I could feel was that the voice was filled with endless majesty. Second sound. The third tone. The beast god roared extremely quickly. The fourth tone. Wait until the 6th ring. Everyone was completely stunned. Who is this person that I have never noticed before? Someone asked. He is from Shannon City, but I don't know much about him. He is very arrogant and rarely communicates with others. Said someone from the same city as Wen Liangsheng. The 7th sound. The 8th sound. Final. The beast god roared. At the same time, a man in a golden robe walked out of the void. His eyes were full of admiration. Wen Liangsheng, on behalf of the Heavenly Palace, I invite you to join us. What do you think? Invite. Intention? A word from this person. It just shocked everyone. The 9 universities have become China's holy land for taming beasts, and Tiangong is ranked number 1 among them. Normally, it is the students who are selected, but now, he was asking about Wen Liangsheng's intentions. Who has ever seen this kind of treatment? Okay, but I need to put forward conditions. Wen Liangsheng's words once again made everyone excited. They put aside their pride and invited you so politely, and you still dare to make conditions. Unexpectedly, the people of the Heavenly Palace, however, did not care at all. They just smiled and said, the palace master said that as long as you are willing to come, you can ask for any conditions, and the resources of the Heavenly Palace will be opened up for you. Hiss! Everyone was shocked by Tiangong's courage. Final. Wen Liangsheng was taken away by people from the Heavenly Palace. But before leaving, his eyes met Hong Yuan. The desire to fight is strong. I've heard that this person is a loner and not good at speaking. Now it seems that he is also a battle maniac. Hong Yuan shook his head and laughed. But he also wanted to communicate with this kind of master. After Wen Liangsheng left, the assessment is still ongoing. However, most of them are not up to standard, and even those that are up to standard are rare. Next, Hong Yuan. Shenluo finished speaking. Everyone's eyes were focused on Hong Yuan. Not only students, but also teachers from 9 universities. Even the people at the Beast Taming Research Institute were concentrating their attention, because it was this kid who turned the entrance examination meeting into this state. Hong Yuan naturally remained calm and didn't care about these looks at all. He walked to the Beast God Pillar, looked at this towering divine pillar, then reached out and slowly touched it. Congratulations to the host for coming into contact with the spirit core fragments of the spirit beast world. As long as the host obtains the spirit core fragments, he can get a reward, the shock fruit. The voice of the system, which had not responded for a long time, suddenly sounded at this moment. At the same time, a strange energy spread from the beast god pillar into his body, gradually condensed into a crystal fragment. World Spirit Core? Hong Yuan had never heard of this thing. Then the mind fluctuated, opening the introduction of the spirit of the world. World Spirit Core. A great catastrophe occurred in the spirit beast world, and the World Spirit Core was shattered. During the process of merging with the human world, a part of the World Spirit Core was also scattered there. There is not much information. There was no mention of the effectiveness of the World Spirit Core. The efficacy of the World Spirit Core requires the host to develop it independently. However, the system's rewards are more attractive to Hong Yuan. The Tremor Fruit, a legendary fruit. When it reaches its extreme, it can shatter everything, including time and space. And the moment Hong Yuan touched the Beast God Pillar, he immediately established a connection with the Spirit Beast world. And he has the passive talent of walking with beasts, and at this moment, he directly achieved 100% affinity. Roar! A cry was heard. Second sound. Sixth tone. He's already in the mainstream. This person is truly gifted. Roar! It's the seventh sound. It's not easy. It's already at the level of a hero. However, after a few seconds, another cry was heard. 8 voices. This Hong Yuan's talent is actually the same as that one. At this time, people from the 9 universities could no longer sit still. Before, many of them thought that although Hong Yuan had strong fighting ability, some of his talents were still lacking. And now, the Beast God's 8 voices of approval. It was enough to make them start to have a desire to hunt for talent. Around Shenluo, beings began to appear, manifesting from the void. Hong Yuan, on behalf of Yingzhou of the 9 universities, I invite you to join us. On behalf of the abbots of the 9 universities, I invite you to join. I represent Qinling. I represent Fengsuan Mountain. 9 universities extended olive branches. However, they only saw Hong Yuan's hand, which had not left the Beast God Pillar. Could it be that? Next second, a voice rang out that shocked them to the extreme. Roar! 9 sounds. The Beast God cries 9 times. The highest recognition from the Beast God means that this person is a natural beast taming genius. It is simply a being born for taming beasts. 9 cries. Another genius of the Beast God 9 cries has appeared. The people at the Beast Taming Research Institute were also in disbelief. The last person who was able to make the Beast God cry 9 times is now the number 1 person in China. We have already lost a dragon. Do we have to stick to the old rules and let Hong Yuan go this time? In the Beast Taming Research Institute, an old man was whispering. Just when they were struggling, something even more incredible happened. Chapter 14. Projection of the Beast God World Spirit Core. Boom! Deep in the Tianshan Mountains, endless rays of light burst out, brilliant and glorious. Strands of colorful light intertwined in the air and transformed into the shadow of a Beast God. Beast God projection. This moment, everyone felt a sense of supreme majesty. It is like an abyss or a prison, and must not be desecrated. Roar! The projection of the Beast God stood in the Tianshan Mountains and cried out. It turns out that the Beast God Pillar has a 10th sound. These beast masters from the Beast Taming Holy Land are all at the king level. But at this moment, they were like ignorant children, staring blankly at the sky and muttering to themselves. Even the old antiques in the Beast Taming Research Institute, who had lived for most of their lives, saw it for the first time. It turns out that the 10th cry was from the projection of the Beast God, who personally cried out in approval. And within the Tiangong area, Wen Liangsheng, who had already finished the assessment, was also staring at Hong Yuan in the meeting. There was a fighting spirit in his eyes. There was a faint sound of sword ringing in his body, compared to the shock of others. At this moment, Hong Yuan felt cold all over and was sweating. He looked at the phantom of the Beast God in the distance. A pair of huge eyes were looking at him. It was those eyes that made Hong Yuan feel cold all over. It's him! It's him! It's him! Hong Yuan's mind was like waves, surging and boiling. He was so familiar with those eyes. I will never forget it. It was the same pair of eyes that I saw before my fall. So, I've seen the Beast God before. When he fell, he saw a blurry figure. One look from that figure made him feel cold all over. I originally thought that person was a giant from the world of spirit beasts. Unexpectedly, he has always been in the human world and has become the patron saint of China. No wonder I didn't see him protecting China. It turns out he was the one who destroyed China. But why did he teach humans how to tame beasts? There are too many mysteries to be solved. After his rebirth, Hong Yuan discovered that this world was not as simple as he had imagined. What a strange boy! A whispering voice was heard. Hong Yuan was shocked. You really do have the ability to communicate with spirit beasts. You are a natural spirit. The voice sounded again. According to the records of our world of spirit beasts, during the fusion of the two worlds, some special beings will be born. We call them spirits. Are you the beast god? That's what they call me, but as a spirit child, I allow you to call me by my real name. Emperor. Emperor. What a domineering name. Obviously, this so-called beast god is an extremely extraordinary existence, even among spiritual beasts. Lingzi, you have received my highest recognition. In the future, you will be one of my messengers in the human world. As a reward, I will grant you the opportunity to obtain a second natal spirit beast. Hearing this, Hongyuan was shocked. As we all know, in this world, there is only one thing that is equal for everyone. That is, everyone has only one chance to obtain a spirit beast from the spirit beast world. Subsequent spiritual beasts can only be obtained through other means. This spiritual beast is also the key to testing the talent and potential of the Beastmaster. But now, the Emperor wants to give Hongyuan the opportunity to get a second spirit beast. As soon as the words fell, a hazy light enveloped Hongyuan. Hongyuan once again had the same feeling as before, as connections were being established. This kind of adventure is rare in the world. After all, the native spiritual beasts in the spiritual beast world have the greatest potential. Relying on the impression in his memory, Hongyuan was choosing his second spirit beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second spiritual beast, the Golden Monkey. Golden Monkey, an extraordinary spiritual beast with huge potential. After evolution, it becomes the extremely powerful Golden Behemoth, and its final form is the legendary Titan Ape. In the previous life, there was a king-level Beastmaster who relied on a Titan Ape to smash the spirit beast of a title-level Beastmaster to pieces. And this ability just happens to be in line with the Tremor fruit. Okay, take it. From now on, you will be the messenger of the beast god. A token fell from the void. There is a golden word Emperor on it, which is very majestic. Excuse me, Emperor, what is the beast god messenger? Hongyuan knew that he did not have the power to refuse now. Even though he knew that the beast god was not a good person, he could not reveal his thoughts. The beast god messenger is a force within China. When you get out, someone will contact you. As a spirit child, you can take the spirit core fragments, but don't use them carelessly. As soon as these words came out, Hongyuan's scalp was about to explode. It turned out that the Emperor saw my little action clearly, but did not stop me. I don't understand at all. I can't fathom what this Emperor is thinking. Hongyuan's heart was boiling. Just at this moment, the energy from within the beast god pillar also stopped. Inside Hongyuan's body, a crystal fragment was floating up and down. It is the world spirit core. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the world spirit core, and the reward, the tremor fruit. Wait until Hongyuan walks down from the beast god pillar. I found that I was surrounded by teachers from 9 universities. Student Hongyuan, Hongyuan, I'm a teacher at Penghuang Academy. Before the first person had finished asking, he was interrupted by the second teacher. As king-level beastmasters, they were originally difficult for mortals to approach. But at this moment, he was like a businessman, desperately introducing his own school. Hope Hongyuan can join them. No institution would want to give up on such an unprecedented genius. As long as you come, we can directly list you as a top-notch student. This is the condition set by the Heavenly Palace. Number 1. This is the best class in Tiangong. Enjoy the highest level of education. There are even title-level tutors teaching. The other students had already been ignored. The so-called entrance meeting ended up being a competition among all the teachers to compete for one student. However, Hongyuan refused all of them. Just said one sentence. I hope to join Shanghai College. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Hongyuan, you have to think it over carefully. Shanghai Academy is the last among the 9 academies. Hongyuan, you are still young and come from a small city. I can understand that you don't know much, but Shanghai Academy is really not worthy of you. Yes, choose Penghuang, forget about Shanghai Academy. However, but Hongyuan knew, although Shanghai University is the last among the 9 universities, but there are things in it that cannot be compared with other institutions. There are adventures in Shanghai Academy that are enough to change the life of an ordinary person. What are you guys talking about? I've already chosen Shanghai Academy. Why do you have any objections? A loud shout was heard in the void. Then an old man broke through the void and descended. Chapter 15. The Battle of the 10 Star Gods. The old monster from Shanghai Academy. The teacher from Penghuang Academy was surprised. The old man had an immortal look on his face. He stepped into the air and fell from the void. Not bad, not bad. The old man was very happy and looked at Hong Yuan carefully. His eyes were extremely aggressive, as if he wanted to see through Hong Yuan. You have good taste, boy. The old man patted Hong Yuan's shoulder vigorously, full of appreciation. This slap, not much strength. But don't forget, Hong Yuan is only a silver-level beastmaster. The other party is an old monster from one of the 9 universities. This guy still likes to kill people. Hong Yuan grimaced in pain, but he was not angry. The old man's name is Zhenxianpeng, and he is a star god-level being, standing at the top of the world. It is an antique of Shanghai Academy. He usually lives in seclusion and seldom goes out into the world. But this time he came directly from Shanghai Academy just for Hong Yuan. Zhenxianpeng, you old fellow are still so fast, but it's not that easy to snatch this kid from us. A voice sounded again in the void. The next moment, another old man stepped into the void. Professor, why are you here too? Meet this person. The teacher of Penghuang Academy was shocked and lowered his head in a hurry. He never expected that the antique-level professor who had never appeared in public would actually come. The person who came was also a star god-level beast tamer. His name is Wei Zhong. Old Wei, it seems that you are really old. Didn't you hear what I just said? Did you choose our Shanghai Academy? Zhenxianpeng smiled mischievously, held Hong Yuan in his arms, and ravaged Hong Yuan's hair frantically. Hong Yuan was helpless, yet felt endless warmth. In his previous life, he entered the Shanghai Academy. It was there that he received real care, completed the transformation of practice and mind. Snort! A cold snort like thunder sounded. The void was filled with brilliant light and auspicious colors, which intertwined into a human figure. This boy is still young, comes from a remote place, and is ignorant. Don't you, a star god, understand this? Is this kind of talent something that your Shanghai Academy can cultivate? If I give him to you, you will only waste his talent. A human figure materializes. A middle-aged man stood in the void with a dignified look. Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace. This moment, the others present were deeply shocked. How come even this person came here in person? 3-star gods, beings that ordinary people would hardly see in their lifetime, arrived together at this moment, just to fight for one person. Incredible, unbelievable. The teachers from the original 9 universities all lowered their heads and dared not speak. They know. It starts with these people arriving. What happened next had nothing to do with them. Ha 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 ha. Didn't you all look down on him in the beginning? Why are you all fighting over him now? Someone else showed up. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Obviously, they knew Hong Yuan a long time ago. When Hong Yuan contracted a spirit beast for the first time and the dragon aura burst out, they felt it. But I don't care that much. Now, the attitude is completely opposite. I didn't say that. We at Shanghai Academy have always been very Buddhist. Bullshit. You were the one who yelled the loudest at that time. Do you want me to repeat what you said? Hey, it's just a dragon. It's useless. What else can you say? The modern world is not adapted to the evolution of dragons. Really? Why can't I remember? I should have said that this kid is extremely talented and is the most suitable for our Shanghai Academy at first glance. Is your mouth on your ass? How can you say such a thing? Zhenxianpeng is simply a naughty old boy. So thick-skinned. In front of so many star gods, he lied with open eyes. The palace master of Tiangong had a completely gloomy face. I don't want to care about Zhenxianpeng at all. In that case, we will leave the choice to him. In a very short time, all 9 universities have a star god. Moreover, they gave the choice to Hong Yuan himself. What an incredible thing this is. In the outside world, all over China, in the 81 cities, all the people who were paying attention to the entrance examination conference saw this scene. I was shocked beyond words. The 9 universities have started to snatch people. This has never happened before. Even the dragon back then didn't get this kind of treatment. This is not as simple as 9 universities snatching people. Look carefully, 9 star gods have appeared, and even the Lord of the Heavenly Palace is here. Hiss, this Hong Yuan actually deserves them to do this, and give him the greatest respect, and let him make his own choice. No, look, someone else is here to rob. Could it be? Next second, exclamations were heard across the country. What's going on? Are the Beast Taming Research Institute also here to snatch people? The Beast Taming Research Institute is an extremely unique force. It is a holy place for the research of Chinese beast taming theory. The method of taming beasts also came from here. It can be said that the Beast Taming Research Institute is the origin of China's beast taming method, and its position is among the 9 universities. But they never admit students. Anyone who can enter it is an old monster, or they could be the top experts in various universities. If an institution has one person who can become an academician of the academy, it can be called a higher education institution. Among the 9 universities, there are only a handful of them. There are at least academicians among star gods, but not all star gods are academicians. Hongyuan, I, Zhongmin, invite you to join the Beast Taming Research Institute on behalf of you. What do you think? The familiar old man came to Hongyuan with a smile. This moment, the people from the 9 universities were all shocked. Mr. Zhong, what are you doing? Facing this old man from the Beast Taming Research Institute, the palace master of Tiangong did not dare to slack off. Times are changing, and we at the Beast Taming Research Institute must also learn to adapt. You won't blame us for stealing students from you, will you? Mr. Zhong was smiling and had a kind look in his eyes. However, all the 9 star gods present had their hearts pounding and hurriedly said they dared not. You must know that the person in front of you is not only a veteran of the Beast Taming Research Institute, but also the ancestor of the Zhong family, one of the strongest in the imperial capital. Who dares to provoke? Hongyuan, you should know about our Beast Taming Research Institute, so what do you think? After you join, I can personally accept you as my apprentice. As soon as these words came out, who wouldn't be shocked? The academician is the teacher and the Zhong family is the background. It's like reaching heaven in one step. It's over. At this moment, everyone understood. Hongyuan will definitely be captured by the Beast Taming Research Institute. Even Mr. Zhong is full of confidence. In the whole of China, no one can refuse the invitation from the Beast Taming Research Institute. However, no one expected it. Hongyuan just smiled. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Zhong, but I still choose Shanghai Academy. Chapter 16. Finally, Shanghai Academy. You are welcome. Mr. Zhong thought he had heard it wrong. His face suddenly changed. What did you say? You chose Shanghai Academy? Not just him. Everyone present, as well as everyone outside, thought they had heard it wrong. Yes, thank you for the invitation from the Beast Taming Institute, but my dream has always been to go to the Mountain and Sea Academy. Hongyuan bowed respectfully to Mr. Zhong. Ha, good boy, you have an idea? I like it. Zhou Yintong was about to laugh. But at this time, everyone looked at him coldly. He could only cough awkwardly. Silence. The whole audience was silent. Except for Zhou Yintong, the eyes of the other 9 star gods were all focused on Hongyuan. The pressure is enormous. The atmosphere began to become weird. The faces of the original teachers began to turn pale, and they broke out in cold sweats. What's wrong with this kid? He not only rejected the invitation from Tiangong and other institutions. You even dare to refuse the invitation from the Beast Taming Research Institute? This is the holy land of China. This is the place many beast masters dream of. If it were an ordinary person, under the gaze of the 9 star gods, he would have probably been sweating profusely and unable to control himself. But who is Hongyuan? The number 1 person on Earth in the previous life, an existence beyond the star gods. These seemingly high and mighty star gods are nothing more than ordinary people in Hongyuan's eyes. So I saw a strange picture. Several teachers were sweating and their mouth corners twitched. Hongyuan was calm and composed and felt no pressure. This scene made the 9 star gods tremble in their hearts. This brat, your character is so extraordinary. Mr. Zhong has seen countless geniuses, but I have never seen anyone as neither humble nor arrogant as Hongyuan. A young man who could face the 9 star gods and remain calm as water. It's common to be young and reckless, but you are the best among them. You are steady despite your recklessness, and you are making progress despite your stability. Mr. Zhong broke the silence. He praised Hongyuan highly. I respect your choice, but I can't bear to let go of a genius like you, so. Before Mr. Zhong finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Yintong. I hope to train Hongyuan together with Shanghai Academy. What do you think, Brother Zhou? Hongyuan must have his reasons for choosing you, but your resources are indeed not enough to satisfy his progress. As the Beast Taming Research Institute, we cannot watch such a genius go to waste, so can we jointly train him? This sentence is finished. Everyone looked at Mr. Zhong in astonishment. What's the meaning? Joint training? And it was the Beast Taming Research Institute that took the initiative to propose it? I have never seen such treatment before. Before this, no one would have dared to think about it. At the same time, this scene was seen by people from all over the country. The Beast Taming Institute not only broke a precedent for one person, but also did so after being rejected. He also took the initiative to propose joint training. So amazing. Looking at Mr. Zhong's inquiring eyes, Zhou Yuntong's thoughts were in turmoil. He looked at Hong Yuan again and made no decision. The young man in front of him seemed even more terrifying than he had imagined. Being able to make the Beast Taming Research Institute make such a concession. A lot of problems have been explained. Of course, I have no objection. It mainly depends on Hong Yuan himself. Regarding Mr. Zhong's decision, Hong Yuan was also greatly surprised. I didn't expect the Beast Taming Research Institute to make such a concession. So he bowed to Mr. Zhong and said, I have no objection. This bow is an expression of gratitude and respect. In fact, it makes no difference to the Beast Taming Research Institute where you go. But they said this because they were afraid of being delayed. This is a cherishment of talent. Big pattern, big ambition. This is the holy land of China, the origin of beast taming. Ha ha ha, great. From now on, you will be the only joint training student between my Beast Taming Research Institute and Shanghai Academy. Mr. Zhong laughed. Obviously, he was very satisfied. Seeing this, the other 9 universities also looked at Hong Yuan with complicated expressions. Then, the entrance examination meeting has officially ended. Zhou Yuntong informed him that someone would come to pick him up and take him to Shanghai Academy in 3 days. The entrance examination meeting is over. All students regained consciousness. They didn't say anything. All of them focused their eyes on a man on the field. He was calm and composed, with spiritual energy surrounding him and thick black hair. He stood there, looking angry without any authority. Although he is just a teenager who has just reached adulthood, he has an aura that makes people worship him. A long time. He opened his eyes. There is a terrifying light in his eyes. Hong Yuan, not far away, Sun Luoqing turned and left with a look of unwillingness on his face and gritted his teeth. If you continue to stay, all you will get is humiliation. However, how could he give up? The road ahead is long, the future is uncertain, and everything is unknown. At this moment, Sun Luoqing seemed to have grown a lot. Hong Yuan, someone is shouting. The first cheer was like a stone falling into calm water. It caused a huge uproar. This boy was originally only famous in high school. In this conference, the reputation of Linjiang City was completely established. Civil War invincible. Starting from 0 points in the scoreboard, he slaughtered the whole way, defeated Jinling, and destroyed the Demon City. Achieve an unprecedented first. The Beast God Pillar triggered the Beast God's projection, achieving the unprecedented 10 cries. Choosing a college has triggered a scramble among 9 universities. The Beast Taming Research Institute made an exception for him. All these deeds are like legends. Who can believe it if they don't see it with their own eyes? And this person was born in Linjiang City. Carrying the name of Linjiang City, it spreads the glory of Linjiang throughout China. This moment, the crowd was cheering. It's boiling. Everyone surrounded this simply dressed young man, singing and praising him. In the crowd, Su Yixin looked at Hong Yuan with satisfaction, and for a moment his eyes were moist. My friend, your child has grown up. Father, Su Wenwen came over and gently hugged Su Yixin's arm. Hong Yuan, the eagle, is about to spread his wings. Today, the wind is rising and the sky is high, but it cannot hide his ambition. Mr. Mo looked emotional, with a hint of a smile on his face. I'm just a little surprised why he chose Shanghai College. But based on his personality, he must have his own ideas. Let's not get involved. It's fine. Wenwen is also in Shanghai Academy. We can take care of each other. The crowd was really rowdy. Hong Yuan knew how happy they were, but he had no intention of having fun with them. He found an opportunity, broke away from the crowd, and quickly ran home. Because he has more important things to do. Before the people from Shanghai Academy arrived, the golden ape successfully swallowed the Xinjiang fruit. If possible, it is best to complete an evolution. He understood it in his heart. Once you step into Shanghai Academy, the real practice begins. Chapter 17, Evolution, Sky-Shaking Ape, Golden Monkey. Ow! Hong Yuan called softly. Ripples appeared in the void. A monkey with brilliant golden hair appeared. As soon as the golden monkey saw Hong Yuan, he became extremely excited and kept babbling. Good! Hong Yuan has the ability to communicate with spirit beasts through telepathy, so naturally he can communicate with spirit beasts. Spiritual animal, golden monkey. Level, silver 1 star. Attribute gold. Talent, unyielding, natural strength. Skills, swift steps, chain punch, slam start. Bloodline none. Looking at the Golden Monkey's attribute panel, Hong Yuan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As expected of an extraordinary spiritual beast, it starts at silver 1 star. You know, as an ordinary spirit beast, Xiao Jin only had 0 at the beginning. 0 means no fighting power. The system has started feeding the devil fruit. Please wait for a moment. Then, a ray of light emanated from Hong Yuan's body and rushed towards the golden monkey. Hong Yuan waited quietly. Devil fruit feeding successful. Under the effect of the devil fruit, the golden monkey triggers the evolution process. Really? Just like Xiao Jin in the past, after feeding the devil fruit, the golden monkey also began to evolve. Roar! A low roar came from the golden monkey. His body began to change, and his golden hair began to grow longer and become crystal clear. The body became more and more dazzling, as if it was cast in gold, mighty and solid. Congratulations to the host for completing the spiritual beast evolution. Golden monkey, sky-shattering divine ape. The sky-shaking ape? This is another form of evolution that has never been recorded. A normal golden monkey evolves into a golden behemoth. The final form is the titan ape that destroys the world. However, after swallowing the tremor fruit, the golden monkey's evolutionary path changed. Hong Yuan hurriedly opened the attribute panel to observe. Spirit beast, heaven-shaking ape. Level, silver 1 star. Attributes, gold strength. Talents, unyielding, natural power, wisdom, ape king. Skills, divine monkey fist, mountain breaking strike, spirit eye light cannon, death bombing. Bloodline none. The level has not changed. However, in the attribute column, there is an additional force attribute. Other talents and skills are nothing special. It was this force attribute that shocked Hong Yuan. In the world of spiritual beasts, most are divided into the 5 elements, and a small number involve wind, thunder, light, darkness, time, space, and spirit. There are 12 types in total. Besides, no other discoveries were made. But now, there is an additional strength attribute in the attribute column of Zhenxianpeng Divine Ape. Laws attributes. Hong Yuan remembers it clearly. Devil fruit is a form that is created when 2 worlds merge. In essence, it is the law. Could it be that the so-called tremor fruit actually contains a part of the law of force? Hong Yuan took a deep breath, his heart churning. Who doesn't know the law of force? It was mastered by Penghu, the ancestor of creation. It has unlimited potential. Even though Hong Yuan kept a stable mentality, he still found it difficult to suppress his excitement at this moment. Compared to the more than 1 meter tall golden monkey, the sky-shaking ape is much more muscular. The muscles are coiled and the hair is shiny. Feeling Hong Yuan's happiness, the sky-shaking ape grinned. He didn't understand why Hong Yuan was happy, but he knew that as long as his master was happy, he would be happy. During the 3 days of waiting for Shanghai Academy, Hong Yuan didn't dare to take a step out of the door, because when people in the entire Linjiang city saw him, their eyes sparkled as if they had seen the flesh of Tang Monk. His portraits are everywhere on the streets. The display screen on the building was also playing his video. I am Hong Yuan's classmate. I can say responsibly that Hong Yuan has always been very rigorous. As far as I know, he got up at 4 o'clock every morning in high school. Hong Yuan is a very friendly person. He often helps me with my studies. Look, I still have his notes here. Actually, I am Hong Yuan's ex-girlfriend. Many things become more and more outrageous the more they are spread. People are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. This is what it means. 3 days later, the time agreed upon at Shanghai Academy has finally arrived. It's just that the way of welcoming was a bit strange. You're just here to pick me up? Looking at Zhou Yuntong riding a shared bicycle, Hong Yuan was a little confused for a moment. You are a star god-level beast master, the pinnacle existence on Earth. It's still the old monster from Shanghai Academy. Just ride a shared bike to pick up the students? Although he had long known that Zhou Yuntong was unreliable, Hong Yuan still found this behavior hard to accept. Zhou Yuntong was dressed in ordinary clothes, not caring about Hong Yuan's look at all, and smiled. Let's go. I'll take you to a fun place. Aren't we going to Shanghai Academy? Hong Yuan asked in confusion. What's the point of school? The place I'm taking you to is the real treasure place. Zhou Yuntong turned his bicycle around in a dashing manner. By the way, scan the code yourself. Hong Yuan was helpless. I could only take out my phone and scan a shared bike. In this era, With the assistance of spiritual beasts, few people use the old means of transportation. I rode for half an hour, but it seems that we haven't reached our destination yet. How long will we ride? Hong Yuan has no idea what Zhou Yuntong, this old naughty boy, is up to. It's almost there. Zhou Yuntong didn't look back. Another half hour passed. Hong Yuan asked again. It's almost there. Zhou Yuntong's same answer made Hong Yuan very angry. But I can only follow helplessly. Another half hour passed. Just as Hong Yuan was about to ask, Zhou Yuntong finally stopped. Here it is. In front of the two of them sat a huge hotel. Zinlongert Hotel. What are we doing here? Xinlongert Hotel, located in the most prosperous area of Linjiang City, is a place where wealthy people travel. You'll know in a moment. Zhou Yuntong parked his bicycle with ease and then walked towards the hotel. Membership card, please. Before he could get close, two security guards stopped him. The two of them looked at each other intently. I don't have a membership card. Zhou Yuntong's words left Hong Yuan speechless again. What are you doing here without a membership card? No one without a membership card can enter. Please leave. The security guards signaled the two to leave. Look carefully, you two. The man next to me is a talented student from Shanghai Academy and a rising star in Linjiang City. Zhou Yuntong's face was full of indignation. He pulled Hong Yuan in front of him and said to the security guard, "Ah!" Hong Yuan was stunned. This guy doesn't play by the rules at all. I am a student of Shanghai Academy. Who are you? You are a star god level old monster. Take a good look. Don't say you don't recognize him. Zhou Yuntong held his head high, his face full of pride. Hong Yuan's face was full of black lines, and he looked at Zhou Yuntong with murderous eyes. But Zhou Yuntong's shamelessness was beyond his imagination. It can be said that everyone in Linjiang City knows Hong Yuan, but they were just security guards and couldn't let us in without our membership cards. So they invited the lobby manager. Master Hong, please come in. The lobby manager was a tactful man and invited Hong Yuan into the hotel with a smile on his face. What on earth are you bringing me here for? After entering the hotel, Hong Yuan still didn't understand Zhou Yuntong's purpose. However, after a while, he was so angry that he started cursing. You are a star god level professor, but you actually rely on my face to come here to eat and drink for free? Chapter 18. Zhou Yuntong's outrageous behavior. Hong Yuan has never been so out of control as he is now. But Zhou Yuntong's behavior was really beyond his acceptance. The old man with an untidy beard took the menu and ordered more than a dozen dishes. Eat! Zhou Yuntong looked at Hong Yuan, whose face had turned blue, using both hands and his mouth was covered in oil. I'm not hungry. Hong Yuan was speechless. A long time. Zhou Yuntong finally ate his meal to his heart's content. But this guy, there is no money. It's okay. Money is not important. Your face is more important than money. Zhou Yuntong's expression remained unchanged, and he signaled Hong Yuan to stand up. You old fellow, you come to my place to eat and drink for free again. An old man came over cursing. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Zhou Yuntong pushed Hong Yuan in front of him and said, I'm not here to eat and drink for free this time. I'm here to give you a big treasure. The visitor let out a light exclamation and looked at Hong Yuan in surprise. Dragon Boy? We were just about to look for you, but we didn't expect you to come here on your own. Hearing this, Hong Yuan looked helpless. What did you mean by come here myself? It was obvious that I was deceived. Ha, old man, you finally decided to come out? Zhou Yuntong directly changed the subject. At the same time, he stuffed a bag of tea on the table into his pocket without leaving any trace. If you don't come out, are you going to take away all the valuables in my hotel? The old man rolled his eyes at Zhou Yuntong helplessly. How could a professor from one of the 9 universities, a powerful star god, behave like this? No way. Am I that kind of person? Zhou Yuntong grinned and took another wine glass. Hong Yuan's mouth twitched. He is shameless and simply invincible. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's up to you. I'm used to it anyway. The old man was also helpless about Zhou Yuntong. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Liu, and my name is Liu Zhongshuan. Willow. Hong Yuan knew the identity of this person instantly. The Liu family is the largest family in Linjiang City. It controls more than 80% of the industries in Linjiang City. Don't bring up the name of your Liu family. It won't scare anyone. Our Hong Yuan has a bright future. We will stand at the top of China in the future. Zhou Yuntong is simply a troublemaker. Did I scare him? Liu Zhongshuan had a dark face and gritted his teeth. I wish I could slap this foul-mouthed guy to shut up. Forget it, let's talk business. Have you told him about the Dragon Cave? As soon as these words came out, Hong Yuan's face darkened again. This guy Zhou Yuntong didn't tell me anything. Hey. Zhou Yuntong grinned, but said nothing. Lu Zhongshuan looked at him speechlessly. Then he sighed. The danger level there is extremely high. How dare you bring him here without asking for your opinion? Ahem. Zhou Yuntong was also a little embarrassed and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. How could Hong Yuan refuse? There's a great opportunity there. As soon as the words fell, he hurried over and whispered in Hong Yuan's ear. It's okay, there's no danger there. Don't worry, most people can't get in. I spent a lot of effort to get it for you. After you get out, I will apply to the academy to allow you to practice in the Shanghai Tower. There was a great deal of misleading in Zhou Yuntong's words. Even Hong Yuan was tempted. Mountain and Sea Tower. The foundation of Shanghai Academy is a holy place for spiritual practice and breakthrough, with incredible power. Rumor has it that mythical beasts live there. What do I need to do? Hong Yuan knew that there was no free lunch in the world. You don't need to do anything. This is my special care for you. You just need to enter and look for your opportunity. Zhou Yuntong's words confused Hong Yuan, but I am more worried, because he knew that Zhou Yuntong's words could not be trusted. But the temptation of Shanghai Tower is indeed strong. Moreover, Hong Yuan himself was also curious about the Dragon Cave. My friend, if you have any ideas, I will explain the origin of the Dragon Cave to you. The three of them sat down. At the place agreed upon by Shanghai Academy and Hong Yuan. Lines of human figures were lined up. The leader was a middle-aged man. They came to pick up Hong Yuan, but I was delayed a little on the road, so late half an hour. But when he arrived, he didn't see Hong Yuan. After waiting for an hour or two, there was still no sign of him. This Hong Yuan is really a bit unpunctual. It's been such a long time, and he still hasn't come. Did he forget the time? The middle-aged man is named Li Shangxian, and he is a teacher at Shanghai Academy. He looked a little unhappy. Although Hong Yuan is talented, he is arrogant and conceited, which makes it difficult for people to like him. Just at this moment, a man trotted over, looking hurried and sweating. Teacher Li, something big has happened. What's the matter? You're in such a hurry. Li Shangxian was already irritable, and now his face was even more angry. Hong Yuan has already been picked up by Professor Zhou. The visitor shouted. What? Li Shangxian's face changed drastically. For a moment, he felt dizzy and his head was spinning. I went to Hong Yuan's home and learned that he had come here a long time ago. Then I turned the camera here and found that he had left with Professor Zhou. The visitor also had an ugly expression on his face. It's over. It's over. Li Shangxian almost couldn't stand. Is this guy going to be killed by the old naughty boy? Zhou Yuntong is unreliable and is well known in Shanghai Academy. For the purpose of cultivation, he would put his students into a circle of spirit beasts, let them sleep and live together, under the pretext of improving affinity. Dragon Cave? You old immortal! If you dare to send Hong Yuan into the Dragon Cave, you're doomed. Li Shangxian thought of an extremely terrifying situation. The Dragon Cave is an extremely special place and is also the product of the fusion of two worlds. Rumor has it that this is the world that evolved from the corpse of a true dragon that died in the world of spiritual beasts. Various spiritual beasts live in it. However, these spiritual beasts, contaminated by the dragon's energy, began to become bloodthirsty and violent and lost their intelligence. Extremely dangerous. In order to open the Dragon Cave, one must have the guidance of a dragon-type spirit beast. So far, only Long has led a team in. That time, out of the 100 people who entered, only Long came back. The battle was brutal. So much so that no one has entered since then. However, Zhou Yuntong was extremely curious about the Dragon Cave and always wanted to go in. So when Hong Yuan joined Shanghai Academy, he proposed that Hong Yuan lead the team in. But it was rejected. After all, compared to opportunity, Hong Yuan's safety is more important. Thinking of this, Li Shangxian's mentality immediately collapsed. Notify the school headquarters of the situation here. All of you, get out and find them as quickly as possible. If Hong Yuan is played to death, who do you think can withstand the wrath of the Beast Taming Research Institute? Zhou Yuntong, you're a mad dog, Li Shangxian roared. And in the Xinlong Hotel, Zhou Yuntong was laughing and saying, Hong Yuan, don't worry, I will go in with you. Together, we will be invincible. Hong Yuan rolled his eyes. He had never heard of the Dragon Cave. But according to what Lu Zhongshuan said, the crisis inside is definitely not that simple. But there was one thing that gave him a reason to go in. Chapter 19. Xinyuan Otter. In the world of beast taming, the cultivation of a beast tamer is mainly based on spiritual energy. Control the spirit beast by combining spiritual energy with mental power. Under the master, the beast masters do not have much combat power. Once you are promoted to the leader, a qualitative change will occur. The beast master can unleash terrifying power on himself. And there is one thing that can help the beast master to have good combat power under the master. That is spirit bones. There are 3 types of spiritual beasts: ordinary type, extraordinary type, and the legendary sacred type. Sacred spirit beasts are born from the laws and have powerful bloodlines. Especially after their demise, they will leave behind special treasures. Spirit bones are one of them. The spirit bones can be dissolved into the body by the beast master. Different spiritual bones have different functions. Some begin to inherit magical powers, while others can have extremely strong attack or defense power. And according to what Lu Zhongshuan said, in the dragon cave, there are the dragon's spiritual bones. When the dragon entered, it brought back a piece of spiritual bones. Even among the many sacred spirit beasts, the true dragon is an extremely powerful existence. If one can fuse a little bit of its spirit bones, it would be an extremely rare fortune for a beast master. Lu Zhongshuan sighed. However, they have no interest in spiritual bones, because spiritual bones are not something that ordinary people can bear. If one is not gifted, even if he obtains the spiritual bones, he can only watch and cannot integrate them. If you force the fusion, you will only be blown up by the power inside. But Hong Yuan is different. He is a genius unprecedented in history and can naturally integrate. In my previous life, I obtained a spiritual bone in the Shanghai Tower, which enabled me to rise from obscurity. Hong Yuan pondered. Not long. He decided to enter the dragon cave. But when he looked at Zhou Yuntong, he always felt a little uneasy. Today's experience was indeed a bit strange. You clearly said you would take me back to the school. So why is it that now we are heading into the dragon cave? The location of the dragon cave is uncertain. Due to the interference of some special laws, the location of the entrance will keep changing. However, as a whole, it will not leave Xuanlong Mountain. Xuanlong Mountain is located 100 miles outside Linjiang City. This time, many people went to the dragon cave, including about 20 people from the Lu family. Lu Zhongshuan led the team personally. Under the explanation of Zhou Yuntong, Hong Yuan found out. The purpose of their trip was to retrieve the relics of their elders. 100 years ago, an elder of the Lu family followed a dragon into the dragon cave and unfortunately died. And the Lu family treasures he carried with him were also left among them. It is said to be a relic from the old times. It has strange powers and may be connected to some secret realm. That's why they are so anxious. Zhou Yuntong explained. The Xinyuan era is also known as the Beast Taming era. And in the old times, there was also a glorious history. Many rare treasures were left behind. Hong Yuan nodded. In his previous life, he focused on his spiritual practice and did not study much about history. It seems now, human beings once had their own brilliant era. Found it. Someone was holding a compass-like object and staying somewhere in Xuanlong Mountain. Open it. Lu Zhongshuan gave the order. Someone immediately summoned a spirit beast. Purple Light Lion King. Use skill. Destruction Ray. A lion covered in purple light, with light gathering at the tip of its mouth and nose and bursting towards the mountain. After a violent explosion, a portal-like hole appeared. The cave entrance is about 2 meters wide, filled with brilliant light and interwoven with dragon-shaped shadows. This is the entrance to the dragon cave. It is indeed related to the real dragon. Hong Yuan felt Xiao Jin's restlessness. From now on, it's up to you. Lu Zhongshuan turned his gaze to Hong Yuan. For them, finding the entrance to the dragon cave was easy. But in order to enter, one needs a dragon-type spirit beast. Hong Yuan nodded. At Hong Yuan's call, Xiao Jin was summoned out. The golden scales shimmered, and the eyes were majestic. Lightning Carp Dragon. The supreme and noble dragon's might made everyone present look surprised. With a wave of thoughts, Hong Yuan told Xiao Jin how to operate. Xiao Jin opened his mouth and spit out a breath of golden dragon breath. Then light appeared at the entrance of the dragon cave, and the vortex separated to both sides like the surface of water. All right. Lu Zhongshuan showed a look of joy and stepped straight in. The Lu family members followed closely behind. Seeing this, Hong Yuan also went in. As soon as he entered, a terrifying dragon might rush towards him. Bang! Beast masters below the level of sect leader are simply unable to withstand this pressure. The 4 gold-level beast masters knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. They just felt like they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs, and it was hard for them to stand up. Even the leaders had frowned brows and tensed muscles. Obviously, they're under a lot of pressure as well. Among the crowd, Hongyuan, who had the lowest cultivation level, looked very much enjoying himself as he felt the nourishment of the dragon's might. As expected of a dragon beast master, coming here is like a fish into the ocean. Soon, they also discovered something strange. The closer you are to Hongyuan, the weaker Long Wei's suppressive power becomes. Protect Hongyuan. Don't let him get hurt. Lu Zhongshuan gave the order. He had never entered the dragon cave, but was only judging based on previous rumors. I never thought that after entering, there would be such a strong repressive force. Everyone approached Hongyuan and surrounded him. Then, they began to observe the environment inside the dragon cave. This is a mountain range that stretches endlessly, with huge rocks standing tall, intertwined like the scales of a real dragon. There are ancient trees on the mountain, and the air is filled with a vast and heavy atmosphere. According to the information Long brought back, our current location is in the middle of Long Mountain. This mountain range was named Longshan because it looks like a dragon's body. The target is the dragon head. They were moving forward, weaving through the mountains. Careful. A few minutes later, someone shouted loudly. Next second, a spirit beast like an otter pounced out from the forest stream. Xianyuan otter. Xianyuan otter, an extraordinary spiritual beast, a social spiritual beast with water attributes. Gentle temperament. However, the otter in front of them had bloodshot eyes and kept roaring. Obviously, under the influence of dragon energy, they have lost themselves. Blade Wolf. Use skill. Swift Blade. A sect-level beastmaster took action, and a wolf covered in blades appeared. Groan. Countless phantoms of blades shot out from the blade on the Blade Wolf. Halala. The Xianyuan otter roared and opened its mouth to spurt out countless water arrows. Gleek, gleek, gleek. The power of the water arrow is comparable to that of the sword. In an instant, a brilliant light burst out in the air. Damn it, this is a king-level spirit beast. The king-level spirit beast corresponds to the master level among beastmasters. Daoyuan is also a king-level being. However, under the influence of spiritual energy, the Xianyuan otter became extremely violent and fought without regard for its life. Blade Wolf. Use skill. Slashing blade formation. Groan. The sword light was swift and cold, and dozens of long sword shadows intertwined in the air, forming a death-cutting net. Spiritual beasts are not as intelligent as humans. The Beastmaster and the Spirit Beast work together. One fights, and the other is responsible for command. It's not as simple as 1 + 1. Soon, the Xianyuan otter was at a disadvantage. But those present did not dare to slack off at all. Because Xianyuan otter is a social spiritual animal. Chapter 20. Dragon Miasma. Crash. In the stream, columns of water shot up into the sky. 10 Xianyuan otters surrounded and attacked. Countless water arrows shot towards him. This made everyone in the Lu family exhausted from coping. Although not all otters are king level, the Lu family members also have great limitations. Because they can't leave Hongyuan for too long. 3 meters is the limit. Any farther away, it will affect combat effectiveness. Walk. Final. Lu Zhongshuan gave the order to fight and retreat at the same time. Mr. Zhou, there's something wrong with these otters. Hongyuan was a little confused. Although these otters lost their self-identity and became violent because of the dragon energy. But Hongyuan felt it vaguely. It is not the dragon energy that really affects the otter's mind. So, he wanted to see what Zhou Yuntong thought. However, when he turned his head, he found that Zhou Yuntong had disappeared without knowing when. Even though it was expected that Zhou Yuntong was unreliable. But he didn't expect that Zhou Yuntong would abandon him as soon as he came in. Is this the teacher? What about teacher ethics? Hongyuan sighed helplessly, knowing that he had been cheated. Now I can only rely on myself. What on earth is going on in this guy's mind? Hongyuan shook his head and could only follow the Lu family's team. A mysterious place. Zhou Yuntong suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking about me? The Xianyuan otter's attack is extremely fierce. They are fearless and extremely crazy. Even if the Lu family tried their best, it would be difficult to defend completely. One person was seriously injured. Said he was seriously injured. It was just a scratch on the arm. But the Xianyuan otter's sharp claws seemed to contain some kind of poison. They had just left the Xianyuan otter's habitat when their injuries suddenly became serious. Sizzle. There was some black substance residue on the scar, like concentrated sulfuric acid, constantly corroding other flesh and blood. I have never seen this kind of toxin before. It is highly diffusible. If you want to survive, you have to cut off your arm immediately. Lu Zhongshuan's words made the head beastmaster's face turn pale instantly. I have just entered the headmaster level. If my arm is cut off, my future will be ruined. Master Xian, I don't want this. His name is Lu Mingyuan. He's just over 30 years old and has already entered the level of a sect leader. It can be said that there is a bright future ahead, and there is hope that one can reach the title level in this lifetime. If you cut off one of your arms, there will be no hope. This is the only way. I have no other choice. Time is running out. Let's just kill him. Lu Zhongshuan also didn't want to look at his back and ruin his future. But compared with the future in life, what is it? Hearing Lu Zhongshuan's words, Lu Mingyuan's eyes were filled with despair, and for a moment, his whole body was shaking. Let me see. Just at this moment, Hong Yuan's voice rang out. This sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention, but soon his gaze was shifted away. No matter how strong Hong Yuan's talent is, he is only at the silver level. Even Lu Zhongshuan said there was no hope. What else could he do? The most important thing now is to save Lu Mingyuan's life. Because the toxin spreads quickly, once it spreads from the arm to the chest, it's too late. This is dragon miasma. Even if you cut off your arm, you won't survive. Hong Yuan said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Cutting off the arm will naturally cut off the path for the poison to spread." Some people were very dissatisfied with Hong Yuan's words. Have you ever thought about this? If the toxin spreads so quickly, why did it only start now? At this rate, it should have broken out when we left the Xianyuan otter habitat. Because this is not just a simple poison, but a neurotoxin. When he was scratched, the toxin had already penetrated into his nerves. And now it's just vascular disease caused by neuropathy, so it seems that only his arm is poisoned, but in fact his body has been infiltrated by the toxin a long time ago. Hong Yuan walked over, looking at Lu Mingyuan with bright eyes. "You are a silver beast master, and you are not specialized in medical treatment. How can you tell?" Some people are questioning. If you don't believe it, you can look at his chest to see if there is a black line there. Hong Yuan said. Upon hearing this, someone immediately ripped off Lu Mingyuan's clothes. As expected, the place was already filled with dense black lines. The black lines are dense and are constantly increasing. "Save me. I don't want to die. My child is only 2 years old, and my wife is waiting for me to come back." Lu Mingyuan pleaded frantically. "Is there any hope?" Lu Zhongshuan asked. Hong Yuan nodded but said nothing. "I'm sorry, Master Hong Yuan. I shouldn't have interrupted you just now. Please save Mingyuan. On behalf of his family of 3, I beg you. Master Hong Yuan, we are blind. As long as you can save Mingyuan, I will agree to any request. Master Hong Yuan, please forgive me and save him." Regarding the reactions of the Lu family, Hong Yuan was a little surprised. I didn't expect them to be so united. Compared to the big families in the imperial capital and the magic capital, the Lu family in Linjiang City, on the other hand, has a more real family feel. Think of this. Hong Yuan didn't care about the previous doubts. Dragon miasma, a very special toxin, similar to the resentment at a mass grave. It is a neurotoxin produced by the terrifying resentment of a real dragon before its death, combined with the dragon energy. For ordinary people, this toxin is extremely deadly and cannot be eliminated. But for Hong Yuan, it was extremely easy. "Xiao Jin," Hong Yuan called softly, grabbing Xiao Jin, who was curled around his neck, and calling softly to Lu Mingyuan. The dragon's breath is weak and non-aggressive. For Long Zhan, it was like encountering a natural enemy. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, the dragon miasma retreated at an extremely fast speed. Soon, all the dragon miasma dissipated. Lu Mingyuan recovered directly. "Thank you, Brother Hong." Lu Mingyuan stood up and knelt directly in front of Hong Yuan. "Thank you for saving my life. It's hard to express. I can only kneel down to express my gratitude, even though he is a master-level beastmaster. If outsiders saw this scene, they would be shocked. Thank you, Brother Hong." Everyone in the Lu family bowed to Hong Yuan. "Thank you for your help, little friend." Even Lu Zhongshuan was shocked. Hong Yuan's methods are really incredible. A dying man was unexpectedly saved by him. "You and I are in the same boat. Why should I thank you? Hong Yuan smiled. On this trip, as long as there is someone from my Lu family, I will definitely not let you get hurt, Lu Zhongshuan said. Lu Zhongshuan was deeply moved by Hong Yuan. This person doesn't look like an adult at all. Whether it is the way he speaks, does things, or has a certain demeanor and bearing, it is difficult for ordinary people to express. He is even more extraordinary than the star gods. This boy has a promising future. It is a blessing for our Lu family to be able to make friends with him. Chapter 21. Evolution. Golden Thunder True Light Dragon. This is an ancient land. The air was filled with mist, and when the sunlight shone down, fragments of rays of light intertwined like colorful silk threads. Everyone is moving forward. There were many dangers along the way. They once saw an ancient spiritual beast sleeping among the mountains and valleys, its body like a rock, eternal and vast. This is a stone beast from Mount Karo. It has appeared in the west before. When it stands up, it can be up to 100 meters tall. The power of its punch is so strong that even a title-level beast master would have difficulty resisting it. Be careful not to disturb it, Lu Zhongshuan reminded. Everyone walked away cautiously. Bang! The sleeping stone beast of Mount Carlo sneezed, directly smashing a hill in front of it. The terrifying air wave directly caused a strong wind. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but tense up. Not until they were 100 meters away did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. That's the bright flame spirit grass. There's actually a whole row of them. Part of the evolution of spiritual beasts requires the triggering of special conditions or special materials. The materials are divided into 3 grades: high, medium, low, and top grade. The Mingyan spirit grass is the material for the evolution of the extraordinary spirit beast, the flame fox, and is ranked as mid-grade. This spiritual herb is extremely precious and is worth millions if converted into currency. If you want to obtain evolution materials, besides purchasing them, you can also search for them in various secret realms. But here, there's actually a whole row of them. After a rough count, there are at least dozens of them. In other words, in front of them, there is wealth worth tens of millions. The breathing of everyone in the Lu family immediately became heavy. However, Hong Yuan was not very interested in the Mingyan spiritual grass. To him, ordinary wealth was meaningless, and his spirit beast did not need this kind of material in order to evolve. What he valued more was a small stone next to the Mingyan spirit grass. Dragon spirit. If Xiao Jin hadn't reminded him, Hong Yuan would not have been able to recognize him. That ordinary-looking black stone is actually a fragment of a Dragon Ball. Dragon Balls are the condensed essence of true dragons. And the true dragon fell. The broken pieces of the Dragon Ball will combine with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and turn into dragon essence. This piece of dragon essence has gone through a long period of time, and 9/10 of its essence has dissipated, and its effectiveness has been greatly reduced. However, this dragon essence was left over from a top-level true dragon. Even if only 1 in 10 remains, it is extremely rare for Hong Yuan, who is at the silver level. With this dragon essence, Xiao Jin's bloodline should be able to transform again. Hong Yuan calmed his mind. Under the protection of everyone in the Lu family, Hong Yuan walked towards the Mingyan spiritual herb. My friend, these spiritual herbs? Lu Zhongshuan hesitated in his words. For a family like theirs, evolutionary materials are extremely rare, even more valuable than money. I'm not interested. Hong Yuan shook his head. Seeing Hong Yuan's attitude, Lu Zhongshuan's face lit up with joy. They cannot offend Hong Yuan here. Even if Hong Yuan wants everything, they will have no way to deal with it. My dear friend, although we want these, we can't let you go back empty-handed. After we go back, I will give you money of equal value. The Lu family is a down-to-earth family. No wonder Zhou Yuntong is willing to make friends with them. Hong Yuan nodded. Then he scratched the ground twice, seemingly casually. Everyone else's attention was on the Mingyan spirit grass, and they didn't notice that Hong Yuan picked up a small stone. Got it. Hong Yuan remained calm. The others also picked the Mingyan spirit herb with joy on their faces. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the dragon essence. I will now feed the dragon essence to the Thunder Carp dragon. Please wait for a moment. The system voice sounded. As the ultimate beast taming system, its function is to be prepared for beast taming. By feeding successful. Congratulations to the host's spirit beast. The lightning carp dragon has absorbed dragon essence, and the concentration of dragon blood has increased, triggering a mutation and evolution. Evolution begins. On the way forward, Xiao Jin, who had just evolved not long ago, actually started evolving again. About a few minutes later, evolution successful. Lightning Carp Dragon, Golden Lightning True Light Dragon. This time, Xiao Jin's name no longer contains the word Carp. This shows that he has completely completed his transformation. Hong Yuan was satisfied and opened Xiao Jin's attribute panel. Spiritual Beast, Golden Thunder True Light Dragon. Level, Silver 6 stars. Attributes, Water Thunder. Talents, Absolute Loyalty, Thunder Control, Dragon Might. Mutation and Evolution, Return of Favor. Skills, Extreme Lightning Cannon, Lightning Flash, Tail of the Divine Mountain, Thunder Dragon Breath, Destructive Death Light. Bloodline, Dragon, Evolvable. The properties have not changed. The skills including Lightning Cannon, Lightning Swiftness, Iron Tail, and Thunder Dragon Breath have all evolved. There is also an additional skill to destroy the Death Ray, and in talent. But there is an additional ability that makes Hong Yuan's heart beat fast. Pay back the favor. The only ability a normal beast master possesses is the ability to establish a connection with spirit beasts. Its own spiritual energy needs to be cultivated by oneself. Also, there is a huge limitation. The level of the spirit beast cannot exceed your own, otherwise backlash will occur. But this restriction does not apply to Xiao Jin. Because of this talent of giving back, he can give back to Hong Yuan while becoming stronger himself. This feeling, Hong Yuan felt a warm current surging in his body. The state that had been stagnant for a long time was improving at an extremely fast speed. Silver 6 stars. After reaching the silver level, simply absorbing spiritual energy is no longer enough to improve one's cultivation. Hong Yuan originally planned to make plans at Shanghai Academy. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jin actually gave him a big surprise. The cultivation of spiritual beasts is always much faster than that of humans, because their bodies are special and can not only absorb spiritual energy, but also devour some special materials. And every evolution is a huge transformation. In this way, I may be able to enter the headmaster level. Hong Yuan's heart beat faster. It had only been over a month since his first contract, but he had already reached silver 6 stars. This speed is horrifying. Most importantly, he has no background and does not rely on any other resources. If I have the chance, I will step into the gold level here. Gold is a threshold. That realm is the realm that truly involves the Beastmaster himself. And just at this moment, a natural chasm blocked everyone's way. This is a huge cliff, and the road is broken here. On the other side is their road. It seemed as if it was cut in half by a sword, forming an endless abyss. Hong Yuan stood in front of the cliff and looked down. It was deep, pitch black, and scary deep, and I couldn't see anything clearly. How do I get there? Hong Yuan looked at Lu Zhongshuan. Logically speaking, the dragon should have passed through here before. Lu Zhongshuan should have relevant information. Wait! Lu Zhongshuan's eyes were cold and solemn as he looked into the distance. It was quiet there, and soon, the sound of cries was heard. The voice was shrill and extremely creepy. Chapter 22. The Scattered Ravens. The Scattered Raven. Hong Yuan's pupil shrank. How could something like this appear here? The Scattered Raven is a spiritual beast that represents an ominous sign in the world of beast taming. Wherever they appear, there is death gathering place. In the final battle of the previous life, the entire human world was shrouded in scattered ravens, which circled above countless corpses, crying miserably. The fallen dust is crushed into dirt by the mud, and the underworld cannot save the dead. The Scattered Raven is named after this, also known as the messenger of the underworld. Why are there scattered ravens here? Hong Yuan frowned. I don't know the details. I only learned about it based on the information sent by Long. Lu Zhongshuan squinted his eyes, facing the wind, and looked at the scattered crows that were getting closer and closer. If you want to cross the chasm, you have to rely on them. Take action. The people of the Lu family were obviously prepared in advance. After Lu Zhongshuan gave the order, spirit beasts were summoned one after another. Northern Frost Python, use skill. Freezing Ray. Iron Blood Divine Dog, use skill. Fierce Blood Light. Million Porcupine, use skill. 10,000 arrows. One by one, the spirit beasts used their skills to attack the scattered ravens. In an instant, the light of the skill dyed the sky. Call out! A shrill cry was heard. The scattered ravens also launched an attack. However, the level of these scattered ravens is only silver and gold stage, and they are unable to resist. Soon, ravens died one by one, and their bodies fell from the sky. Hong Yuan was surprised to find out. The bodies of these scattered ravens did not fall directly. Instead, it floated in the air, and as the number of corpses increased, a bridge made entirely of scattered raven corpses appeared. Unbelievable. Even Hong Yuan did not expect such a situation. Walk! Lu Zhongshuan motioned for everyone to go forward. The bridge built with scattered raven corpses is more solid than expected, and it feels like walking on a cement road. As we move forward, the number of scattered ravens is increasing, and it seems that they can never be killed. No one knew where they came from. They were a black mass, and they attacked everyone desperately. However, in front of everyone in the Lu family, they're just materials for bridges. Until we had crossed half of the chasm, Hong Yuan finally discovered the source of the scattered ravens. They actually came from the endless abyss under the natural moat. In the crowd, Hong Yuan looked into the abyss. It was deep and dark, without any light, and filled with endless depth, coldness, and despair. Suddenly, a ray of light made Hong Yuan shudder. That is, he sees clearly. In the endless darkness, a vague green shadow, like an eye socket, slowly developed a crack. There is a faint green light in it, like a snake's pupil. Cold, dead silence. Hong Yuan only felt goosebumps all over his body, and his back felt cold. Master Lu, do you know what's going on below this abyss? Hong Yuan suppressed the churning in his heart. I hope to get useful information from Lu Zhongshuan. Lu Zhongshuan shook his head and said, I don't know. We know very little about the dragon cave, but the dragon said that there are no conditions for living things to exist under the abyss. Are there no conditions for the existence of living beings? Hong Yuan muttered to himself. Then why did the scattered ravens come out from there? The words fell. Lu Zhongshuan's whole body trembled and his scalp went numb. Yes, since there are no living creatures, why are there scattered ravens? He only believed in Long's message, but ignored many things. Don't say anything more, hurry up, we're almost on the other side. Lu Zhongshuan's expression changed. Soon, they reached the other side. However, Hong Yuan's whole body was still tense, and he could feel a creepy gaze staring at him from behind. And beneath the endless abyss, an incredibly large figure, constantly turning over and over. Interesting. This is a road destined to be full of crises. After crossing the chasm, there are more and more mad beasts on the road. People in the Lu family have begun to suffer casualties. Damn it, Hong Yuan, be careful. Phew. A man named Lu Xian had a sword pierced through the chest. Died in front of Hong Yuan. Not long ago, they were attacked by this saber-winged tiger. The sword-winged tiger is the evolved form of the little golden tiger. It is an extraordinary type with terrifying combat power, especially a pair of sword wings, which can shoot out endless long swords. They can fight and even hunt king-level beasts. But no one expected that there would be more than one attacking them. But 3 in total. They were unable to take care of themselves and were overwhelmed by the situation, so they were unable to protect Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan was attacked by dozens of long swords. Lu Xian saved him with his life. Feeling the warmth of the body in my arms dissipate, Hong Yuan's breathing became heavy and his pupils shrank suddenly. Why? Hong Yuan had no idea who Lu Xian was. Lu Xian laughed miserably and kept coughing up blood. My Lu family said that as long as one person is alive, we will protect you. Hong Yuan originally regarded this trip as just a transaction. In the face of crisis, they can completely abandon themselves. The worst that can happen is mission failure. Or even if you are injured, it will not affect your progress. However, the Lu family's attitude shocked Hong Yuan. Lu Xian, someone is roaring. Watching Lu Xian fall. You beast! They're going crazy. All those who can enter here are geniuses of the Lu family. They compete with each other, make progress together, and have an extraordinary bond with each other. This moment, only the death of the sword-winged tiger can relieve the hatred in their hearts. I, Hong Yuan, have never owed anyone anything in my life. Looking at Lu Xian, who was not breathing, Hong Yuan closed his eyes and adjusted his mindset. And now, I owe you, the Lu family, a life. Hong Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He found that Lu Zhongshuan was so angry that his whole body was shaking and his eyes were red, but he still did not take action. Perhaps he saw Hong Yuan's doubts. Lu Zhongshuan forced a smile and said, Since we have entered the dragon cave, there will inevitably be casualties. I have been mentally prepared. Perhaps soon, I will also go down to accompany him. These words sound like a last will. Obviously, he really wanted to take action, but there seemed to be some restrictions. Even if another master-level beast master died later. Lu Zhongshuan did not take any action either. He seemed to be gathering strength, waiting for something. Finally, the sword-winged tiger was dealt with. The Lu family had no time to grieve and could only bury the two dead people on the spot. So he continued on his way. As we move forward, the crises are mounting. They passed through a swamp where there were many spirit beasts, especially some insect-type spirit beasts that emerged from the swamps, making it hard to guard against them. After 3 people died, they were able to get through. There were originally 21 people, but now there are only 16 left. Hope it's all worth it, Lu Zhongshuan muttered to himself. I don't know whether my decision to go to the Dragon Cave was right or wrong. Chapter 23, Desperate Situation. In front, there are 2 huge mountains with rugged rocks, like a dragon's horn. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Only an extremely powerful spiritual beast blocked the way. The Golden Bear King is an ancient ferocious beast, corresponding to the human king-level beastmaster. I can finally vent the anger that I have suppressed for so long. Thunder Lightning Crane. Ow! Deadly Snake. Ow! Flame Lion King. Ow! Destroy the Black Tiger. Ow! Lu Zhongshuan roared and summoned 4 ancient-level ferocious beasts. He's a celestial king. At this moment, go all out. There was a big battle with the Golden Bear King. Due to the influence of dragon energy, the combat capability of the Golden Bear King has surpassed the ancient level and is close to the epic level. Epic level, that is an existence that can only be controlled by a titled beastmaster. While they fight, the Lu family and Hong Yuan continued to move forward. Their destination was not far away. It was a wasteland. Thick tree roots are entangled on boulders and weave through the mountains. On the ground, you can clearly see human skeletons. It's Master Lu. Soon, they found their target. It was a corpse dressed in Taoist robes. After 100 years, the corpse has completely decayed and the bones are weathered. The identity can be determined by the word Lu on the clothes. Great! Found it! Someone from the Lu family found a bronze mirror and a book next to the body. The bronze mirror is old and bronze in color, with a strange pattern on the handle, which looks like some kind of snake. However, this snake has 9 heads, coiled and intertwined, looking hideous and terrifying. The book is not thick and seems to be made of some special animal skin. Even after 100 years, there is no sign of rotting. Walk! After getting something, they walk back. However, just at this moment, Lu Zhongshuan suddenly shed blood into the void and coughed up blood. A wolf covered in black emerged from the mountain and attacked Lu Zhongshuan directly. Bloody Wolf King. How could he appear here? Before coming, the Lu family has collected as much information as possible. Their road is the safest road. The strongest one was the previous Golden Bear King. On this Dragon Mountain, the territory of every spiritual beast above the king level is extremely fixed. Like the Bloody Wolf King, it is an area located at the foot of the mountain. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to appear in the territory of the Golden Bear King. Why did he appear and join forces with the Golden Seedling Bear King? Hurry up and leave. As long as we can bring the things back, the Lu family will surely achieve greater glory, and my sacrifice will be worth it. Lu Zhongshuan was fearless and brave. His whole body was shining brightly, like a huge sun. The king-level strength was displayed to the extreme. The 4 spirit beasts sensed their master's will and burst out with all their strength. Beast! Beast! In order to cover everyone's retreat, Lu Zhongshuan burned everything he had. 2 half-step epic beasts. He simply couldn't defeat him. A sharp hissing sound was heard. The venomous snake was the first to die, torn into 2 alive by the Golden Bear King. Further down, they no longer dared to look. Children, stay alive! Lu Zhongshuan's voice disappeared. Master Lu! Everyone in the Lu family was filled with grief and could hardly control themselves. But this is not the time to be sad. They want to go back. Bring the stuff back. No! However, it was a quiet road. But at this moment, it is completely different. Boom! The mountain was shaking, the ground was collapsing, and huge cracks were spreading in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, thin tree roots emerged from the cracks. Just pull them up. Puff! Living people were crushed to pieces right before his eyes. Blood fell like raindrops. Terrible. Bloody. Not long ago, Lu Mingyuan, who was still thinking about his children and wife, was pierced and crushed by countless tree roots. Hong Yuan, please bring the things back to the Liu family. Before his death, the last member of the Liu family handed the bronze mirror and the book to Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan was so shocked that his whole body was shaking. So far, all 20 people from the Liu family died. Not a single person is left. Looking at the bronze mirror and book in his hands, Hong Yuan raised his head. There were gray-green tree roots crisscrossing the sky, almost covering it. Next second, the ground cracked. A pitch-black crack swallowed Hong Yuan. Zhou Yuntong, you are just looking for death. Looking at the entrance to the dragon cave on the mountain, Li Shangxian was so angry that he cursed. He knew that he was still late. This Zhou Yuntong is disobedient and ignores the school rules. In my opinion, he should be expelled from Shanghai Academy. If he stays, he will only harm the students. A beautiful woman with an enchanting figure, charming and attractive, and a pair of beautiful eyes that are captivating. What's the point of saying this now? We don't even know how long they've been in there. Sigh. Another middle-aged man said. The main concern is Hong Yuan's safety. If the Beast Taming Research Institute knew about this, we would not be able to bear their wrath, especially the Zhong family, who value Hong Yuan very much and want to train him into a second dragon. The beautiful woman frowned. We must enter the dragon cave. No matter what, we cannot let Hong Yuan die in there. Final. Under Li Shangxian's respectful gaze, 2-star god-level warriors from Shanghai Academy stepped into the dragon cave. At the same time, somewhere in Dragon Cave, a stone statue that seems to have existed for countless years. At this moment, accompanied by a crackling sound, countless cracks appeared. Not long, a middle-aged man emerged from it. He opened his eyes and saw a pair of dragon eyes. Majestic and noble. Shengyu, you are not quiet again. The middle-aged man whispered, with unquestionable dominance in his eyes. Deep underground, it turned out to be a forest of bones. Pale and creepy. Hong Yuan walked in it and looked around. There are trees of bones standing side by side, filled with cold air. And on the ground, there are endless corpses in various shapes and sizes. And there is no telling how many species there are. Who was behind this? In a previous attack, Hong Yuan saw it clearly. The strange tree roots only attacked the Liu family and ignored themselves. Obviously, there is some kind of existence that doesn't want to let itself die. Roar! Ahead, a roar broke out. A tiger-shaped skeleton rises from the ground. Launch an attack on Hong Yuan. Do you want to see my strength? Hong Yuan smiled calmly. Then let me show you. Chant. Accompanied by a roar, Xiao Jin's huge body appeared. After evolving again, his body has reached 10 meters in length. The scales on his body were shining brightly with golden light. Use skill. Extreme lightning cannon. Roar. A beam of light intertwined with electric flashes burst out from Xiao Jin's mouth. Tiger bones shattered. Soon, more tiger bones were framed. 10, 100, thousands. Chapter 24, Weird Game. The vast sea of bones is surging. Countless corpses of spirit beasts were roaring, and the sound waves turned into violent storms. Earth-shattering. Hong Yuan is like a drop in the ocean, floating aimlessly. The realm of these corpse spirit beasts is the same as Hong Yuan, all of which are silver 6 stars. In the same territory, I am invincible, Hong Yuan shouted. Boom! Vast spiritual energy burst out from his body, brilliant and colorful, and his eyes were filled with rosy clouds, bright and blazing. Chant! The little golden dragon has a strong body, surrounded by golden lightning and crackling sounds. Roar! The sky-shaking ape appeared and pounded his chest frantically, making a rumbling, thunderous sound. The 2 spirit beasts, with Hong Yuan as the center, opened their mouths and roared. Use skill. Extreme lightning cannon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Endless golden lightning gathered in Xiao Jin's mouth, and then suddenly pierced through. Boom! Large pieces of corpses and spirit beasts were crushed, and a path was opened up in the vast sea of bones. However, next second, the sea of bones filled again. Divine ape, use skill. Death bombing. The sky-shaking ape roared towards the sky, its golden hair shining brightly and a terrifying aura spreading all around it. Within a few meters around the body, there seemed to be an invisible force spreading. The corpses of the spirit beasts had no power to fight back and were directly shattered. The power of the tremor fruit was demonstrated to the fullest by him. This is because the current sky-shaking ape is only at the silver level. If it reaches its peak, it can even shatter time and space. Boom! The entire body of the Zhentian divine Ape emitted transparent light waves, like a nuclear bomb, and tens of thousands of spirit beasts were directly shattered into pieces. In the sea of bones, Hong Yuan was like passing through an uninhabited place. There was nothing that could hold him back. And as he moved forward, the area of the bone sea is decreasing. However, the strength of the corpse beast is increasing. Have you reached the gold level yet? Hong Yuan frowned. However, the next second his brows relaxed and he sneered. So what about gold? Roar! Under Hong Yuan's control, the sky-shattering ape waved its fists and shattered a one-star golden spirit beast with one punch. Final. The sea of bones dissipated. A huge treasure chest appeared in front of Hong Yuan. The treasure chest was very old and gray, and there was a key on it. A reward. He was a little confused. I was just too passive at the moment to leave. You can only move forward according to the instructions of others. Helplessly, Hong Yuan carefully opened the treasure chest. There's not much stuff in there. There's only one ring. This is a space ring. The space ring is made by space-type beastmasters and is extremely rare. Generally, only top families have it. In his previous life, Hong Yuan only got one when he reached the king level, and it's only 50 square meters. The ring in front of me is dark gold in color and has dragon-shaped patterns engraved on it. Simple and noble. Hong Yuan put it on, infused it with spiritual energy, and immediately he could feel the area inside. This is a real spiritual treasure. Lingbao. This is the name for the treasures made by the Beastmaster. It is also to distinguish it from the magic weapons left over from the old times. For Beastmasters, the effect of spiritual treasures is even more powerful. Every spiritual treasure is extremely precious. What a big deal! The area of this space ring is at least 500 cubic meters. It is also rare in the whole of China, and inside the space ring, there was only a small piece of paper. There were lines of twisted Chinese characters on the note. Dear little friend, it's nice to meet you. But please be careful, because we will attack you soon. Please be prepared. The handwriting was illegible, as if written by a child. But Hong Yuan felt that it was more like it was written by a non-human hand. He pondered the meaning of the words. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The treasure chest actually made a weird laughing sound. A distorted face appeared on the lid, and the opening and closing of the box turned into a big mouth. Not good. Hong Yuan's reaction was timely enough. But there was a terrifying suction force coming from the box. Swallowed his entire body. Click. The box is closed. It was silent. Here it is. Hong Yuan's consciousness was a little fuzzy. Soon, he then discovered something extremely terrifying. How did I become like this? In the endless wasteland, a lone zombie, with his body tilted, was standing in front of a castle. Suddenly, in the garden in front of the castle, a plant appeared and a giant pea came out of its mouth. Puff! The peas splashed on Hong Yuan, and the slurry scattered everywhere. Launch an attack on the castle. Those who succeed can advance to the next level. This time the sound was not systematic, but it was a strange voice. Plants versus zombies? Hong Yuan was confused. What is going on? This is an old-time game in which players arrange plants to resist the attacks of zombies. If you fail, your brain will be eaten. And now, I have become a zombie. That was the time when he was stunned. Hong Yuan was smashed to pieces by the plants. At the same time, his consciousness regained consciousness. But this time, it was no longer a zombie. Two zombies. In other words, the two zombies share one consciousness. No surprise. It was smashed again. Hong Yuan's consciousness seemed to be covered by something, and he could only attack the castle again and again. I don't know how much time passed. At some point, he suddenly woke up. No! No! He remembered clearly that the note not long ago clearly stated that they would launch the attack themselves. But now the one attacking is me? I'm attacking myself? Hong Yuan was shocked. As expected, when he looked up to face the attack of the plants, he discovered, on the top of the castle, stood a young man with a dull look. It was him. Someone separated his consciousness from his body and deceived him into attacking himself. Once the attack on the castle is successful, Hong Yuan will die. If he fails, Hong Yuan's consciousness will be trapped in endless attacks. This is a vicious cycle. What kind of being is it that has such a bad taste? Hong Yuan was confused and a little annoyed. Obviously, the other party was playing some kind of game. What do you want to do? Hong Yuan growled. This time, after his resurrection, he did not move forward. Instead, he turned his head suddenly. Behind him, there was a puppet standing. The puppet doll has stitches all over its body and looks worn out. It has round eyes and an evil smile, which is extremely creepy. "You found me!" The puppet doll screamed. The voice was a pleasant female voice, but the face was full of a distorted smile. Hong Yuan frowned, not knowing what the other party was like. "I don't know what his purpose is. Play with me for a while longer." The puppet doll waved its hands, and a wave of movement spread. Hong Yuan was confused, and the world was spinning. Next second, his consciousness returned to his body. However, the scene before him made him break into a cold sweat. Super Mario? Chapter 25. Ghost Doll. Super Mario is also a game from the old days. Players need to control Mario, pass levels one by one, and rescue the princess who was kidnapped by the dragon. Hong Yuan was helpless. You can only keep breaking through levels. Reached the last level. Successfully defeated the dragon. Rescued the princess. "Ah, my prince, you've finally come to save me?" Looking at the puppet doll lying in his arms with a look of attachment. The people of Hong Yuan were confused. "What's going on? From now on you will be my beast master." The puppet doll ignored Hong Yuan's opinion. Signed the contract directly with Hong Yuan. Ah! Hong Yuan felt the connection between himself and the puppet doll. "It took a long time for me to react, but this feeling is extremely real. The puppet in front of me has become my own spirit animal. You are an interesting and powerful person. I like you very much. I believe you can give me enough fun." The puppet tilted its head back, with a twisted smile on its creepy face. "Everything you did before was just to test me?" Hong Yuan refers to the hunting of tree roots in the valley, as well as the Sea of Bones. "No, I didn't do that." The puppet's words made Hong Yuan break out in a cold sweat. He then knew. Puppet doll is a special spirit animal called Spirit Doll. But even she herself didn't know what kind of spirit puppet it was. She only knew that she had been living in darkness and was extremely bored since she could remember. Hong Yuan was discovered by accident, so he brought him here. There is another person. Hong Yuan didn't understand. Who was behind all this? He looked at the puppet and opened the attribute panel. Spiritual beast, grade, property, talent, skill, bloodline? What's going on? The attribute panel given by the system was full of question marks. This situation has never happened before. Hong Yuan was a little surprised. "Oh no!" Suddenly, the puppet's expression changed. Then she waved her hand and disappeared with Hong Yuan. In Longshan, an old man with a strange smile on his face was running quickly with a coffin on his back. "Hey, I finally found it!" Zhou Yuntong laughed. "The evil god's coffin, a relic from the old days. I've been coveting it for a long time." The coffin was evil, blood red in color, and had sharp corners like teeth. There were strange patterns on the coffin, like a woman full of evil. "Zhou Yuntong, where's Hong Yuan?" Ahead, a beautiful woman blocked the way. When he saw the coffin behind Zhou Yuntong, his face suddenly changed. "You old fool, you actually came here to look for this thing again. Do you know that this is against Chinese law?" Su Yan really didn't know what words to use to express her feelings. If possible, she would like to execute Zhou Yuntong on the spot. Evil god coffin, found from an ancient tomb somewhere in China. When he was born, the sky was dyed with blood, there was blood rain for thousands of miles, and the world was filled with wailing. All those involved in the development of the ancient tomb. All the blood disappeared, and the body turned into a mummy. Until later, the dragon forcibly suppressed the evil god's coffin and placed it deep in the dragon cave. This is how the evil incident was resolved. But now, Zhou Yuntong actually ran in again and stole the evil god's coffin. "Su Yan." Zhou Yuntong's face changed. "I didn't expect them to enter the dragon cave." "Zhou Yuntong, let's talk about the evil god's coffin first. Let's clarify Hong Yuan's location first." Another star god, Wu Tianyue, also rushed over. "Don't worry about him, his life is not in danger. Just let him attract the guardian spirit beast of the coffin." "What?" Zhou Yuntong's words made Su Yin and Wu Tianyue's faces change drastically. They never expected that Zhou Yuntong would ask Hong Yuan to attract the guardian beast of the coffin. "That's the student you personally recruited. How could you treat him like this? If he dies here, how would you bear the loss?" Su Yin said angrily. "It's okay. That guardian spirit beast won't kill anyone. At most, it's just a toy with him." Zhou Yuntong was not worried at all. "Really? Play with me? So, teacher, do you want to be played with too?" Hong Yuan's voice rang out. He suppressed his anger. It turns out that the incident in the White Bone Forest was arranged by Zhou Yuntong. No wonder the spirit beast is not strong, and Hong Yuan can destroy it easily. Hong Yuan was still wondering at that time what the other party's purpose was. It turns out that he sent himself there just to attract the ghost doll. Hong Yuan. Zhou Yuntong was surprised to find that Hong Yuan appeared not far away at some point. Don't talk. I want to ask you, why did you only save me and not the rest of the Liu family? Hong Yuan still has another doubt. His eyes were burning. If he remembered correctly, Zhou Yuntong and Liu Zhongshuan should be good friends. Hearing this, Zhou Yuntong smiled bitterly. I was powerless. I was suppressing the backlash of the evil god's coffin at the time, so I could only save you once. For this answer, Hong Yuan didn't completely believe it. But looking at Zhou Yuntong's expression, it didn't seem fake. Zhou Yuntong, put the evil god's coffin back now. I will report everything you do to the academy. See Hong Yuan return safely. Su Yin and others also breathed a sigh of relief. The purpose of their trip is to ensure Hong Yuan's safety. All right. Facing the pressure from Su Yin and Wu Tianyue, Zhou Yuntong could only respond. Suddenly, his face changed. Turn around and run away. He was really interested in the evil god's coffin. However, next second, he stood still. His expression changed drastically. What's going on? Zhou Yuntong's face was distorted, as if he was carrying the sky-supporting mountain on his back. It's impossible to move forward. The evil god's coffin, which was originally light, now became extremely heavy. It was so heavy that even a star god level beastmaster like him could hardly carry it. Impossible. How could I, a star god? Bang! The mountain beneath Zhou Yuntong's feet shattered and his body slowly sank. Get up for me? Zhou Yuntong's face flushed red, and surging spiritual energy surged out and blessed his body. Having reached the star god level, the beastmaster's body is no longer weak. It was at this time, the entire dragon cave was shaking. Between heaven and earth, an extremely sharp roar sounded. Boom! A dark beam of light shot straight into the sky. That direction is exactly the direction of the endless abyss. Shangli, be honest. A terrifying dragon roar was heard. There is a man stepping on a dragon-shaped beast, dancing in the sky. Long! He has been here all along. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and she exclaimed in disbelief. Dragon, the first person in China, a living person who has become a legend. The first dragon-type beastmaster in Chinese history. The existence of the pinnacle of star god. However, this person does not belong to any force. He wanders around, and no one knows where he is. At this moment, he was bathed in divine light, stepping on the most powerful spiritual beast, the shocked dragon king. Chapter 26. Shangliu, my spirit beast. Long, you can't stop me from being born. A roar came from the direction of the endless abyss. Then, there was a terrifying divine light bursting out and spraying towards the shocked dragon king. What about me? The sky cracked open, and a beast claw stretched out from the endless void and pressed down towards the abyss. Emperor, from the abyss, there were sounds of shock and anger. Purple light extreme Dao formation. As the dragon waved his hand, several dragon-type spirit beasts appeared and stood in various places in the air. There was spiritual energy intertwined between them, outlining a stunning formation that slowly pressed down towards the abyss. Go! Something has happened that we don't understand. Su Yin was terrified. She felt the advent of forces beyond her understanding. There were constant rumbling sounds between heaven and earth. Three top beings were fighting each other. Their magical powers alone were enough to almost destroy the dragon cave. The mountains are collapsing, the mountains are overturning, and the rivers are buried. Zhou Yuntong's face also changed drastically, but the evil god's coffin on his body was heavy beyond imagination. This made every step he took extremely slow. Do you really think I don't have any help? Ha ha ha! Under the endless abyss. The voice rang out again. Just at this moment, the coffin on Zhou Yuntong's body burst out with endless red light, coloring the sky. Next second, the evil god's coffin broke away from Zhou Yuntong and flew towards the sky. Xiang Lu, you are really brave. You even dared to collude with such an evil thing. Long was shocked and angry. He didn't know much about the evil god's coffin, but there was one thing he could be sure of. This is the thing that is full of evil and cannot be controlled by ordinary people. So what? You are deeply deceived and don't even know it, so why should I be afraid? Black light and blood are intertwined in the abyss. The battle broke out. In chaos, Hong Yuan and others escaped through the exit. The battle was so intense that if it weren't for the protection of the three star gods, even the titled one would have perished in the aftermath. At the exit, several people were still frightened. It's incredible that the dragon has been in the dragon cave all along. Su Yin was surprised. But what is this, Shangliu? From what they have been saying, it seems that it is the dragon that has been preventing him from coming into the world. As a star god, Wu Tianyue felt that he was really ignorant at this moment. Shangliu existed in the old times and was recorded in ancient books, but it has always been considered a fictional mythical creature. Zhou Yintong said while panting. He has always been interested in strange things. If Long and Di attack together, I wonder what the result will be. Su Yin was a little curious. That's not our concern. Although they are both star gods, there is a huge gap between them. Well, for this behavior. For the first time, Zhou Yintong felt a little scared. Especially, Hong Yuan was almost killed in it. Obviously, there are some things that you cannot get involved with. The evil god's coffin is too evil and full of uncertainty. Zhou Yintong, go back and accept your punishment. You took Hong Yuan away without permission and brought him into the dragon cave. The palace master is already waiting for you. Su Yin said coldly. Immediately, she showed a beautiful smile on her face again and said to Hong Yuan with a smile, Little brother, don't be afraid. I am here this time, and I will not let you fall into danger again. Thank you, teacher. Hong Yuan was also speechless. Just now, it was through Su Yin and Wu Tianyue that he learned that Zhou Yintong had taken him away in advance. So the person who came to pick him up made a wasted trip. That is to say, Shanghai Academy values me. Otherwise, I would have perished in the aftermath of what happened just now. Why call me teacher? It's too strange. Just call me Sister Su. Su Yin has always been curious about Hong Yuan. Now, of course, I would take this opportunity to observe. Come into my sister's arms. I will take you back to the academy. Su Yin summoned the spiritual beast, the golden-feathered crane king. Hong Yuan was standing on it, but was embraced by Su Yin. The strong feeling of suffocation almost ended Hong Yuan's life. This sister, is she too enthusiastic? Hong Yuan was helpless. He wanted to resist, but it is powerless, because Su Yin is too enthusiastic. Therefore, he could only move forward in the warmth and softness of the place. The golden-feathered crane king is a mythical beast that can travel 1,000 miles in 1 second. Soon, they arrived at Shanghai Academy. Shanghai Academy is located in Jinling City. Under Su Yan's arrangement, Hong Yuan quickly completed the admission procedures. Military training will start in 3 days and will take about a month. Other materials will be sent to your dormitory. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Su Yin left behind a charming back. He was given special treatment and was picked up 1 day in advance. Normal school enrollment will begin tomorrow. So Hong Yuan was the only one in the entire dormitory. At night, Hong Yuan recalled his experience in the Dragon Cave and felt a little dazed. Especially the one time when Emperor made a move. Once again, he felt despair. How can I obtain the power above that of a star god in this life? He was whispering. Looking at the ceiling, he gradually fell into a deep sleep. In the dark, Hong Yuan's consciousness fell into a mysterious space. This is a sea of blood. Hong Yuan stands on it, with bloody ripples under his feet. Hey kid! A shout suddenly awakened Hong Yuan's consciousness. Hong Yuan turned around and was shocked to find a huge blood-red coffin floating in the air. Evil God's coffin. Hong Yuan was horrified. This coffin was exactly the coffin that Zhou Yintong had carried before. However, the coffin was now extremely broken and full of cracks, and 3 of the 4 corners were missing. Where is this place? Why is there an evil god's coffin? Hong Yuan was surprised. This is your consciousness space, little brat. How dare you ignore the great Xiang Lu? The previous voice sounded again. Hong Yuan just discovered it. Under the evil god's coffin, a small snake the size of a palm was squeaking. Shangliu? Are you Shangliu? Hong Yuan looked at the little snake in front of him in surprise. The little snake was not big, no more than half a meter long, and had a pair of green eyes that looked very familiar to Hong Yuan. It is the green light under the endless abyss. It is me, a mere mortal. If you do not kneel before me, I will teach you the supreme dharma. The little snake held its head high with extraordinary dignity. That's not right. I remember Shangliu was not like this. How did you appear in my consciousness space? Hong Yuan hasn't figured out the current situation yet. Prince, Shangliu is now your spirit beast. To be more precise, it is a spirit beast that relies on the evil god's coffin to survive. A voice sounded in Hong Yuan's consciousness. It's the ghost doll. Since that time, the puppet kept calling Hong Yuan the prince. Damn it, if you can't speak, then don't speak. How could I, the great Lord Shangliu, become a mortal spirit beast. Shangliu also heard what the spirit doll said. He was immediately furious. Shaoling, please explain clearly. What is going on? Hong Yuan was completely confused. What evil god's coffin? What's Shangliu? What is going on? Chapter 27, Lingbao. The voice of the ghost doll sounded. Soon, she appeared in Hong Yuan's consciousness space. The current Shangliu actually relies on my family for survival, and I signed a contract with you, so my family is controlled by you. Hong Yuan understood. Shangliu has been controlled by the evil god's coffin. Only, what do you mean by your home? You mean this coffin? Hong Yuan looked at the evil god's coffin. Yes, this is my home. I have always been there, but now I can't go back. The spirit doll stood beside the evil god's coffin, its face full of attachment and its eyes filled with nostalgia. She was born from the evil god's coffin, waiting by its side all year round. Hong Yuan was a little confused, but at this moment, he could feel the contract between himself and the spirit doll. There was no problem. There is no need for the other party to deceive himself. Do you know what's in there? Hong Yuan asked. Regarding the evil god's coffin, everyone says it represents something ominous. Hong Yuan was naturally worried, so he just kept him in his own consciousness space. The ghost doll shook his head and sighed. I don't know. Suddenly, she changed the subject and smiled at Hong Yuan. However, I can feel that my family really likes the prince, otherwise they wouldn't have followed me here. Little ghost, don't be fooled by her. The evil god's coffin is not something you can touch. Shangliu cursed and danced with his young body. He is now, and he is not the same person as before. Wrong! Suddenly, Shangliu's tone changed. Little ghost, how do you sign a contract with this guardian spirit beast? He hadn't noticed it before. Until now. He then discovered something extremely terrifying. The guardian spirit beast of the evil god's coffin actually signed a contract with a human. No wonder he appeared in your consciousness space. It turns out that it is because of the contract with the guardian spirit beast. Shangliu looked at Hong Yuan carefully, and the curiosity in his eyes became more and more intense. Lingzi, it's the same Lingzi as him, and it has the power of two worlds at the same time. For a while, he was actually a little obsessed. Forget it. I'm under someone's control now. If I become your beast, I can accept it. Shangliu sighed. Hong Yuan didn't say anything. Why? You're still not satisfied? Seeing Hong Yuan's attitude, Shangliu immediately exploded. I am the great Xiang Lu, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. At my peak, I am even more powerful than what you call a star god. If it weren't for the evil god's coffin that restrained my soul, how could I have fallen into such a miserable state? Hearing this, Hong Yuan shook his head. Why should I be satisfied? What good will a contract with you bring to me? On the contrary, you are an unstable factor. I don't know when you will backfire on me. For Shangliu, Hong Yuan didn't believe it, but he had seen how powerful Shangliu was. Even Long alone would find it difficult to resist. Until the Beast God Emperor took action. How can he control a power beyond his own now? Prince, don't worry about him. Shangliu has already degenerated and is completely controlled by the evil god coffin. The ghost doll hugged Hong Yuan's arm and smiled playfully. But her face is really creepy. Hearing this, Hong Yuan looked at Xiang Lu. A properties panel opens directly. Spiritual beast, Shangliu. Level: Gold 1 star. Attribute: Water, change to poison. Talent: Immortality, 9 heads growth. Skills: Poisonous fangs, iron tail, poison gland spray. Bloodline: Ancestor Shangliu. Hong Yuan was a little surprised, because only your own spirit beast can open the attribute panel. But I did not sign a contract with Shangliu. Suddenly, he thought of what the ghost doll had said before. This evil god's coffin already belongs to him. Could it be that? Hong Yuan looked at the evil god's coffin. Next second, my breath was choked. Lingbao? Great. Features: soul devouring. Devouring spirit beasts, using their spirits as guides, imprisoning their souls, using their blood as their bodies, and transforming into evil spirit beasts. Evil spirit beast, Shangliu. The so-called evil god's coffin turned out to be a magical treasure. However, Hong Yuan's current strength is low, and even with the help of the system, it is impossible to see his detailed information. But there is one thing Hong Yuan understood. It's the function of this evil god's coffin that is too incredible. Shangliu was refined by it and became an evil spirit beast. Compared to ordinary spirit beasts, the evil god's spirit beast will not consume the spiritual energy of the beast master, but will consume the spiritual energy of the evil god's coffin. The spiritual energy in the evil god's coffin, in addition to being stored by itself, can also be refined through natural treasures. That is to say, Hong Yuan can completely cultivate an endless number of evil spirit beasts. With a wave of his hand, billions of spiritual beasts arrived. It's incredible, Hong Yuan exclaimed. However, the evil spirit beast cannot evolve and become stronger on its own. It can only be achieved through external genius and treasures. In other words, if Hong Yuan were to cultivate a large army of evil spirit beasts, the demand for resources would be terrifying. And Hong Yuan is now unable to control the evil god's coffin at all. According to his estimation, one must at least reach the level of a sect leader before being able to release Shangliu. Shangliu, if you need to improve your strength, what do you need? Hong Yuan said. It's easy. Just let me out and let me eat 100 or 8 spirit beasts, and I will recover a lot. Shangliu is indeed a legendary monster. The words were full of tyranny. Impossible. Hong Yuan flatly refused. Then let's have spiritual stones. The more the better. Or some natural treasures. Anything is fine. Shangliu felt a little lost. I finally broke free from the seal. Unexpectedly, he fell into another bigger seal. Little ghost, listen to my advice. You can't touch this evil god's coffin. Shangliu said. Hearing this, Hong Yuan did not answer. He naturally knew the strangeness of the evil god's coffin. But there are greater crises ahead. In comparison, even if one has something strange in hand, it is better than a desperate battle. Final. Hong Yuan opened his eyes in the darkness. Feeling the evil god's coffin in the consciousness space, it is difficult to fall asleep. A beast with spiritual treasures is actually not much different from a weapon spirit beast. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll just take it one step at a time. Only when I become stronger can I decide my own destiny. A long time. Hong Yuan calmed his thoughts and fell into a deep sleep. The next day it was just dawn. The dormitory room was opened roughly. The sunlight shone out, illuminating a burly figure. Hello, brothers. Only one? Luo Mu was puzzled and saw Hong Yuan sleeping on the bed. Hi, everyone. Just at this moment, 2 more figures came in carrying suitcases. Hello, my name is Xia Tai, and this is my good brother Wang Huaimin. The next 2 people introduced themselves. Chapter 28. The party is chaotic again. Dormitory 511. All present. Are you Hong Yuan? The dragon-type beast master? The genius that the 9 universities and the Beast Taming Research Institute are fighting for? Several people packed up their things. Then they started communicating. Hong Yuan's performance in the entrance examination had already spread throughout China. Anyone who pays attention to this matter must know this. Curiosity about Xia Tai. Hong Yuan did not respond much. Just nodded. From now on, you will be my big brother Xia Tai. I never thought I was so lucky that I could live in the same dormitory with you. I can brag about it in China from now on. Xia Tai laughed. Then I'm the second one. Luo Mu laughed and agreed with Xia Tai's words. In that case, Wang Huaimin is the third and I am the fourth. Wang Huaimin seemed to be not good at speaking. He just sat by the bed and listened to everyone's discussion. Neither objected nor spoke. Brother Huaimin has always been like this. Don't mind him. He doesn't like to talk, but he is extremely reliable. Don't worry about that. Xia Tai hugged Wang Huaimin and said with a smile, let's go out and get together tonight. It's the first dinner party for Dormitory 511. I'll arrange the time and place. Xia Tai advocated. No one objected to this behavior. After all, dormitory gatherings are also a form of emotional exchange. But when night comes, when they arrived at the address given by Xia Tai, they couldn't help but exclaim, Old 4, there's no need. It's just a small gathering. Why are you being so extravagant? Luo Mu said. We're there now. It is the entrance of a 5-star hotel. The lights flicker, red and green interweaving. The lascivious music never ceases to be heard. The West Roten Hotel has a minimum consumption, which should be 100,000 yuan per visit. Luo Mu was a little worried. They're all still students. They are simply not able to enjoy this level of treatment. Don't worry, with your brother here, there's no place in Jinling that you can't spend money on. Speaking of this, Xia Tai's identity aroused the curiosity of the 2. Wang Huaimin seemed to have gotten used to it long ago. Follow Xia Tai and walk in. Inside the hotel, there are bright lights and wine, and most of the rooms are private. There are many categories, and some of the private rooms are even nightclubs. Here I come. Let me introduce you. They just sat down for a few minutes. The box door was pushed open again. 4 girls walked in. One of them was wearing a white long dress. She had a beautiful face, a pair of jade arms as white as mutton fat jade, and a graceful figure, exuding the temptation of youth. It was Su Wenwen. Hong Yuan. Su Wenwen originally wanted to refuse this social gathering, but I had no choice but to come here because of my new roommate. Unexpectedly, the dormitory I wanted to gather in would be Hong Yuan's dormitory. I have to say, this was a pleasant surprise. Hey, you two know each other? Now it seems that we are a little redundant. Xia Tai teased. Yes. I was wondering why Xiao Wenwen didn't want to come at first, but then she agreed. A woman in a red dress smiled at Su Wenwen. No, I didn't know he was here. Being said so in public. Su Wenwen's face was already flushed with shame. All right, everyone take a seat. This is a social gathering, and the main thing is to have fun. I'd better introduce you first. Xia Tai is very familiar with this kind of occasion. This is our dormitory leader. You must have heard of his name. He is the dragon-like man who suppressed the entire entrance examination meeting so much that no one dared to raise their heads. Then I definitely know. After all, he defeated a group of high school students from Jinling and sent them to the loser group. The woman who had teased Su Wenwen before laughed. She is very mature and doesn't look like an 18-year-old girl. Compared to Su Wenwen's thinness, she is a little plumper and full of charm. She held her chin with both hands and blinked at Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan, on the other hand, just smiled at everyone and stopped looking at them. This is the second brother in the dormitory, Luo Mu. Those of you in the loser group must have seen him. And there are 3 Wang Huaimin. You must be familiar with this one. Now, Sister Xia, it's your turn to introduce me. Xia Tai looked at the woman in red. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Xia. It's a very rustic name, but I am not a rustic person. Xia blinked at Hong Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing that Hong Yuan didn't respond, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. This one's name is Su Wenwen. She is the youngest in our dormitory. She and your eldest brother should come from the same school in the same city. Subsequently, Xia pointed to another girl wearing a yellow t-shirt. Zhou Xiaoman, you can call her Man. Full? Everyone looked over in confusion. When he saw Zhou Xiaoman's chest, he couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder it's called Man. Sister Xia, why are you like this? Being teased like this in front of boys. Zhou Xiaoman's face looked almost familiar. There is another one, and that is my great talent, Yiling Shuang. Hong Yuan was shocked. His eyes followed him. The legendary female star goddess is actually also in Shanghai Academy. Previous life. Someone stepped into the extreme realm of the star god as a woman and killed several mythical behemoths. According to the attributes of her spiritual beast, she is called Ice Girl. Rumor has it that Yiling Shuang is extremely cold and doesn't want to see anyone. Now it seems like she has always been like this. She just sat there quietly. Don't say a word. Like an ice cube. After introducing myself, the sorority party begins. Dining room. Xia would stick to Su Wenwen's ear from time to time, making Su Wenwen's face flush. I'll go out first. Zhou Xiaoman gestured to go to the toilet. No one cared. But the noise coming from the door made everyone's face change. Little girl, it's so big. Why don't you let me touch it? Don't come over here. Damn it. Hold her down. Is there anyone I can't take down if I like him? Zhou Xiaoman screamed. Let everyone get out quickly. As soon as I went out, then I saw several men blocking Zhou Xiaoman at the toilet door. Zhou Xiaoman looked horrified. Why? Is there anyone here? One of them had a flushed face and reeked of alcohol, obviously having just drunk a lot. It's no use, you'll just stay with me tonight. He was laughing, looking obscene. This scene. The girls were frightened to the point of trembling. For a moment, I stood there in a daze. Hey brother, this is the person I brought with me. Please give me some face. Xia Tai is the one who advocated coming here to gather. There is no time to back down. He walked forward. Bang! The other party is very impatient. Give your mother some face. Get out. With a slap, Xia Tai was knocked to the ground. Seeing this, murderous intent appeared in Wang Huaimin's eyes. He hurried over and helped Xia Tai up. Very good. Now don't leave. The man grabbed Zhou Xiaoman's arm and sneered at everyone. Chapter 29. Take action. 4 or 5 people surrounded Hong Yuan and others in a threatening manner. I didn't expect there are 3 younger sisters. Come all together. The young man in the lead was named Han Shurong, the son of the head of the Han family, one of the 5 major families in Jinling. Hong Yuan stood among the crowd with a calm look. Between words, Han Shirong was about to take action against several people. Try to move them. Xiao Tai recovered from the slap. His eyes were blazing with fire, and he almost exploded. He has been pampered since he was a child. Who dares to touch him? Not only was I beaten today, but it happened in front of my roommates and female classmates. Totally lost face. I know you, you're from the Xia family of the imperial capital, but this is Jinling, not your imperial capital. Han Shirong didn't care at all about Xiao Tai's words. Even if you are a dragon from the imperial capital, you have to coil around me when you come to Jinling. Han Shirong sneered. Even a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. In Jinling, his Han family is the king. Boom! A violent spiritual energy burst out from Xiao Tai. You are from the Xia family. How dare you openly violate the law? Regarding Xiao Tai's outburst, Han Shirong was not afraid at all and even started to laugh. In order to protect citizens' property and life safety, the Chinese nation has clear regulations that it is absolutely not allowed to summon spirit beasts within the city. This is an iron rule and no violation is allowed. Because the fighting power of spirit beasts is too strong, it will cause large-scale damage. Hearing this, Xiao Tai's face changed. The spiritual energy also disappeared. As a person from the imperial capital, he naturally understood that the laws of China were unshakable. Especially now that we are in Jinling, even if the Xia family is powerful, it will be difficult for them to reach out in a short period of time. But how could he just watch everyone being bullied? Coward. Ha ha ha. Looking at Xiao Tai's frustrated look, Han Shirong, who was drunk, laughed loudly. Xiao Tai was so angry that he almost went mad. But there is nothing I can do. If he were alone, he could fight with his life. But he has the reputation of the Xia family behind him, and if he takes action here, he will be thrown into jail. It will definitely bring disgrace to the Xia family. Go ahead. I want 4 sisters to serve me tonight. Han Shirong's eyes revealed absolute arrogance and ruthlessness. In Jinling, there is no woman that I, Han Shirong, cannot get. I saw several people surrounding me. A voice rang out. Bang! Han Shirong stared blankly at Hong Yuan who was standing in front of him. His eyes were dull. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain on his cheek, making him look crazy. You dare to hit me? After a brief moment of enlightenment, Han Shirong was filled with endless anger, to the point that he didn't even know how Hong Yuan got to him. Kill him for me. I want you dead. How dare you hit me? In the whole of Jinling, no one dares to hit me. Han Shirong retreated quickly. At the same time, figures emerged one after another. In an instant, Hong Yuan was surrounded by people on all sides. Han Shirong, if you dare to touch my elder brother, I will make you die miserably. Xiao Tai roared. Is it just you? Han Shirong sneered. Kill him, brother, Xiao Tai yelled. How dare you touch my brother? Luo Mu had a bad temper and couldn't bear to see Hong Yuan being beaten. He rushed forward directly. Although he does not dare to break the law, he will never sit still and wait to be punished. However, as a local snake, as soon as Han Shirong waved his hand, several strong men surrounded Luo Mu. Wow! Just then, a little bit of gorgeous light powder fell from the void, crystal clear and colorful. Wen, Shin Xiao was shocked. Su Wenwen had a murderous look on her face at this moment, and she had already started preparing to summon the spirit beast. Nectar Butterfly, use your skills. If Su Wenwen summoned the spirit beast, even if she saved Hong Yuan, she would be expelled from school, and they will also be subject to legal sanctions. Xiao Wenwen, don't panic. The last moment, Hong Yuan's calm voice came from the front. Next second, bang bang bang. One figure after another was knocked away. Brother, Hong Yuan, Hong Yuan. Everyone was surprised. Ahead, Hong Yuan stood alone, with spiritual energy lingering around his body. And beside him, people were wailing on the ground. How is that possible? Han Shirong was shocked beyond words. He breathed rapidly as he looked at Hong Yuan, who was like a god of war. It's hard to believe. These strong men would be killed instantly by an 18-year-old boy. Nothing is impossible. Hong Yuan spoke calmly. Until this moment, everyone then remembered one thing. In the entrance examination meeting, Hong Yuan defeated the spirit beasts of Sun Luoqing and others by himself. A bunch of rubbish. Attack me. A few more people came from behind. However, Hong Yuan stood where he was, like a martial arts master, punching each one of them, one after another. Almost instantly, all these people fell to the ground and wailed in pain. This kind of thing. Han Shirong had never thought that there would be someone who was like a spirit beast and completely invincible. How could this happen? His face turned pale, and he roared loudly. A strong sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Lu Qingfeng, come out. If you kill him, I'll give you 100,000. Good. A powerful voice came from the next box. That is right at this moment. Zhou Xiaoman ran back. Hong Yuan stood alone in front of the crowd. The door to the next box opened. A man who was not very strong walked out slowly. A warrior from the old times? Looking at the martial arts uniform on the other person, he made this judgment. That's right. My spirit beast is a relatively useless qi and blood spirit herb. It can't fight, but for martial arts, the terrifying qi and blood is the way to become stronger. The visitor was not at all shy. Rumor has it that in the old days, there was a mysterious method that could lead one to the other side of spiritual practice. However, the changes of the times and the vicissitudes of life have all been left in the past. Only the martial arts practice method remains. However, compared to the beast taming system, the martial arts training method is too weak. The human body has its limits, and the upper limit of a beast master is extremely high. However, in the city, martial arts plays a greater role. When it is impossible to summon beasts, large families will choose martial arts practitioners when hiring bodyguards. Martial arts, Lu Qingfeng. He introduced himself and assumed his posture. Beast Master, Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan remained calm and stood where he was. I wonder if you can withstand this punch with 30 years of experience. Lu Qingfeng's body suddenly swelled. His blood and energy filled, and his heart beat faster than before, increasing exponentially. Next second, a strong wind broke out. He was like a cannonball, bombarding Hong Yuan. Is Lu Qingfeng confident that he can defeat the enemy in one fell swoop? The other party also looks like a martial artist, but his energy and blood are average, and he is not a martial arts master. 100,000 is in hand. Lu Qingfeng's fist touched Hong Yuan. Thought it was over. But the next second, the smile on his face froze on his face. How? How is this possible? Chapter 30. Not playing by the rules. Who is this guy? No. Is he human? Is this really something a human can do? Lu Qingfeng looked at the scene in disbelief. Hong Yuan stood there, motionless as a mountain, and easily caught his fist with just one hand. You have to know that he is a martial arts practitioner, with surging blood and terrifying strength. Just one punch of his can pack a force of several thousand pounds. Even a huge rock can be smashed at will. However, Hong Yuan not only did not blush or pant, his body did not shake at all. So horrible. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly exerted force and retreated backwards. He looked at Hong Yuan with vigilance. This young man? I am actually a little afraid. I have been practicing and cultivating the Tao for more than 30 years, and I have the blessing of Qi and blood spirit grass. I am not afraid of even an ordinary silver spirit beast. How can you resist it so easily? Lu Qingfeng whispered. More than 30 years have been nothing but this. I can only say that you have lived like a dog. Hong Yuan took a breath and then gathered his strength. I've already caught your punch. Why don't you try my punch for the past 18 years? Chant. In this area, the sound of dragon roars could be faintly heard. Hong Yuan's aura was surging, and his entire majesty was infinitely elevated. It's like a real dragon on earth. Just come. Lu Qingfeng really didn't believe it. I really can't resist it. Just one punch. Maybe the other party is just good at defense? However, next second, his expression was filled with horror. It was clearly just an ordinary punch, but Lu Qingfeng seemed to see a real dragon dancing in the air. The dragon's head is ferocious, and its body is domineering. During his practice, Hong Yuan has been using spiritual energy to temper his body, especially after Xiao Jin developed the talent to repay his parents. There is a terrifying enhancement to his body. It can be said that Hong Yuan is now a humanoid spirit beast, and it is the most terrifying kind in physical form. No! Lu Qingfeng put his arms in front of his chest to strengthen his qi and blood. But Hong Yuan's punch was so powerful that it broke both of his arms. Bang! Lu Qingfeng was knocked flying, crashed deeply into the wall. Puff! Lu Qingfeng coughed up blood and looked dazed. I can't catch it. He glanced at Hong Yuan and fell into a coma. Now it's your turn. Hong Yuan rubbed his hands together and looked at Han Shirong with an unfriendly expression. What do you mean? Even if you defeat Lu Qingfeng, what will happen? Do you dare to do anything to me? Han Shirong had a look of fear on his face, but he still forced a smile, because he is from the Han family. He bet that Hong Yuan would not dare to take action here. Bang! However, he lost a bet. Hong Yuan didn't waste any time talking to him. He kicked him several meters away. Puff! Han Shirong vomited out all the food he had eaten the previous night. He rolled his eyes. In other words, Hong Yuan did not give his full strength. Otherwise, this kick would allow Han Shirong to go down and see his great-grandmother. How dare you hit me? Han Shirong struggled to get up from the ground. Bang! Hong Yuan did not answer either. His face was calm, and he walked towards him. Step by step, every step was like a huge rock, pressing heavily on Han Shirong's heart. Finally, he couldn't bear the pressure. Brother! Han Shirong had no shame at all and fell to his knees. Forgive me once. I am blind and don't recognize the real man. This moment, everyone was stunned. Where's your backbone? Is it so easy for your Han family to bow down? Xia Tai, who also came from a big family, couldn't help but curse. A real man can bend and stretch. That's me. Bang! Hong Yuan kicked again. You have no moral principles. I've already admitted defeat. Why are you hitting me again? Han Shirong didn't expect Hong Yuan to play by his own rules. Is it okay to look at you and feel unhappy? Hong Yuan looked down at Han Shirong, who was lying on the ground. His eyes were overbearing and his words were unquestionable. At this moment, he is the king who decides Han Shirong's life or death. Brother, don't be like this. Han Shirong was now completely sober. I really regret the stupid things I did. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm kind, but you might not be able to get out of bed for 3 months. Hong Yuan smiled slightly. 3 months. Han Shirong shuddered. Fuck you. Before Hong Yuan took any action, Xia Tai rushed over and kicked Han Shirong a few times. Then, smiled at Hong Yuan. This matter must be irreversible. I am a member of the Xia family and must get involved. If the Han family blames it, I will not let you bear the responsibility alone. Xia Tai is full of sincerity. I'll kick you too. Su Wenwen came over. He kicked Han Shirong in disgust. Wenwen is like this. As a roommate, it would be awkward if I didn't come. Shin Xiaoxia smiled charmingly and slapped Han Shirong. Then, he winked at Hong Yuan and said, Brother Hong, from now on we will be in the same boat. The words are full of teasing. Fuck, did you take my blood as a sacrifice for the alliance? Come and beat me up one by one. In this situation, Han Shirong was humiliated to the extreme. He couldn't help it. Originally, he was thinking of admitting defeat and kneeling down. Then look for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, or go home and seek revenge. But Hong Yuan didn't buy it at all. If you catch me, you will be beaten up. Now he is trying to establish some kind of sworn brotherhood in front of me. Unforgivable. Shadow Panther. Ow! Between words, a pitch-black leopard appeared in front of everyone. Han Shirong, you openly defy the law. Aren't you afraid of being disqualified as a beast master? Who would have thought? At this time, Han Shirong actually summoned the spirit beast directly. In the city, summoning spirit beasts is a crime comparable to murder. Sometimes, it's even worse than murder. Law! Han Shirong's face was full of resentment, and he slowly stood up. Immediately, he sneered. In Jinling, my Han family is the law. Shadow Leopard, use skill, dark walk. The shadow leopard roared, and black lines spread out from its body, spreading on the walls and the ground, towards everyone. Hurry up! This is an extraordinary spirit beast, and its skills are especially suitable for small-scale combat. Xia Tai was knowledgeable and recognized Han Shirong's spirit beast. The shadow leopard is an extraordinary spiritual beast that can control its own shadow to fight. The advanced form, Ghost Leopard, can even transform into a ghost form and carry out assassinations. And the highest form, the Dark Night Leopard King, is the king of the night. Hong Yuan also frowned. This kind of long-range spirit beast, a special type of spirit beast, is difficult to defeat even for him without summoning the spirit beast. Dense black lines kept spreading on the walls and the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At last, these black lines even broke away from the carrier and turned into countless lines in the air, covering everyone. In that case, then, seeing that everyone was about to be enveloped, Hong Yuan's eyes turned fierce. A punch at the wall. Bang! Outside the West Road Hotel, a huge gap appeared. Smoke and dust rose up. Passers-by looked over. All I saw was a group of people and a shadow leopard. Someone is summoning a spirit beast in the city? Chapter 31. Attached spirit armor. Beating Han Shirong. Everyone passing by on the street gathered around, looking at the shadow leopard summoned by Han Shirong. According to the laws of the Chinese nation, summoning spirit beasts in the city is a serious crime. Soon, someone called the police. It still has to be you, brother. Seeing this, Xiaotai also breathed a sigh of relief. If they just defended without summoning spirit beasts, it would be difficult for them to deal with the shadow leopard. But now it is exposed to the public. It is difficult for Han Shurong to do anything excessive. Now we just have to wait for the police to come, and Han Shurong will be punished by law. However, for this situation, there was no fear on Han Shurong's face. Just sneered. You were waiting for the superintendent, right? A sentence. Xia Tai felt a chill in his heart. He is not afraid. Could it be that, as expected, I had already called the police, but there was no sign of the superintendent yet? Everyone still underestimated the power of the local tyrants. In Jinling, who dares to punish my Han family? My Han family is the law. It is heaven. Shadow leopard. Use skill. Shadow assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shadow tentacles shuttled from all directions and pierced through everyone. Sure enough, when someone from the Han family broke the law, the police chief said there was a shortage of police force. We called the police before, and they responded incredibly quickly. Now half a day has passed, and there is still no news. But these people are really blind to the truth. They even dare to mess with the Han family. Compared to calling the police, I think it's better to call the emergency number. The onlookers were talking about it. They were not at all surprised by the superintendent's behavior, even a sense of taking it for granted. It seems that the one who was wrong was not the lawless Han Shurong, but the person who provoked Han Shurong. This is a kind of default consciousness formed by the Han family's long-term oppression. Everyone's spiritual energy burst out, avoiding the attack of the shadow leopard. Ha ha ha, you're just a clown. Do you want to summon spirit beasts to fight me? Han Shurong was extremely rampant and tried every means to anger everyone, but who can't see through his actions. There was nothing wrong with him summoning the spirit beast. However, as long as everyone summons spirit beasts, they will never be able to leave Jinling alive. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you were just a bunch of punks. Han Shurong's eyes were full of coldness as he stared at Hong Yuan. Shadow Leopard, focus on him and beat him. Use the skill, Shadow Storm. After the previous fight, he already knew that he must not engage in close combat with Hong Yuan. So I kept using ranged skills to consume the enemy's energy. I have to say, the effect is outstanding. Hong Yuan could only keep dodging. Little devil, I am really impressed. How could a mere silver waste force you to this point? Shang Liu's voice rang out. Shut up. Hong Yuan responded coldly. He also felt aggrieved, but he has no family to protect him. If you summon a spirit beast in Jinling, you may end up in jail. Although the Beast Taming Research Institute and the Mountain and Sea Academy will try to rescue him. But he has always been independent and doesn't want to trouble others. That's why I keep avoiding it. I know you can't summon spirit beasts, but you forgot one thing. I'm not a spirit beast. Hong Yuan was shocked and realized that he had overlooked the most important thing. That is the evil god's spirit beast, although it has the word spiritual beast in it. But in essence, it is a spirit that relies on the evil god's coffin. It's not a spiritual beast with flesh and blood. And I have 9 forms. I don't have to appear in Shang Liu form. I can also appear like this. After a brief exchange, Hong Yuan stopped. Why? You're not running away anymore? Han Shurong pondered for a moment and looked at Hong Yuan sarcastically. Are you going to summon a spirit beast? I can guarantee that if you summon a spirit beast now, a police inspector will appear in the next second to take you away. Hong Yuan stood still, scanning the crowd of onlookers. As expected, a few of them had strange expressions and fierce eyes. Plainclothes police superintendent. There's no need to summon a spirit beast to deal with you. Hong Yuan had just finished speaking. Endless black tentacles completely enveloped him. Boom! The ground there was pierced, rubble exploded, and smoke and dust rose up. Passers-by avoided it. Wait until the smoke clears. Hong Yuan was safe and sound. He just raised his right arm, which was emitting a green light. Streams of sticky green liquid slowly seeped out from the right arm. At last, the entire right arm turned into a snake-like body. This is Shang Liu's second form, external spiritual armor. The external spiritual armor is similar to spiritual bones. But, compared to spiritual bones, spiritual armor is more difficult to obtain. Under normal circumstances, Shang Liu's external spiritual armor can wrap Hong Yuan completely. However, one is that Shang Liu is not in good condition now, and the other is that Hong Yuan is not strong enough. Now only one arm can be wrapped. External spiritual armor? How is that possible? After seeing Hong Yuan's external spiritual armor, Han Shirong was shocked to the extreme. Born into a prominent family, he naturally knew how precious the external spiritual armor was. Even in their family, there are only a few pieces of spiritual armor attached to the outside. For a while, Han Shirong was not afraid, but became greedy instead. Hand over your spiritual armor. Han Shirong shouted. Don't you know that wealth should not be exposed? Now I have my eyes on your spiritual armor. Hong Yuan shook his head and laughed, saying, Your courage is admirable, but your IQ is worrying. Buzz! Hong Yuan's right arm made a buzzing sound, and the scales on it opened and closed like fan blades, spewing out white steam. Next second, his figure disappeared in an instant. So fast, Han Shirong's breath was choked, commanding the Shadow Panther in a panic. Use skill, Dark Walk. In an instant, countless shadow tentacles shuttled rapidly in the air. The shadow leopard's eyes moved quickly, but all its tentacles were unable to capture Hong Yuan's figure. Here it is. Surrounded by white steam, Hong Yuan appeared in front of the shadow leopard. Buzz! A moment. On the right arm, dozens of scales opened up, spewing out terrifying steam, like countless engines roaring. Boom! A terrifying force was concentrated in this punch. The shadow leopard wailed. In the incredulous gazes of everyone, he was blasted away heavily. Bang, bang, bang. Walls were pierced one after another. At last, shadow leopard vomited blood, fell into a coma, and lost his combat effectiveness. A spiritual beast that was swift and famous for its sneak attacks was defeated by a human at its strong point. Am I seeing right? The shadow leopard can't spot him at all? This is a shadow leopard. Is this the power of the external spiritual armor? Who is this person? It seems to be the Hong Yuan on TV. Yes, it's him. Hong Yuan, the one who ranked first in the entrance exam. At this moment, finally someone recognized Hong Yuan. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. The first in the entrance examination meeting, the first in the Beast Taming Institute and the Shanghai Academy, fought with Han Shirong of the Han family on the street. And even when Han Shirong summoned the spirit beast, he still suppressed it forcefully. I still say that, why do I need a spirit beast to deal with you? Hong Yuan looked at Han Shirong coldly. One glance frightened the young master so much that he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 32. Li Shua's Shock. Stop! Who is riding here? At this time, the long-missing superintendent. It appeared suddenly and strangely. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Are you the one who summoned the spirit beast? The person who came was a middle-aged police superintendent. After getting out of the car, he did not look at Han Shirong. Instead, he looked directly at Hong Yuan with a menacing look. He was the one who summoned the spirit beast, not us. Xiaotai pointed at Han Shirong and said. However, the police inspector merely glanced at Han Shirong and then pointed the finger at Hong Yuan again. What I saw was that you openly summoned spirit beasts in public, destroyed public property, and attempted to murder others. His words became sharper. With an icy chill. Please come back to the police station with us for investigation. The whole place was silent. No one dared to speak. Only the superintendent's cold words echoed. Who would have thought that the appearance of the police superintendent not only failed to uphold justice, but instead became Han Shirong's umbrella? Soon, Hong Yuan and others were taken into the police car. Master Han, I'm sorry to have frightened you. The superintendent came to Han Shirong. What do you want to do with him? His words were full of respect. Han Shirong looked at the police car with resentment and said coldly, I want them to not leave the police station, especially Hong Yuan. I hope you can take good care of them. No problem. They openly summoned a spirit beast in public and even tried to murder you. I will make them admit their crime. The superintendent left a message. He got into the police car and left. Tell me, why did you want to murder Han Shirong? What was your motive? In the police station, 8 people were divided into different interrogation rooms. An interrogation was carried out. In particular, 5 police inspectors were dispatched to the room where Hong Yuan was. Hong Yuan, born in Linjiang City, graduated from Qingqing High School, and ranked first in the entrance examination. We have already investigated your information. The previous police superintendent was named Li Shua. He is sitting in the front now, holding Hong Yuan's information in his hand. Bang! He slammed the table. Shout loudly. But don't think that just because you are gifted, you can break Chinese laws at will. As the superintendent of Jinling City Police, I have to tell you that the law you violated this time is enough to destroy your future and life. Li Shua is very confident, facing such a little kid who just turned 18 years old. After a few scares, everything will be easy. However, Hong Yuan is not a little kid, but the supreme being of the earth in his previous life. He was unmoved by this kind of situation. Just smiled. Officer Li, you don't have to scare me. You know the truth better than me. Hearing this, Li Shua's face changed and he said angrily, I am interrogating you, not asking you, so don't say anything more. Hong Yuan, don't even think about leaving the police station until you confess your guilt. Hong Yuan remained unmoved. There was no fear in his eyes. He just chuckled. What crime should I confess? It was Han Shurong who summoned the spirit beast, and it was also him who wanted to kill us. And now, you are ignoring the facts and forcing us to confess. Li Shua was furious at Hong Yuan's indifferent attitude. This guy doesn't take me seriously at all. Ding-ling! Just at this moment, a cell phone on the table rang. It's Hong Yuan's. A phone number from Shanghai Academy? Looking at the notes on the phone, Li Shua's eyes flickered. In the end, he decided to let Hong Yuan answer the call. Although he wanted to get rid of Hong Yuan, he had to use a charge of crime, not lynching. Otherwise, even the Han family would not be able to protect him in front of Shanghai Academy. Hong Yuan, military training will start the day after tomorrow. Why don't you go back to school? Your military training instructor wants to see you. The person who spoke was Hong Yuan's class teacher. The phone number was also added when checking in. Before Hong Yuan could reply, a strong voice came from the other end of the line. Hong Yuan, right? I'm your military training instructor. I give you 1 hour to return to school. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Hearing this, Hong Yuan responded with a helpless smile. I'm sorry. I'm being held in the police station now. They said that if I don't plead guilty, they won't let me leave the police station. Plead guilty? There was a puzzled voice on the other end of the line. Hong Yuan openly summoned a spirit beast in public and attempted murder. He has been arrested. Li Shua said. Which police station are you from? Jinling City, 13th Bureau. Good. Phone turned off. Interesting, you are quite courageous as an instructor. You hung up before I could even finish my words. Li Shua smiled coldly. Then, he looked at Hong Yuan again. He's not trying to rescue you, is he? Hong Yuan did not answer. Then let's wait for him to come over. I want to see what kind of waves a little military training instructor can cause here. Li Shua now wishes he could add more charges against Hong Yuan. If that instructor commits some crime, the blame will be put on Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan basically has no hope. About 10 minutes later, an SUV stopped in front of the police station. Bang! A strong and energetic man walked down. He was wearing a military green vest, high-top black boots, had a determined look in his eyes, and exuded an iron-blooded aura. Inning 13? The Han family's dog. He glanced at the door with disdain. Just walked in. Bang! He walked in the police station, and after asking questions, someone took him to where Li Shua was. The door was pushed open. Li Shua and Hong Yuan saw the instructor. Are you his instructor? Li Shua handed over a piece of paper. Stated above are the various charges against Hong Yuan. If convicted, Hong Yuan will be sentenced to life imprisonment at the minimum, and even the death penalty is not impossible if the Han family intervenes. Even with the blessing of genius status, it will definitely not shake the Chinese law that convicts people. At least not on the surface. No need to look. I want to take the person away. However, the instructor simply threw the paper away. Hong Yuan, come with me. I have something to tell you. Stop. This is a police station. What do you want to do? Li Shua was angry. Bang! The instructor slapped Li Shua away with a cold slap. You dare to attack the police? Li Shua was shocked and angry, but there was ecstasy in his eyes. Assaulting a police officer? Don't think I don't know how you got into this police uniform. Just because I don't want to get involved with a bunch of scumbags like you doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. The instructor looked at Li Shua with disdain. I've seen the previous video on the way. In the previous battle, many passersby took videos. It finally reached the hands of people from Shanghai Academy. Who dares to cause trouble in the 13th Bureau? Suddenly, there was a shout from outside the door. Chief! The chief is back! You are done! You are a military training instructor, and you dare to cause trouble in the police station. You are simply courting death. Li Shua was overjoyed. Not long. The door was pushed open. A middle-aged man walked in. Director, you are finally back. This Hong Yuan was specifically pointed out by Han Shurong. Now he refuses to plead guilty and is looking for his instructor to cause trouble. Li Shua came up to him and spoke loudly. The director's name is Zhenxianpeng, and he was also supported by the Han family. I was always on business trips before. If he comes back now, Hong Yuan will definitely not be able to leave. However, The moment Zhang Tianming saw the instructor, his face suddenly changed. Then, a slap hit Li Shua's face. Look at what you're doing. How dare you mess with this person? Chapter 33. Tit for tat, the spirit puppet takes action. Li Shua was confused. Only then was he beaten by the instructor. I thought that with the director's return, I would have someone to rely on. How come the director also slapped himself? He stood there in a daze for a while, unable to recover. However, Zhang Tianming didn't have time to pay attention to him. Instead, he came to the instructor with a smile on his face. Brother Sun, what brings you here? The respectful tone was completely different from the impression Li Shua had of the director. Even more humble than in front of the Han family. If Zhang Tianming is humble towards the Han family, it will be for the sake of moving up. Then there is only one reason for Zhang Tianming's humility at this moment. That's fear. That look cautious. Dare not look up. Director. Li Shua felt dizzy and couldn't even speak. But there was one thing he was clear about. This instructor was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Shut up. Zhang Tianming cursed under his breath. Then he said to the instructor again, You didn't tell me you were coming, so I could prepare some tea for you. You arrested my student. If I don't come here, he might not be able to go back. The instructor's words were cold and without any emotion. Who dares to arrest Brother Sun's students? It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Zhang Tianming quickly apologized with a smile. Li Shua, quickly release this little brother. Hearing this, Li Shua hesitated and said, Director, this is what young Master Han asked for. Name him. Tell him to come here if he has the guts. He is ignorant and uneducated, relying on his family to do evil things outside. Now let us clean up his mess. Zhang Tianming was furious. Han Shirong's behavior was simply pushing Zhang Tianming into the grave. If Hong Yuan is released now, he will have to go and apologize in person in the future. But if he doesn't let go, he will lose his life. Put! Zhang Tianming gave an order. Li Shua could only lower his head and agree. Let's see who dares to let go. There was another voice from outside the door. Boss Han, why are you here? Zhang Tianming just felt his scalp tingling. Why are all these people here today? Who is this young man? Why did it cause such a big fuss? A middle-aged man in formal attire walked in. This brat severely injured my son in Jinling. If nothing else, just based on this alone, there is no way he can walk out of here safely today. Han Jingyun, the third son of the Han family, is the person in charge of the Han winery business. Your son summoned a spirit beast in public, which violated Chinese law. Hong Yuan subdued him, which was a courageous act. The instructor spoke in a cold voice, his icy eyes revealing a bone-chilling chill. Be brave and righteous? In Jinling, who dares to say that beating up the people of my Han family is being brave and righteous? Han Jingyan sneered. Do you dare? He looked at Zhang Tianming and shook his head quickly. Do you dare? He looked at Li Shua again. Li Shua also shook his head hurriedly. I, Han Jingyan, am standing here today. I want to see if you have the ability to take this kid away. I know who you are, but I also want you to know. This is Jinling, not your imperial capital. Han Jingyun was extremely domineering, and his sharp eyes showed an unquestionable determination. I'm going to take him away today. The instructor grabbed Hong Yuan's arm and walked out. Can you try to move again? Suddenly, the black muzzles of guns at the entrance of the police station were pointed directly at Hong Yuan and the instructor. The Han family is really so bold that they not only ignore the laws of China, but also dare to point their guns at their compatriots? There was a startling chill in the instructor's eyes. Is it possible that after you die, we will report that you have violated the law and caused trouble at the police station? Han Jingyan stood at the door, sneering. I don't want to do anything to you. Leave Hong Yuan here and let you go. This instructor has a special identity and comes from the imperial capital, so he cannot be shot at will. The situation was at a stalemate for a while. There are more than a dozen gun muzzles, and flames could be spit out at any time, taking Hong Yuan's life. You all really deserve to die. A dark and shrill voice sounded nearby. Who is it? Everyone was surprised by the voice, because they don't feel the presence of anyone around them. Only Hong Yuan felt it. Shaoling, through telepathy, he felt that something was wrong with the puppet at the moment. It seems to have fallen into a very special state. Chaos, right? Evil. No one can hurt my prince, no one. Crash. It seemed like it was raining in the sky. Dark rain completely covered this area. How is it possible? It's actually in the realm of mythology, a skill of a mythical spirit beast. Han Jingyan shouted in surprise. Moreover, the dark rain seemed to be alive, surging on the ground, and enveloping them in an instant. Next second, they turned directly into zombies. The original gun barrel was floating in the air. Bang! Faintly, it seemed like someone was whispering, accompanied by this voice. Flames spewed from the muzzle of the gun. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies fell down one by one. Whoa, whoa. Han Jingyan and others watched all this in horror. But his body was wrapped in black rain, and he couldn't move. He could only die here in the sobbing of despair. Soon, the rain receded and the domain dissipated. Han Jingyan and the others had empty eyes and stood where they were. It seemed as if everything before was just a dream, but there was no trace of life in them anymore, except Han Yuan and the instructor. All dead. What kind of weird method is this? The instructor's mentality was extremely calm, but he couldn't help but feel agitated at this moment. It's so weird. Strange rain, strange changes, strange deaths. It was obvious that Han Jingyan had been smashed to pieces when he turned into a zombie. But in reality, it is intact. But the body dies. This was beyond his understanding. The most important thing is that the strange thing did not attack him and Han Yuan. It seems that there are things in Jinling that are beyond our understanding. The instructor muttered to himself. The Jinling area is special and contains various secret places. There will be many strange things coming from the world of spirit beasts, but most of them are controllable. But now, something that has never been seen before has appeared. Final. The instructor reported the matter. After picking up Xia Tai and others, they returned to Shanghai Academy. In the police station, their target has always been Han Yuan, so Xia Tai and others did not receive any special treatment. Because of what happened before, Jinling City took it very seriously. The main reason is that we were the only ones who survived that night. The Han family thinks that it's our problem, so we can say that we have now formed a great grudge with the Han family. In front of the dormitory flower bed, Han Yuan started chatting with this mysterious instructor. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Sun Zhantian, and I'm from the Beast Taming Institute, the Martial Arts Institute. Chapter 34. Terrifying Martial Arts Talent. In addition to the main institute, there are 10 research institutes under the Beast Taming Research Institute. The Martial Arts Research Institute is one of them. Its main research direction is the exploration of martial arts from the old times and the exploration of the application of martial arts in the beast taming era. Although martial arts have long been deserted. However, as a cultural heritage passed down for thousands of years, it still has indelible reference significance for the new era. Especially after reaching the master level, the Beast Master will undergo a transformation. At that time, you can get some reference information in martial arts. As a member of the Martial Arts Research Institute, Sun Zhantian's teacher is also an academician of the General Hospital. I've watched your performance at the entrance meeting. You were able to defeat the spirit beast without summoning it, so I took the initiative to apply to come here. For Han Yuan, Sun Zhantian was very interested. In particular, he saw something similar to martial arts in Han Yuan. In other words, a unique talent in martial arts. My mission this time is to bring out all your strengths. The Beast Taming Research Institute and the so-called Shanghai Academy trained Han Yuan together. This is definitely not just a casual remark. They are studying Han Yuan and determining his strengths and weaknesses. The training began from military training. Now, please attack me with all your strength. Sun Zhantian stood up and walked not far away. Facing Han Yuan, he stretched out a hand. This. Han Yuan also stood up, but he was still a little hesitant. Don't worry about hurting me. With your silver strength, you are not much of a threat to a heavenly king like me. Sun Zhantian said that he just wanted to judge Han Yuan's strength. Hearing this, Han Yuan nodded. Next second, the surging spiritual energy burst out from Han Yuan's body and then added to the tip of his fist. Bang! Han Yuan was like a cannonball, causing a storm. What a strong talent for strength. This body seems to have been tempered through thousands of hammers. Facing Han Yuan's attack, Sun Zhantian looked surprised. But this strange look instantly turned into a satisfied smile. The foundation is much better than I thought. But Sun Zhantian's arms drew circles in the air, soft and gentle, like water waves, with each circle having a fixed direction of force. When Han Yuan's punch was about to arrive, Sun Zhantian turned his wrist and lightly pressed Han Yuan's wrist with his 5 fingers with an incredible amplitude. Then, pressed diagonally downward. Han Yuan is not up to the task. My whole body suddenly lost balance, almost fell down. Just at this moment, Han Yuan seemed to have anticipated this and leaned forward with the force. At the same time, use your waist to exert force and step forward with your feet. The other hand changed from a fist into a palm, and the palm was filled with spiritual energy, like a sharp blade. He chopped towards Sun Zhantian's waist. So much combat experience? Sun Zhantian was shocked. He didn't expect that Hong Yuan would be able to master the balance in such a short time and be able to adapt to the situation and attack him again. Many people on the battlefield can do this. But Hong Yuan is just an 18-year-old boy. He actually has such a terrifying fighting mindset. You were born to fight, Sun Zhantian exclaimed in admiration. He didn't know that although Hong Yuan didn't practice martial arts in his previous life, he grew up from a weak child and walked on the brink of life and death countless times, which honed his strong combat awareness. Seeing Hong Yuan's reaction, Sun Zhantian also became interested. He did not use realm suppression, use only combat skills. He dodged sideways and avoided Hong Yuan's attack. Then he bent his right arm and struck Hong Yuan's back with his elbow. If this attack hits, Hong Yuan will immediately lose his combat effectiveness. However, just at this moment, Hong Yuan stepped on the ground with one foot, and a terrifying force burst out, twisting his body directly. This allowed Sun Zhantian to dodge the attack. And quick reversal. Very good. Sun Zhantian clapped his hands, not sparing his praise at all. Your combat instinct is the most terrifying among people of your age that I have ever seen. Even those guys in the imperial capital are not as good as you. In a sense, they're even similar to people like me. But I can see that you have never practiced martial arts. Although your combat reaction is fast, your attacks are disorganized. Sun Zhantian took the initiative this time. He is no longer passive. Instead, he wanted to show Hong Yuan the true meaning of martial arts. Bang! Facing Sun Zhantian's violent attack, Hong Yuan suddenly felt that there was no place to vent his strength. Remember, the times are progressing. As a relic of the old times, there are things in martial arts that we need to learn from. This thing is thought, the thought of martial arts. With beast control as the foundation, your mind can be opened up. You can't be confined to one place. Your horizons must be completely broadened. Sun Zhantian's body was agile, his steps were swift, and his mysterious boxing skills made Hong Yuan dazed. However, Hong Yuan didn't show any anger. Instead, a wave of excitement arose in my heart. Is this the foundation of the Beast Taming Research Institute? Comprehend by analogy. Take martial arts as your teacher and follow the path of taming beasts. Whether it is martial arts or beast taming, they're all ways of fighting. There are lessons to be learned from each of them. I see. Hong Yuan was breathing heavily, and his eyes gradually became clear. That's all. He relaxed his body, took a deep breath, and assumed his stance. Teacher, please check. What's the meaning? Sun Zhantian was a little confused. Call out. Hong Yuan did not answer, but crossed his steps and waved his hands. And, accompanied by wisps of electric light, it swirled around the body. What? Sun Zhantian's heart tightened, and he looked at Hong Yuan in disbelief. This is the Lingbo Weibo of martial arts. How can he use it? Could it be that just now? Not long ago, when he was trying to avoid Hong Yuan's attack. Use it once, but that was only used once in combat. How is it possible that someone can learn it after watching it once? Sun Zhantian had never seen such a genius. But Hong Yuan was extraordinary. The accumulation of his previous life gave him a vision that ordinary people could not understand. I've heard that he was born with the ability to merge his human spirit into one, but I didn't expect that what I saw with my own eyes was even more terrifying than the rumors said. The unity of man and spirit is the characteristic of the master level. The beast master can use some of the power of spirit beasts. In addition to the sect leader level, there are also some people who are born with a very high degree of compatibility with spirit beasts, so it can still be used below the headmaster level. Before, although I could use the power of spirit beasts, it was just pure use of power without any rules, and it was all a waste. Today, I discovered that the martial arts that I had always looked down upon could actually allow me to make further progress in the way of taming beasts. Hong Yuan was excited. This life, although there has been some improvement in strength, but in terms of understanding, what we are relying on is still the accumulation of knowledge from the previous life. And now, he has finally taken a different path. Teacher, take this. Crackling. Hong Yuan was bathed in golden electric light and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 35. Military training begins. He is very fast as a flash of lightning. Bang! Sun Zhantian's pupils shrank, and driven by his fighting instinct, he stretched out his hand to block. Suddenly, a terrifying force came from the palm of my hand. Click! The bricks under Sun Zhantian's feet shattered. Feeling the numbness in his palm, Sun Zhantian grinned and narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm even more interested in you, little brat. Sun Zhantian bent his legs slightly, his eyes moving rapidly, scanning the electric lights around him. Here, however, it was just a shadow. No, teacher, you are wrong. Suddenly, Hong Yuan's figure appeared in the sky. Sun Zhantian's expression changed slightly, and he was shocked by Hong Yuan's terrifying fighting talent. At this moment, he could only forcefully block with his arms. At the same time, he was fighting back, and his body began to be filled with spiritual energy and filled with a faint glow. Can you learn this move just by watching it once? His steps began to change, forming an extremely mysterious trajectory. And with the addition of spiritual energy, the figure began to become blurred. This is also an extremely fast performance. No trace in the snow. The qigong comes from the old times. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two were no longer seen in this area. All that could be heard was the sound of a collision. Haha, you're worthy of being the genius I selected. You can learn it at just one glance. Compared to shocking. At this moment, Sun Zhantian was filled with admiration. Being able to teach such a genius is one of the great blessings in life. A long time, Hong Yuan was shot down from the air. Although he has extraordinary vision and strong learning ability, he is only learning on the job after all. How can he compete with someone like Sun Zhantian, who has been immersed in this field for many years? Very good. You are more evil than I thought. Sun Zhantian extended his hand towards Hong Yuan, his appreciation for his talent evident in his words. Bang! Hong Yuan stretched out his hand and, with the help of Sun Zhantian's strength, stood up from the ground. This moment, the sunlight shone on the two of them, and their shadows stretched very long on the ground. Let me introduce myself. I'm your instructor for the next month. On the playground of Shanghai Academy, Sun Zhantian spoke coldly as he glanced coldly at the group of teenagers who had just turned 18. The next month will be your nightmare. I promise you will remember it forever. Remind me of the rules. During all military training activities, no one is allowed to use spiritual energy or rely on spiritual beasts. Anyone who dares to break the rules will bear the consequences. Do you understand? I understand. Everyone responded. I can't hear you. A bunch of useless people. The sound is so small, now 10 kilometers away. Right now. Sun Zhantian roared. Everyone was immediately frightened by the roar. Although they are all beast masters, their bodies are nourished by spiritual energy all year round and are stronger than ordinary people, but 10 kilometers is still exhausting. Instructor, come on, 10 kilometers is unbearable. A rich kid complained. You, get out of line. Sun Zhantian looked over immediately with an eagle-like gaze. What's your name? Money Room. You're 15 kilometers. Anyone else want to say anything? Everyone shrank their necks in fear and dared not speak. The 10-kilometer drill begins. After it's over, everyone had already collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion. Brother, you are in great shape. You can run 10 kilometers so easily. Xia Tai's face was pale, and he could hardly breathe. Hong Yuan just sweated a little, nothing unusual. For him, even without using spiritual energy, his physique is extremely terrifying. As a beast master, if you rely entirely on spirit beasts, it won't work. Once someone gets close to you, be careful of your life. Hong Yuan smiled. Hearing this, that's how you know that this instructor is really cruel. He said 15 kilometers, and he really made that guy run. Luo Mu looked at Qianfeng, who was running so hard that he was about to vomit blood, and said with sympathy, Everyone stand up. Sun Zhantian shouted loudly. Everyone was frightened and immediately stood up and lined up. Today is the first day of training, so I need to choose a captain for your team. Sun Zhantian's gaze wandered over everyone. No one dared to look him in the eye. Who is willing to take the initiative to take this responsibility? I do. As soon as I finished speaking, someone responded. But the next second, Sun Zhantian threw a punch. The man flew backwards. You can't even withstand a light punch from me, and you still want to lead everyone? Sun Zhantian was looking down at him from above. Who else wants to be? As soon as these words came out, no one dared to agree. What a bunch of wimps. With this level, are you worthy enough to come to the 9 universities? You might as well go back to high school again. Sun Zhantian's mocking words made everyone angry. Instructor, please don't insult us. I'll block this punch. Some people couldn't stand it and stood up. Good. You have guts. What's your name? Li Xiang. Li Xiang. I will remember you. Bang. Throw a punch. Li Xiang's face changed drastically, and he also flew backwards. Instructor, you are simply making things difficult for us. With the way you select people, there is no way anyone here can take a punch from you. Someone was shouting. Suddenly, other people's dissatisfaction was also brought out. Yes, instructor, if you don't want us to be the commander, just say so directly. Why use this method? We are just entering college. How can we possibly block your punch? If you keep doing this, there's no way anyone among us will be able to become captain. Facing everyone's doubts, Sun Zhantian smiled slightly and said, You said no one can block my punch? Right. Everyone responded. Then I'll let you see if anyone can block my punch. Sun Zhantian looked solemn and shouted loudly, Hong Yuan, step out. Hong Yuan. Everyone's eyes turned to Hong Yuan. At this moment, Hong Yuan had a bitter smile on his face and felt helpless. It is obvious that Sun Zhantian hopes to be the captain. Is he okay? Everyone couldn't help but doubt. Although Hong Yuan is very powerful, he left a very deep impression on them at the entrance meeting. One could even say it's a shadow. But that is the power of the Beastmaster. During this military training, you are not allowed to use spiritual energy or spiritual beasts. If it were just his physical body, Hong Yuan would be just an ordinary person. Even Hong Yuan can't do it. How can we possibly block the punches of these instructors? Someone sighed. If Hong Yuan can't do it either, let's see what the instructor says. It's obvious that he is bullying us. Everyone's eyes were focused on Hong Yuan and Sun Zhantian. It was at this time, Hong Yuan was already standing in front of Sun Zhantian. Hong Yuan, if you can't block this punch, you can't stay in my team. During military training, Sun Zhantian does not have a single personal emotion. Some are just harsh. Clear. Hong Yuan took a deep breath and prepared himself for battle. Chapter 36, Big Brother. Here it comes. Sun Zhantian struck a pose and clenched his fists. This scene made everyone look nervous. If we say that Sun Zhantian's previous attacks were just random, they would have been frightening. So this punch now is a punch of despair. In everyone's mind, this meant not giving Hong Yuan any chance at all. Hong Yuan's eyes were calm, his expression was composed, and his muscles began to tense. Under Sun Zhantian's momentum, his frail body was like a small boat in the ocean, which could capsize at any time. Bang! Sun Zhantian attacks. The two of them touched instantly. However, it is beyond everyone's imagination. Hong Yuan did not fly backwards like the previous people, but standing firmly in place. The footsteps didn't even move. His hands stretched forward like gold foil of Buddha, steadily catching Sun Zhantian's punch. Catch it! Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They saw the punch just now clearly. It was a punch from Sun Zhantian with all his strength. Even without using spiritual energy, the power of Sun Zhantian's punch is at least as strong as 1,000 pounds. This is simply not something that ordinary people can resist. It's incredible, too incredible. If it hadn't happened right before my eyes, I would never have believed it. Some people were so surprised that they rubbed their eyes frantically. However, something even more shocking happened. Instructor, I also want to see if you are strong enough to be our instructor. This was his first time coming into contact with martial arts, and he was excited to see the prey, hoping to make progress under Sun Zhantian. Therefore, naturally, they would not miss such a good opportunity to fight. Okay, Hong Yuan said. He just kept calling us trash. Now let's see if he is strong enough. Hong Yuan, you are such a man, you dare to fight with the instructor, but I support you. From now on, you are the big brother of this team. Hong Yuan, win or lose, you are a man. No one expected that Hong Yuan would challenge the instructor at this time. After a brief shock, there was excitement. Sun Zhantian naturally saw through Hong Yuan's purpose, but he certainly wouldn't agree so easily. Boy, if you question me, I'll see if you have the skills. Bang! The two figures collided instantly. Sun Zhantian easily dodged Hong Yuan's straight punch. Immediately following, Sun Zhantian slapped Hong Yuan on the chest. Hong Yuan blocked with one hand. The body quickly retreated. The two men were fighting with martial arts, simple moves that lacked the splendor of spiritual energy and the destructive power of spiritual beasts. But the mysterious movements shocked everyone. I've seen this technique on TV. It seems to be the cloud-seeking technique from the old times. Instructor Sun actually knows it too. And Hong Yuan, he can actually fight back and forth with Instructor Sun. It's so terrifying. If it were in the old times, he would be a martial arts grandmaster. It's amazing. It's a visual feast. We used to look down on martial arts practitioners, but now it seems that martial arts is not completely useless. A lot of people are watching. And by analogy, he learned some techniques that belong to beast masters. The human body is weak in martial arts, so what if we let a spirit beast learn it? Someone raised a question, and this is exactly what the beast masters have been studying in today's era. Final. The two presented everyone with a stunning duel. Sun Zhantian was recognized by everyone. Hong Yuan is even regarded as a true god by everyone. This is my big brother, understand? Xia Tai was very proud. It seemed that the one who could fight against Sun Zhantian at this moment was not Hong Yuan, but him. Shut up! Sun Zhantian shouted coldly. Everyone was silent instantly. Today is the first day of military training, so I won't torture you. But starting tomorrow, no matter who it is, if he disobeys orders and acts recklessly, I will let him know what terror is. Sun Zhantian stood straight with his hands behind his back, looking at everyone with dignity. From now on, Hong Yuan will be the captain of your team. In my absence, he will be responsible for maintaining order. Hong Yuan, remember this too. If any problems arise in the team, you will be held responsible. There are 36 people in a square team. Hong Yuan stood in the first row, looking very excited. Everyone looked at him with respect. Run. You are a bunch of rubbish. You can't even run 15 kilometers. How are you going to protect China in the future? Always remember that you are a team. If one person can't finish the run, the rest of you have to add another 5 kilometers. Under the scorching sun, everyone was sweating and running desperately. Sun Zhantian ran beside him, cursing angrily. Stand up, you bastards! In the heavy rain, for people carried a thick wooden pole and kept doing squats in the river. Don't you always tell me not to call you trash? Come on, show me your qualifications. Sun Zhantian brought several people with him, holding high-pressure water guns in their hands, and kept attacking the crowd. Tell me, are you trash? We are not trash. Everyone's eyes turned red and they roared. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Within this month, everyone is progressing very quickly. The weak physical fitness caused by years of theoretical study has been greatly improved during this period. Among them, Hong Yuan had the biggest improvement. Let's just talk about spiritual power. Now he has reached the level of gold 3 stars. His martial arts skills improved by leaps and bounds. His martial arts skills now are comparable to those of the martial arts grandmasters of the old times. This is the benefit brought by the vision of the previous life. In my previous life, although I was very powerful, my research on combat techniques was a little inadequate. I have finally made up for this shortcoming in this life. Hong Yuan sighed, and with half a month's time it arrived. The first item of military training is also over. Hong Yuan, I'm about to leave. Although I am reluctant, I have no regrets. Your progress has far exceeded my imagination. The word martial arts genius is not enough to describe you. I am honored to be your teacher. Under the cover of night, Sun Zhantian left a message for Hong Yuan. So he returned to the imperial capital. Hong Yuan will never forget the teacher's teachings. I will definitely visit you when I go to the imperial capital in the future. During this period of time, the Han family has always been very quiet. This surprised Hong Yuan. He knew what had happened before, and the Han family would not give up easily. But Hong Yuan didn't know how to do it specifically. After the physical training, it is the second stage of military training and also the most important one. Spirit Beast training. Brother, on the playground. With the arrival of Hong Yuan, all the students who were originally sitting stood up. During half a month of physical training, everyone has completely recognized Hong Yuan's status. Hong Yuan nodded as a reply. Then he walked straight to the front of the team. Today is a meeting with the Spirit Beast training instructors. Hello everyone, I'm Su Ziqing. You can call me Sister Qing. A woman in tight military training uniform stood in front of everyone and introduced herself. Chapter 37, Su Ziqing. She is pretty, with fair skin, and looks no more than 20 years old. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were a different shade of blue than those of ordinary people, making her look extremely charming. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of majestic peaks, majestic and vast. It's great that she is our instructor. We are so lucky. Su Ziqing, one of the 10 most beautiful women in Shanghai Academy, and the only teacher. Wow, my weird XP has been tapped out. I dare not look at it. With such a face and figure, especially for these little boys. The tempting Su Ziqing is simply a deadly poison. No one can refuse. Face this reaction. Su Ziqing was not angry. She had a special physique and understood how tempting she was to men. On the contrary, the person who had been standing at the front of the team had a blank expression on his face. It made her doubt her own charm. Are you Hong Yuan, the captain of this team? I heard about it from my aunt. Su Ziqing came to Hong Yuan's side, her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. Is that teacher Su Yin? Aunt, whose surname is Su. Hong Yuan naturally knows who she is. Hong Yuan glanced at Su Ziqing's chest and understood. We are indeed a family. Yes, it seems you still remember, Su Ziqing said with a smile. As your spirit beast training instructor, I need to understand your spirit beasts. Next, you will summon your natal spirit beasts. The natal spirit beast is the spirit beast summoned in the spirit column. This is the name given by the beast master to the first spirit beast. Luo Shurfeng, extraordinary spiritual beast. Purple Eye Wolf, silver 5 stars. Sun Shivi, extraordinary spiritual beast. Blue Flame Fox, silver 7 stars. An extraordinary spiritual beast rarely seen in Linjiang City, but it can be seen everywhere in Shanghai Academy. After all, he was able to enter the 9 universities. They are all elite selected from all over China. Hong Yuan. When Su Ziqing read Hong Yuan's name, the eyes of everyone in the audience were all focused on Hong Yuan. This is their captain, a genius who conquered everyone with his strength. And he had an amazing performance in the entrance examination meeting. Many people present had been abused by Hong Yuan before. So, at this moment, they were extremely looking forward to seeing what level Hong Yuan's spirit beast had reached. Hong Yuan stepped out with a calm expression. In an instant, an aura of supreme nobility emanated from him. Chant! A dragon roar sounded. Boom, boom, boom! A strong wind blew between heaven and earth, accompanied by dull thunder. Not long, the golden light blooms, blazing and brilliant. A dragon-shaped creature over 20 meters long evolved from the void, dancing with its mighty body, and its huge eyes were shining like lanterns. Golden Thunder True, Light Dragon. In the violent wind and waves, everyone's bodies were swept and shaken. Everyone looked up in amazement, looking up at this legendary dragon-like spirit beast. After evolving twice, Xiaojin already looks very similar to a real dragon. The golden body is majestic, the scales are shining, the divine light is flowing, and the 3 golden claws are surrounded by faint thunder, domineering and majestic. What kind of spirit beast is this? It's a little different from before. Some people took a deep breath and forced themselves to calm down. In front of the Golden Thunder True Light Dragon, they only felt humble and insignificant. If one of them lost focus, they would most likely kneel down. A dragon-type spirit beast that has never been seen before. It's really unbelievable. Su Ziqing couldn't help but exclaimed. At the same time, on a high tower somewhere in Shanghai Academy, there were 2 old men also watching this scene. What do you think is going on? Hong Yuan's spirit beast is different from the one in the entrance exam meeting. I don't understand it either. It is said that when Mr. Zhong first met him, he was just a golden carp. The second time he met him, he had become a dragon. And now, he has undergone new changes. Can I understand it this way? His spirit beast has not yet grown up. It is changing all the time. The final stable form is the real maturity. That's impossible. Since the advent of the beast taming era, there has never been such a case. This has already surpassed the research of the Beast Taming Research Institute. The absence of cases does not mean it is impossible. Perhaps Hong Yuan is the first one? The documents can be prepared, the military training is over, and the Shanghai Tower is open to him. In this battle for the 2 gods, the name of our Shanghai must go further. Call! Hong Yuan took back Xiaojin. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. For Hong Yuan, they are extremely respectful. But at the same time, an even more terrifying pressure loomed over everyone's hearts. Hong Yuan's existence was like a mountain, pressing them so hard that they couldn't breathe. No matter how hard they try, they will never be able to shine in front of Hong Yuan. It must be said that it is a tragedy to live in an era with such people. They are sighing. Many people shook their heads and laughed, lowered his head helplessly. In front of genius, everything will be obscured. Very good, you didn't disappoint me. I hope you can help our team win a good ranking. Su Ziqing suppressed his inner shock, forced a smile, and said, Rank! Everyone was puzzled. Compared to physical training, spirit beasts are the foundation of our beast masters. So after half a month of special training, the 20 teams will have a competition. The results of the competition will affect your grading. Hearing this, everyone's heart tightened. Shanghai University is different from the universities of the old times. It is more like a combination of a university and a sect. After freshmen enter school, he is the most junior disciple. By accumulating points, you can become an intermediate and advanced disciple. Then you will get a professional Beast Master certificate issued by China. The official certificate allows one to receive state subsidies, but is also subject to regulation. And after that, you can then leave your student status. Enter the real inner court of Shanghai Academy. In the essential sense, only at this time can one be considered a true Beast Master and take on the responsibilities of a Beast Master. And after admission, there will be a graded assessment. The graded assessment determines your starting level. Once classified as advanced, you can then enter the inner court of Shanghai Academy at an extremely fast speed. The beginner level requires a long process of accumulating points. It can be either theoretical study or assessment task, but they didn't expect that the arrangement of the graded examination would come so soon. The top 70% are beginners, the top 25% are intermediates, and only 5% are advanced. Su Ziqing said. She smiled and said charmingly, "Everyone, keep up the good work. I believe in you. This time it's quite difficult. After all, there are 720 people competing together." Okay. Now that we have said everything we need to say, let's start our Spirit Beast training. The first step in Spirit Beast training is to understand your Spirit Beast. Chapter 38. Crisis breaks out. The school is robbed. The training of Spirit Beasts is arranged by Shanghai Academy, and every step is the most scientific. It can help every Beast Master to achieve stronger cooperation with the Spirit Beasts. Review the past to learn new things. Although I have experienced it once in my previous life. But in this life, he started to study again with a very profound vision. When he looked back, Daoyuan found that there were still some aspects that were not perfect. Finally, after a month's time is up, the military training assessment is about to begin. The next 3 days, people can prepare themselves. Boom! At night, the sky above the entire Shanghai Academy. A ball of energy exploded with a loud bang, and the blazing light dyed the sky, dispelling the night and illuminating the world as if it were daytime. Dingling! A shrill alarm sounded. Everyone who had fallen asleep was suddenly awakened. What's going on? Xiaotai opened the curtains, found the blazing light outside. When they walked to the balcony, I was shocked by the scene before me. The sky above the entire Shanghai Academy was covered by a layer of illusory light film. The light film is illusory, with mysterious runes flowing on it. The school has been attacked by an unknown force. Students, please protect yourselves. Do not leave the dormitory unless necessary. The teacher's anxious voice came from the dormitory radio. Brother, what should we do? Xiaotai looked at Daoyuan. Daoyuan hasn't answered yet. Boom! There was a loud explosion on campus. They could see clearly that in the north of the campus, a titan ape several meters tall was roaring to the sky and pounding its chest frantically. Roar! With a roar, a beam of blazing light burst out from the mouth and nose of the titan ape. The beam of light swept indiscriminately, and buildings collapsed in an instant. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Once they attack the dormitory building, we won't be able to escape. Soon, Daoyuan made a judgment. Several people looked at each other and then nodded. What? Many people also make this judgment. In the dormitory building, countless figures were running out. As expected, only a few minutes passed. A giant black-winged eagle with huge wings that covered the sky descended from the night sky, spewing destructive and deadly light from its mouth. Boom! The dormitory building collapsed and smoke and dust rose up. Everyone was still in shock. If they had been a little slower, they would probably have died in there. Who dares to attack the 9 universities? Daoyuan frowned. This kind of thing never happened in my previous life. So much so that he couldn't judge. There are many beast tamers in China, and they are not subject to state control. Terrorist acts are often committed. However, as the top universities in China, the 9 universities are very powerful and have always been the safest places. And outside Shanghai Academy, 4 figures stood in the void, looking down at Shanghai Academy. The 4 men were dressed in white robes that covered their entire bodies and wore zodiac masks on their heads. Monkey, dog, chicken, pig. The Heavenly King formation has enveloped the entire Shanghai Academy. No one above the head of the sect can enter. This time, we must get the blood essence. A man's voice came from under the monkey mask. This is our last chance. It's because the Heavenly Ghost secret realm has attracted all the star gods. Otherwise, how could we have this chance? Under the chicken mask is the voice of a young woman. Hurry up, kids. Stop playing too crazy. The voice of the pig mask is extremely rough. We can't control them. After all, they have a deep hatred for the 9 universities. Now that we have finally seized the opportunity, they probably won't stop unless they kill a few people. Chicken Mask said. Daoyuan and his group were walking around the campus. Seek a safe place. Hey, stop running. I can't catch up with you. A sinister voice sounded behind him. Everyone was shocked. Not far away, under a tree, a young man was leaning against the tree and stretching lazily. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhenxianpeng, and I am here to see you off. Zhenxianpeng was wearing a tuxedo, with his fingers clenched into a lotus shape, and a white silk scarf was revealed in his chest pocket. He looked feminine. He walked out from under the tree and bowed slightly to everyone in a very gentlemanly manner. Like an artist, streams of spiritual energy flowed out of his body, forming the shape of a swallow behind him. This is Master Level. Xiaotai couldn't help but exclaim. The characteristic of the Master Level is the unity of man and spirit. Once a Beast Master reaches the Master Level, he can borrow some of the power of spirit beasts. Moreover, the degree of compatibility with spiritual beasts will also be greatly improved. Who could have imagined that a sect leader would rob and kill them? You should know that they, except Daoyuan, are all silver level. Facing a sect leader, he had no power to fight back at all. Zhenxianpeng smiled gently, but his eyes were full of bloodthirsty, murderous intent. Suddenly, he waved his right hand, and fluorescent light flowed on his fingertips, transforming into endless silver-white wind blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind blades all over the sky evolved from the void and strangled him. 9-star sect leader. An ordinary sect leader simply cannot use spirit beast skills so easily. Wind wing lion. Ow! Use skill. Wind wall. Xiaotai roared. A majestic lion appeared in response. Behind the lion is a pair of illusory, fluttering wings that seem to be made of wind. At this moment, the wings vibrated, blowing out a violent gust of wind, forming a wind wall in front. However, in front of the Master-level Beastmaster, the wind wall of the silver-level Spirit Beast is really weak. There's no way to stop it. Sea Turtle, out! At the critical moment, Luo Mu took action. Along with the rumbling sound, a giant turtle, like a mountain, appeared. The giant turtle is about 3 meters tall, with thick limbs, and its back is like an island, covered with coral green moss. Click, click, click. The wind blade scraped against the giant turtle's back, sparking sparks all over the sky and making a harsh chirping sound that made people's scalp numb. The leader's strength is too terrifying, even if it was blocked by the undersea turtle, which is famous for its defensive power. But the body of the undersea turtle kept retreating and let out an overwhelmed whine. Use skill, 10 times defense. This is a blessing skill. The words just fell. There was a faint glow on the sea turtle. Suddenly, the pressure on everyone was much less. Interesting. As expected of a student of Shanghai Academy, he is talented enough to block my skills with his silver-level strength. Zhenxianpeng clapped his hands in praise, his words full of appreciation. However, next second, the subject suddenly changed. So, how many of my skills can you take? Crash. In the sky, black swords as sharp as feathers stabbed down with a loud bang. Sea turtle, use skill, defensive light wave. The sea turtle roared towards the sky, and substantial waves of light burst out from his pores, evolving in the void. However, the feather sword was sharp and penetrated the light wave directly. A sneak attack? Sudden. The feather sword stopped in the air and dissipated at an extremely fast speed. Zhenxianpeng was seen retreating rapidly. At the same time, a figure followed closely. Holding a long sword, his eyes are stern. It was actually Wang Huaimin. He quietly launched a sneak attack on Zhenxianpeng while everyone was fighting. The best offense is defense. Chapter 39. Fighting against opponents of higher rank, the uncrowned king. This scene, even Zhenxianpeng himself didn't expect this. This group of silver-level students actually took the initiative to attack in this unequal battle, especially the man holding the long sword. Weapon Spirit Beast? Zhenxianpeng looked at the sword with shock in his eyes. No wonder he could approach me so quietly. Unlike ordinary Spirit Beasts, Weapon Spirit Beasts have a naturally high degree of compatibility with Beastmasters. Even those below the Master level have extraordinary combat power. The 10 Great Swords of China. The existence of Weapon Spirit Beasts is extremely special. It is said that it is a unique product produced after the fusion of the human world and the Spirit Beast world. In China, the most famous are the 10 Divine Swords. The sword in Wang Huaimin's hand is the legendary Zhonglu. People in the old days once said, When the sword is completed, its brilliant light penetrates the sky. The sun and the moon compete for brilliance. The stars avoid the brilliance, and the ghosts and gods wail. The characteristic of the Zhanlu sword is that it is indestructible, but it does not carry any murderous aura. That's why he was able to get close to Xiao Tianming without being discovered. A spring in autumn. For weapon spirit beasts, the so-called skills are essentially sword moves. Sword moves are used by humans. At this moment, Wang Huaimin and the sword became one, and the sword tip burst out with a silver-white light, dispelling the night. The sword moves were extremely fast, as if it were a blink of an eye. Impossible. So fast. Xiao Tianming's pupils suddenly shrank, and a strand of hair slipped out from his eyes. If he hadn't reacted quickly, what would have fallen off wouldn't be his hair. But it also fueled his anger. It doesn't matter if a mere silver possesses the 10 great swords. I will make you understand that under the master, everyone is an ant. Xiao Tianming roared. The sky-splitting divine swallow. Ow! Boom! A strong wind blows. The smoke clears. A black swallow with a wingspan of dozens of meters appeared in the night sky. Every flap of its wings creates a huge storm. D. Use skill. Rainfall sword. Let's see whether your sword is sharper or my sword is invincible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It seemed like a heavy rain fell between heaven and earth. The rain is coming in fast. But this rain was made entirely of black feather swords, piercing through everything. Ding, ding, ding. Wang Huaimin did not say a word, but greeted him with his sword in hand. The sword shadows intertwined, evolving into countless afterimages. However, facing the master-level beast master who summoned spirit beasts, he was unable to take care of himself. Not to mention protecting everyone. Xiao Jin, Hong Yuan called softly. Chant. Next second, a terrifying dragon roar was heard, and a golden dragon shadow, over 20 meters long, hovered in the air. The majestic eyes emit a bright light, like the rising sun in the night. Dragon. Xiao Tianming's breath was choked. Feeling the power of the golden thunder true light dragon, he subconsciously thought that he had encountered a dragon. My body couldn't help but tremble. When he saw clearly that the beast master in front of him was just an 18-year-old boy, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fuck, why is there another dragon beast master? Xiao Tianming cursed. Next second, he laughed sinisterly again. I didn't expect to have such a big harvest this time. One is a weapon spirit beast tamer who owns the 10 great divine swords, and the other is a dragon beast tamer. Xiao Tianming licked his lips. If we kill all of you, the Chinese leaders will be heartbroken. Between words, the sky-splitting divine swallow's feather sword attack became even more violent. Use skill. Extreme lightning cannon. Roar. Xiao Jin circled his body and opened his mouth to spurt out a golden lightning cannon. The lightning cannon was so powerful that it destroyed large swathes of feather swords in an instant. Interesting, you're actually a golden beast master. I have to say, among people your age, you're a top-notch genius. Xiao Tianming didn't expect it either. Among this group of freshmen, there is actually a gold level 1. But hunting down geniuses from the 9 universities like you is exactly why I want to live. Xiao Tianming stretched out his hands, his face full of madness. Sky-splitting divine swallow. Use skill. Arrow feather breath. As soon as the words fell, the feather sword in the sky seemed to have a soul. They no longer fell straight down in the air, but began to fly around like swallows. Turn and maneuver, attack from all angles. Spring and autumn leaves fall. Wang Huaimin murmured. Next second, his sword moves became more agile and swift, and his body moved quickly. Xiao Jin, use the skill. Lightning flash. Xiao Jin's figure was emitting golden light and flashing continuously in the air. The speed was so fast that it left afterimages. Something's wrong. Xiao Tianming frowned. The other party is clearly at the gold level, but he can flash his skills so easily. Wang Huaimin could understand. After all, the divine sword is special and possesses incredible power. But no matter how powerful a dragon is, it is just a spiritual beast and is limited by its level, so this is impossible. Just as Xiao Tianming was thinking. Next to the sky-splitting divine swallow, a golden dragon covered in electric light appeared. How is it possible? So fast. Xiao Tianming was surprised. Not good. He planned to arrange for the sky-splitting divine swallow to escape. But it was too late. Xiao Jin used the skill. Tail of the divine mountain. Chant. Xiao Jin roared towards the sky, and his dragon tail emitted light, seemingly transforming into a towering divine mountain, which slammed down towards the sky-splitting divine swallow. Chew! The sky-splitting divine swallow's eyes bulged, his internal organs were severely hit, and he let out a mournful cry, falling from the sky. How is it possible that his spirit beast has such terrifying power? Xiao Tianming was deeply shocked by the terrifying power of the Golden Thunder True Light Dragon. You know, the sky-splitting divine swallow is a king-level spirit beast, and has even reached the terrifying 9 stars. Although it is not a power-type spirit beast, it is absolutely impossible for it to be shot down by a gold-level spirit beast. Moreover, the cooperation between him and the spirit beast doesn't seem like manipulation at all, but more like two minds in one. Xiao Tianming frowned. Things have now developed to a point where they seem to be beyond his control. The sky-splitting divine swallow fell heavily to the ground. He spread his wings and took off again. However, to greet him, a blazing light indeed. Use skill, Thunder Dragon Breath. Hong Yuan's voice was calm and indifferent. Even when facing a sect leader, he remained calm. This life, he kept sharpening his foundation. Xiao Jin even evolved twice. This is unprecedented. Even though he is only at the gold level, his strength is so great that even the head sect master cannot compare to him. Uncrowned king, one who is not king level, but whose strength is already king level. Eeng! Xiao Jin's excited roar caused a terrifying sound wave. This was his first time fighting with all his strength. The ultimate sublimation, showing the majesty of the Dragon Clan. Fighting against a higher level? But I am not a loser. I admit your strength. You can be said to be invincible in the same realm, but the battle between beast masters is not decided by a spirit beast. Aurora Moon Wolf. Ow! Roar! With a roar, another king-level spirit beast appeared. Xiao Tianming was very proud, looking at Hong Yuan excitedly. This genius will soon die at his hands. Are you the only one with 2 spirit beasts? Hong Yuan's calm words made Xiao Tianming's smile freeze on his face. What? You're only 18 years old. How could you possibly? Roar! The earth trembled and pressure erupted. A huge fist shadow descended from the void. Chapter 40, Golden Slash of the Sect Leader. What kind of spiritual beast is this? Xiao Tianming couldn't help but exclaimed. In front of him, a sturdy golden ape stood, with its golden hair sparkling and its eyes exuding a tyrannical aura. Roar! The sky-shaking divine ape roared, thunder rumbled, and its huge fists, filled with waves that could shatter everything, swung forward. Aurora Moon Wolf. Use skill, Moonlight Barrier. A silver-white light curtain appeared from the void. Boom! The sky-shaking ape's punch hit the light curtain hard, making a loud noise. That's all, Xiao Tianming sneered. However, when he saw Hong Yuan's calm expression, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Really, I saw a strange wave spreading between the fists of the sky-shaking ape. Then, click, 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 cracks appeared in the light curtain and were spreading rapidly. Crash! With the help of the Xinjian fruit, the Xintian divine ape directly shattered the defensive skills of this king-level spirit beast. How is this possible? Xiao Tianming swallowed hard. How can you, a gold-level person, possess power that exceeds that of a king-level person? The power of the sky-shaking ape. It has surpassed Xiao Tianming's understanding. In his perception, there is a strict hierarchy among spiritual beasts. It is even stricter than the levels among beast tamers. A gold-level beast master has a chance of killing a sect-level beast master by relying on sneak attacks or using hot weapons. But this is the case. It is absolutely impossible for this to happen between spiritual beasts. The king-level spiritual beast is the king among beasts. Not only skills, strength, wisdom, but also physical strength will undergo qualitative changes. But now, Hong Yuan's spirit beast, however, broke this iron rule. Not only did the golden dragon crush the sky-splitting divine swallow, now this new strange spirit beast can actually break the Aurora Moon Wolf's defensive skills. The most important thing, Xiao Tianming didn't understand at all. Why would an 18-year-old beast master, who has not yet reached the master level, own a second spirit beast? Who are you? With your golden-level spiritual energy, how is it possible for you to control 2 spiritual beasts at the same time, and their strength is so terrifying? Xiao Tianming said in a deep voice. Even the disciples of the ancient families in the imperial capital cannot do this. Who am I? Hong Yuan chuckled. His eyes were cold, His black hair fluttered slightly in the night wind, and his brows were full of detachment, like a banished immortal. You don't deserve to know. Xiao Jin uses the skill. Extreme Lightning Cannon. Daoyuan, use skill. Divine Monkey Fist. Chant. Xiao Jin circled in the air, with lightning gathering between his mouth and nose. There were constant explosions, bright lights, and surging energy fluctuations. The fists of the sky-shaking ape were filled with waves that could shatter everything, and an invisible light was gathering. Damn it, you are just a mere gold-level person, and you dare to look down on me. Hong Yuan's words completely angered Xiao Tianming. I am a sect leader-level beastmaster. My spirit beast is king level. You need to know. The king cannot be insulted lightly. Roar. Chirp. The Aurora Moonwolf and the sky-splitting divine swallow roared and made earth-shattering cries. Then, under the control of Xiao Tianming, used a skill, faced with the skills of the Golden Thunder True Light Dragon and the sky-shaking ape. In the violent explosion, there was brilliant light and dust, and smoke rose up. Wait until everything is calm. Only Hong Yuan was left standing, and not far away. Xiao Tianming's body was charred and black smoke was coming out of his mouth and nose. Bang! He fell down. A master-level beastmaster was killed by a gold-level one. When? Xiao Tai muttered to himself, looking at Hong Yuan with dull eyes. From beginning to end, he couldn't believe it. Hong Yuan could actually defeat a sect-level beastmaster. And it's this kind of crushing attitude. Unbelievable. Incredible. It's not like he hasn't seen geniuses before. He was born in the imperial capital and had seen countless amazing geniuses. But I have never seen anyone as evil as Hong Yuan. It is totally impossible to define it using common sense. If I didn't know Big Brother well, I wouldn't believe that he was just a gold-level beastmaster. Final. Xiao Tai could only smile bitterly. But immediately, a sense of pride arose spontaneously. The gold level can defeat the headmaster level. So when Big Brother reaches the headmaster level, can he defeat the king? The king defeats the star god? Then what about reaching the star god level? A moment. Xiao Tai has already begun to imagine the scene of showing off his power by Hong Yuan's side in the future. This Big Brother, it's really worth recognizing him. Xiao Tai felt very happy. He quickly walked up to Hong Yuan and started to flatter him. I know my Big Brother is invincible. A mere head-level beastmaster dares to mess with my Big Brother. He is simply looking for death. Hearing this, Hong Yuan turned his head and glanced at Xiao Tai. Second brother, I remember you used to look down on people who flatter you, didn't you? Xiao Tai's expression suddenly froze, and he smiled awkwardly. I am just telling the truth, not flattering. Thank you, brother. Wang Huaimin was not good at speaking, so he nodded at Hong Yuan. Brother, are you okay? Only Luomu looked at Hong Yuan worriedly. He is a simple person who doesn't say much, but just hopes that everyone is okay. Hong Yuan nodded, said, the battle just now has probably attracted their attention. We can't stay here for long. Let's move to another place. Everyone left. Not long. Several figures landed. One of them looked at the charred Xiao Tianming on the ground, frowned and said, what happened? Xiao Tianming actually failed here? In their calculations, this is where freshmen live. Xiao Tianming is almost invincible. But now it is falling. It's really hard to understand. The smell of lightning and gold. And there are also traces of dragon. It seems to be that guy. After on-site investigation, they made a judgment. Before coming to Shanghai Academy, they have already collected the information. However, they didn't pay much attention to these new students. After all, their main purpose is the blood essence of Shanghai Academy. Everything else is incidental. Go find this man and bring him back alive. Boss 10 is very interested in him. Yes. Shanghai Academy, at this moment, it has completely turned into a battlefield. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere, and the sea of fire was spreading. Even the most solemn Shanghai Hall has now turned into a ruin. And everywhere, all have students to be discovered. Faced with these people, ordinary students have no power to fight back at all. The bodies of students who had died, tragically, could be seen everywhere on the ground. Except Hong Yuan, no one else saw this scene. He started to retch uncontrollably. Pale face. Where's the star god level? Where's the heavenly king and the title? Why didn't any of them show up? Hong Yuan frowned. Suddenly, he remembered something. In the previous life, it was at this time, a strange secret place was discovered somewhere in Jinling. When this secret realm came into being, the resentment of ghosts and gods was everywhere, almost covering half of the sky in Jinling. At that time, more than 90% of the star gods in Jinling rushed over. And myself, at that time, it happened to be off campus. In the previous life, my situation was special. I started as a golden carp, and I did not enter the Shanghai Academy at this time. I got it mixed up? No wonder I saw that everything in the school was under repair when I entered Shanghai Academy in my previous life. Hong Yuan suddenly understood. And just at this moment, a shocking explosion lit up the night. It's over there in the girls' dormitory, Xiaotai said. Oh no. What? Hong Yuan's expression changed. Hurry over there. Chapter 41. Yi Lingshuang's Despair. I'm really lucky. I was assigned to the girls' area. There are so many girls there. Girls' dormitory area. A middle-aged man with a wretched appearance, grinning lewdly. In front of him, Xinxiaoxia and others were wearing pajamas and looking at him nervously. Beauty, with such a figure and such appearance, I am really going to enjoy it. The middle-aged man has a greasy body, a pot belly, and an unkempt beard. He stared hard at Xinxiaoxia. His aggressive gaze seemed to want to penetrate the thin pajamas. Xinxiaoxia stood in front of her roommate, wearing a red embroidered nightgown. She has fair arms and a majestic chest. Under the hem of the skirt, a pair of jade legs are slender and round, with a fatal temptation. Call! The middle-aged man sprayed spiritual energy from his palm, causing a strong wind. Ah! Xinxiaoxia and others exclaimed, suppressing the hem of their skirts that was almost lifted. Ha ha! The middle-aged man seemed to enjoy this teasing feeling extremely, laughing endlessly. Song Chong, don't waste too much time. A cold voice came from not far away. Hear the words. The middle-aged man, Song Chong, responded. Beauties, come let us play a good game. Song Chong tapped his fingertips, and spiritual energy overflowed, and ghostly wild boars appeared from the void one by one. He rushed towards the four people. Shallow bird, come out! The Xia Luo bird extraordinary spirit beast is two companion spirit beasts, each with only one wing. Only by working together can we take off. Similar to the mythical Mandarin duck, the name comes from a poem from the old era. The falling clouds and the solitary owl fly together. The autumn water and the sky are the same color. The body of the Xia bird is red, while the body of the Luo bird is blue. Use skill. Twin wings. Xinxiaoxia looked nervous and controlled Xia Luanyao. The Xia bird waved its right wing and shot out endless red feathers, like flames. At the same time, the Luo bird flaps its wings, and its blue feathers fly, clinging to the red feathers. Time. Red and blue intertwined. A two-color storm was directly formed, like a tornado. However, in front of the ghost boar, it's simply impossible to resist. Nectar butterfly. Use skill. Butterfly dance powder. Su Wenwen's voice rang out. A gorgeous and colorful butterfly slowly rose up, its wings fluttering and scattering light powder. Suddenly, a strange wave permeated the area. The body of the shell bird emitted a faint glow, and it cried out, unleashing an even more terrifying power. This is the power of the nectar butterfly. Bless your teammates. As an extraordinary spiritual beast, the combat power of the nectar butterfly is extremely weak, but its assistance to teammates is what many people dream of. With the blessing of the nectar butterfly, the Xiao bird's momentum rose, and it seemed to have transformed into a red and blue divine bird. When its wings fluttered, a tornado formed. As expected of a student from one of the 9 great universities, he can actually enhance a silver spirit beast to the level of gold. Song Chong licked his lips. But what about this? Boom! A huge figure landed. The ground was trampled with a rumbling sound. War pigs! A brown wild boar appeared. The increase is about 3 meters. His body is covered with mane. His eyes are red, and he exudes a cruel and bloodthirsty aura. War boar evolved from small wild boar, a relatively special existence among ordinary types. The original little wild boar's combat power was average. It was simply powerful, but if it were in battle, it would evolve with its indomitable will. It can transform into a war boar, directly become a being comparable to the extraordinary type. However, its evolution is quite difficult, requiring not only firm belief from the beast master, but also the strong will of the spirit beast, which is also extremely important. Back then, I was rejected by the 9 universities, all because my spirit beast was of an ordinary type. Now I want to see what's so special about you beast masters of extraordinary spirit beasts. There was deep hatred in Song Chong's eyes. Back then, he could clearly have been admitted without taking the entrance exam. However, because the little wild boar was of ordinary type, his admission was rejected. Later, he took part in the entrance examination meeting and had a high place, but was rejected again because of his ordinary spirit beast. That feeling of being superior made Song Chong feel endless humiliation. Over the years, he fought hard and practiced hard. It is to take revenge on the 9 universities. But times have changed, and now Song Chong's mind has been changed by hatred. As a master-level beast master, at the moment when Song Chong summoned the spirit beast, the battle is actually over. War Pig, use skill. War Stomp. Boom, boom, boom. The War Pig's hooves emitted terrifying waves, and every time it trampled, the ground shook. Use skill. Rock Spike. Boom. On the ground, stone pillars drilled out, directly knocking Shoal Bird and Nectar Butterfly away. Spark Rabbit. Use skill. Burst Spark. Frost Panda. Use skill. Frost Thousand Blades. Seeing that Xinxianpeng and Su 1-1 were defeated, Yiling Shuang and Zhou Xiaoman also hurriedly took action. Are you Yiling Shuang? The princess of the Yi family. When I saw a panda with a strong body and covered with frost, Song Chong immediately focused all his eyes on this woman who exuded coldness. Yiling Shuang. He is the holder of the Frost Panda, and she is also the jewel in the eye of the Yi family in Jinling City. I changed my mind. If I can capture you, my life will be truly worth it. Song Chong laughed maniacally. A commoner like him, I will never have the chance to see such a goddess in my life. But he, Song Chong, could take off the goddess's clothes with his own hands. Think of this. Song Chong controlled the War Pig and directly knocked the 3 spiritual beasts away. At the same time, he ran directly towards Yiling Shuang. Let me feel how tender the goddess's skin is. Song Chong smiled lewdly. Not good. When Xinxianpeng saw this, she was immediately shocked. Go away. I'll play with you later. Seeing this, Song Chong waved his hand, and with the blessing of spiritual energy, he directly knocked Xinxianpeng away. Bang! Xinxianpeng fell heavily into the ruins. Sisterling Shuang, Su 1-1 and Zhou Xiaoman exclaimed. Yiling Shuang, who had always been as cold as frost, looked at Song Chong, who looked like a devil. For the first time in my life, I panicked. She desperately wants to control the Frost Panda. But in front of the War Pig, the silver-level Frost Panda couldn't move at all. Am I going to die here tonight? Yiling Shuang's heart was lost, and she stood there blankly. He was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Looking at the goddess who was so close to him, Song Chong stretched out his fat hand and was about to touch those plump breasts. Disgusting thing. Bang! Suddenly, a figure, like a meteor, fell heavily from the sky. Boom! Song Chong was smashed directly into the ground. Yiling Shuang stood there blankly, her eyes trembling, looking at the figure in the smoke and dust that looked like a god of war. Hong Yuan at this moment. His face was full of anger. He stepped on Song Chong's back. Chapter 42. Combined Attack Technique. Fuck you. Song Chong cursed loudly, his face full of anger. Streams of spiritual energy burst out from his body and transformed into the shadow of a wild boar. Hong Yuan dodged and jumped down, with his back to Yiling Shuang. Looking at the back of the man in front of her, Yiling Shuang's heart was pounding. For a while, there was a hint of warmth in those cold eyes. Hong Yuan. The others were also surprised when they saw this. Are you all right? Xia Tai and others also arrived in time. Damn it! Song Chong stood up and spat out the dust in his mouth. You want to save the beauty from my hand? You're looking for death. War Pig. Use skill. War Stomp. He could tell at a glance that Hong Yuan and others were also students of Shanghai Academy. Prepare to not hold back. Boom! The earth was shaking and rumbling. Use skill. Big Rock Fist. Song Chong used the war to trample on the ground to affect its stability, and then pieces of rubble condensed in the air and turned into several stones with a diameter of half a meter. The stones gathered together and smashed towards the crowd like fists. Roar! Just at this moment, a violent roar was heard. A divine ape covered in golden color jumped out, with shining hair, majestic and handsome appearance, and terrifying auras emanating from its fists. Bang! The sky-shaking ape used his skill, the ape fist, to smash a huge rock into pieces with one punch. He crossed his fists and attacked fiercely, like an ancient titan, invincible. Crash! Gravel fell from the sky, splashing up endless dust. King-level spirit beast? Song Chong narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous look. However, suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. No! This is not a king-level spirit beast. It's a gold level 1. How can you fight against the king level with the gold level? Hearing this, Hong Yuan stood still like a mountain, his eyes full of majesty. He said calmly, "My spirit beast can fight against the king level at the gold level, and as a beast master, I can also fight against the head of the sect at the gold level. Call out." Next second, Hong Yuan's body was filled with spiritual energy, and his figure became blurred. Bang! All that could be heard was the sound of rocks flying through the air. Song Chong was knocked flying by Hong Yuan's punch. It penetrated the wall and fell to the ground. Puff! Song Chong's face turned pale. He couldn't believe it, and he said with difficulty, "I am a sect leader. How can you? Nothing is impossible for me, because I was born to break the rules." Hong Yuan spoke. "If I can't break the rules in this life, how can I surpass my previous life and resist those indescribable existences?" Just this sentence. In the eyes of everyone, he is extremely arrogant and dominates the world. Hong Yuan. Su Wenwen was still a little worried. After all, the other party is at the head level. "Don't worry, big brother just killed a sect leader." Xia Tai comforted everyone. Ah! The 4 girls were horrified. Just at this moment, Song Chong roared, "You are just a mere gold-level person. You should be able to see the sky with a single leaf when you see me. Now I will show you the power of a true master-level person." Boom! There was a huge explosion in the area. Another spiritual beast appeared. The collapsing mountain bear evolved from the small earth bear. It is also an ordinary spiritual beast. However, the evolved mountain collapsing bear is huge in size, about 4 or 5 meters tall. The mountain collapsing bear roared angrily, and the sound waves created a strong wind that blew away the rubble. This is a strike I am very proud of. Even a sect leader-level beast tamer would find it difficult to resist. Song Chong stood between the war boar and the mountain collapsing bear with a crazy look on his face. "You will pay the price for your arrogance." War pig, use skill, rock flow. The war boar stomped forward with force, and with a roar, endless rocks surged from the ground like a river. Mountain collapse bear, use skill, meat bomb impact. The mountain collapsing bear roared, and its body curled up, turning into a huge ball. Combined attack, big rock bomb. Combined attack! Everyone exclaimed. For a beast master, controlling spirit beasts is actually not difficult. You just need to understand their skills. However, if you can reach a certain level of affinity and understanding with the spirit beast, then combine the skills of 2 or more spirit beasts, you can achieve a new skill, combined attack skill. However, the emergence of combined attack skills is extremely difficult. Not only does it require the beast master to have top-level understanding, but the beasts must also be able to cooperate with each other. This is determined by talent. Hong Yuan, get out of the way. You can't resist this. Yiling Shuang suddenly reminded. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, Yiling Shuang's personality is such that she rarely speaks. Want to hide? Too late. Ha ha ha. Song Chong laughed loudly. The meat egg, transformed by the mountain collapsing bear, was wrapped in endless rock mud during its rolling, and finally turned into a huge rock bomb. The impact force of this large rock bomb can easily destroy a building. Most importantly, the attack range is extremely large. And in front of him, he's just a gold-level beast master. Song Chong didn't believe he could stop it. Bang! The ground shook. The sky-shaking ape's eyes were fierce. Hot air was coming out of his mouth and nose, and he stood in front of Hong Yuan without hesitation. "Let me see to what extent you have developed the tremor fruit." Hong Yuan said in a voice that only he and Zhenxianpeng could hear. "Roar!" The sky-shaking ape responded. "Booze, booze, booze." A moment. With the sky-shaking ape as the center of the circle, all matter within a 1-meter radius is vibrating. "Have you learned a new skill?" Hong Yuan was a little surprised. So he hurriedly opened the attribute panel of Zhenxian Ape. Spiritual Beast, Sky-Shaking Divine Ape. Level, Gold 3 stars. Attributes, Gold Strength. Talents, Unyielding, Natural Power, Wisdom, Ape King. Skills, Divine Ape Fist, Mountain Breaking Strike, Spirit Eye Light Cannon, Death Bombing, Sky Shock. Bloodline None. Shock the air. Use yourself as the radius to form an oscillation radius. In that case, Hong Yuan smiled slightly. Xiao Yuan, use the skill, Air Shock. Roar. Upon receiving the order, the sky-shaking ape roared excitedly, waved his fists, and jumped up. Outside the body, there seemed to be a transparent sphere covering it. Ha! You overestimate your own abilities. How can a gold-level person like you resist a combined attack? It is among the master-level beast masters. There are only a handful of people who can comprehend the combined attack technique. Song Chong is confident. Booz, booz, booz. There was a constant buzzing sound where the sky-shaking ape was. Soon, the fist tip and the big rock bullet collided. D! Song Chong roared. However, next second, his voice suddenly stopped, leaving only an exclamation of disbelief. No, impossible. The sky-shaking ape stopped in midair and collided with a huge rock bomb. The terrifying waves kept spreading around. Waves of vibrations and fluctuations were almost turning into substance. Immediately following, cracks appeared on the big rock bomb, and the cracks were spreading at an extremely terrifying speed. Roar! A painful roar was heard. The collapsing mountain bear seemed to be going through an extremely painful process. Suddenly, a trickle of blood spilled. The huge rock shattered in the air, turning into blood and flesh all over the sky. Bang! A king-level spirit beast was directly smashed to pieces by the sky-shaking ape and fell into the air. Little boy, don't waste this stuff. Shang Liu's voice suddenly came. Chapter 43. The Mindset of the Strong. What are you up to? Hong Yuan frowned and communicated with Shang Liu through his consciousness. This is the flesh and blood of a king-level spirit beast. It is a tonic. Even spirit stones cannot compare to it. Let me devour it, and my strength will be greatly improved. Shang Liu said, if you don't allow me to go out hunting at will, then the flesh and blood of this enemy spirit beast must not be wasted. Hear this. Hong Yuan also nodded. Having experienced countless killings in his previous life, he is naturally not a good man. Ah, good boy. I thought you were going to hesitate, but I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. Shang Liu laughed. At this moment, he also had a higher opinion of Hong Yuan. A trace of dark green liquid overflowed from under Hong Yuan's feet, but no one noticed. The blood and flesh that fell from the sky were all swallowed up by the dark green color. It's awesome. It has to be the flesh and blood of a high-level spiritual beast. It's all essence, Shang Liu said with satisfaction. Originally, he was just a gold 1 star. Even after Hong Yuan reached gold 3 stars, his strength did not improve at all. As an evil spirit beast, there is a huge difference between his spirit beast and Hong Yuan's spirit beast in nature. Unable to be promoted simultaneously with Hong Yuan, can only rely on swallowing external objects. After devouring the essence of the flesh and blood of the collapsing mountain bear, his strength increased extremely rapidly. Gold 2 stars. Gold 3 stars. Golden 7 stars. This speed of improvement is terrifying. The most important thing is that although he relies on Hong Yuan to advance in level, he can give back to Hong Yuan when he improves himself. This is the power of the evil god coffin. As long as I can devour enough treasures, your level will increase at an incredible speed. Shang Liu explained, feeling that his spiritual energy has reached the golden 5-star level. Hong Yuan was also shocked. We still know too little about the evil god's coffin. While I was excited, there was also a hint of worry. But, in the face of future life and death crises, Hong Yuan's primary task is to improve his own strength. We'll talk about the rest later. And at the moment when the mountain collapsing bear fell, Song Chong's entire body began to tremble. His face was pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were full of disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. You were able to resist the combined attack and even killed my spirit beast. He panicked, his eyes filled with fear. Who would have thought? A gold-level beast master actually has such terrifying combat power. You know, Song Chong is not only a master-level beast master. Moreover, he is an extremely powerful existence among the sect leaders. Not only is his level 9 stars, but he has also mastered the combined attack technique with his extraordinary talent. Even so, he was still killed by a gold-level beast master. Who would dare to believe such a thing? No, I don't believe it. The so-called 9 great universities are actually just a bunch of people who look down on others. How can they be a match for me? This moment, Song Chong seemed to think of the humiliation he had suffered that year again. The whole person has started to go crazy. The death of the mountain collapsing bear, coupled with Hong Yuan's condescending attitude. It was like a mental poison that constantly stimulated Song Chong's nerves. War pig, use skill, explosion. Song Chong commanded the war boars to sprint forward, and his whole body began to emit a blazing light, as if it had turned into a huge cannonball. This is a skill similar to the death bombing of the sky-shaking ape. Concentrate your own spiritual energy, rush to the target and detonate. There is no place to hide. At the same time, he rushed towards Hong Yuan with a grim smile and deep hatred in his eyes. Facing Song Chong's desperate attack, Hong Yuan stood there, his clothes blown up by the wind, his face calm. A truly strong person is not limited to talent and strength, but a mentality that belongs to the strong. An infinite pattern. Hong Yuan stretched out his right hand. A green light shone brightly, and green liquid oozed out from his skin, turning into scales. The scales opened and closed, spewing out high-temperature steam. It's not that they look down on you, Hong Yuan punched. It's you who look down on yourself. If you are confident, why would you care about what others think? Boom! Song Chong was covered in yellow light, and the skills from the war boar gave him extremely powerful strength. What do you know? You're just a little brat. What qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson? You guys who look down on me deserve to die. Boom! The two collided in midair. Impossible! How come your power is so strong? Song Chong flew backwards. The spiritual armor attached to Hong Yuan's right arm burst out with even more terrifying high temperatures, and the snow-white steam seemed to have transformed into 9 giant snakes dancing behind him. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, the war pig was beaten hard by the sky-shaking ape. No match at all. I won't give up. Song Chong coughed up blood. Now he has been completely crushed by Hong Yuan. At the moment of death, my whole life seemed to appear before my eyes. He came from a mountainous area, and his family had high hopes for him. They spent all their wealth just to send him to the city to study. He worked very hard and studied diligently, hoping to be admitted to one of the 9 universities and thus turn his life around. But because of his different background, he has an introverted personality. I have always been out of tune with the people around me. Song Chong always felt that people around him looked down on him. The long period of boredom made his personality become more and more strange. It exploded in the enrollment of 9 universities. My life shouldn't be like this. Song Chong's vision became increasingly blurred. Although you are very sad, the mistake you made to my friend is unforgivable. Only one of us can survive. Hong Yuan spoke calmly. There was a hint of inexplicable emotion in his eyes. In his previous life, he had always been looked down upon and suffered a lot of humiliation. But he persisted, until finally rising successfully. But not everyone can be like him. Comfortable, Shang Liu was extremely satisfied, because he had devoured the essence of the war boar again. The level has successfully entered the King level 2 stars. The war boar and the mountain collapse bear are both King level 9 star spirit beasts. But the collapsing mountain bear was smashed to pieces, so it's not fully absorbed. The war pig is actually a whole animal. With the help of the evil god's coffin, Hong Yuan's level also reached the golden 9 stars. There is only one step left to become a master-level beast master. Hong Yuan, brother! Seeing Hong Yuan defeat Song Chong, everyone was very happy. They all ran over. It has to be Hong Yuan. How awesome! The hero saves the beauty. So handsome. Xin Xiuxia directly hugged Hong Yuan's arm, her eyes full of charm. Feeling the softness that kept rubbing against his arm, Hong Yuan wanted to break away. But Xin Xiuxia had a wicked smile on her face and refused to let go. It's so interesting. Hong Yuan, you really gave me a wonderful battle. Suddenly, a voice directly frightened everyone to the spot. Hong Yuan turned his head suddenly. I saw it on the wall, not far away. There stood a man wearing a chicken face mask. Chapter 44, Imperial Organization. The visitor was of short stature. The chicken face mask is weird, with an expression that seems to be smiling, but not smiling, which is very eye-catching. According to the sound, it can be judged that this is a female, and she is not very old. Everyone stood ready, summoned spiritual beasts, and prepared to fight. Who are you? Hong Yuan whispered. You are really alert. She giggled with a hint of playfulness. But he did not answer Hong Yuan's words. However, a powerful aura that seemed like the power of heaven burst out. A mysterious wave erupted from her body. In a trance, they seemed to have entered a whole new world. In this area, their power was completely suppressed, and the other party has become the absolute controller. Here, she is the absolute master. Star God Realm. This is a star God level being. Hong Yuan's heart sank to the bottom. The other party turned out to be a star God level powerhouse. The star God level is a brand new field with its own domain. After reaching the star God level, It is no longer divided by 9 stars, but is divided into junior, intermediate, and senior levels. In this new territory, it is divided into small star level, medium star level, large star level, planetary level, stellar level, galaxy level, river level, palm star level, and god level. Even the weakest star among the star god level is an existence beyond mortals. In a sense, only when one reaches the star god level can one be considered to be the beginning of becoming a peak beast tamer. Within this domain, I am the master. This is not just a simple level, but a true dimensionality reduction attack. Boy, you are in trouble. This guy is coming for you, Shang Yu said in a deep voice. Obviously, he also saw the other party's strength. Unless the spirit doll takes action, you have no chance of defeating him. Hong Yuan was silent, looking grim. The puppet doll has a mysterious origin and possesses incredible power, but it seems to have certain limitations. Unable to use his power at will. Ever since he attacked the Han family and others in the police station last time, he has been in a deep sleep. So far, there is still no news. Even when Hong Yuan called out, there was no response. Follow me. I'll let them go. The other party spoke. After being enveloped by the field, the existence of these gold and silver has meant that we have lost the initiative. Who are you, and what do you want me to do? Hong Yuan wanted to delay time as much as possible. As one of the 9 universities, Shanghai University has an absolute foundation. It's really weird that there's no response even after all this time. Are you trying to hold it over until someone else comes to rescue you? The visitor immediately saw what Hong Yuan was thinking. 10 minutes? Within 10 minutes, those heavenly kings and titles will break through the formation restrictions. And within 20 minutes, your star god level will return. The words of the chicken mask made everyone feel cold in their hearts. But do you think I'll give you that much time? Crash. Everything in this area was blurry, and only illusory shadows were seen falling and transforming into endless spirit beasts. Come with me. A voice sounded, and it comes with a force that crushes the mortal world. Even if Hong Yuan fought back desperately, he was helpless. His consciousness began to blur, and he fell into a coma. At the last moment, he felt like he was being carried by someone. Hong Yuan. Everyone watched Hong Yuan being taken away helplessly. I can only shout helplessly. Outside Shanghai Academy. Jeezy, what do you mean? Why did you bring someone back? Looking at the man with the chicken mask, he was short and carried Hong Yuan back. There was some displeasure in the words of the man in the monkey mask. This person is the second best dragon-type beastmaster after long, and just now he relied on his gold-level strength to kill 2 sect masters in a row. An excited voice came from behind the chicken mask. Then why don't you kill him? If such a genius is left here and grows up, it will only affect our plan. Pig Mask said angrily. Kill? What nonsense are you talking about? It would be such a shame if such top-level research material were to be killed casually. Chicken Mask responded. All right, the blood essence is already in hand. We can't stay here any longer, Jeezy. You better be careful. You have to take this kid's life as soon as possible. Monkey Mask glanced at the sky and said, Roar! Deep within the Shanghai Academy, black balls of light shattered. A figure appeared among them. Damn it! These people are the teachers of Shanghai Academy, trapped in a large formation. Until this moment, I was able to escape. After coming out of the formation, many teachers immediately began to rescue the students. Several minutes passed. The sky was emitting a blazing light, and thousands of auspicious rays streaked across the sky. Human figures appeared one after another with terrifying anger. Who are you to dare to invade our Shanghai Academy? Boom! A figure like a world-destroying demon god, wrapped in raging flames, fell from the sky. Just one punch. Several invading king-level spirit beasts were directly annihilated. Roar! One after another, mythical beasts descended from the void. The star god-level powerhouse of Shanghai Academy finally returned from the Tiangue secret realm. The invaders who had not yet left were immediately defeated. Only, at this time, the 4 masks have already left Shanghai Academy thousands of miles away. Wait until Hong Yuan wakes up. I found myself floating in the air. Woke up. A lowly-like voice sounded. A moment. Hong Yuan's nerves were almost exploding. In the crisis of life and death, he wanted to struggle, but his body seemed to be controlled by invisible shackles. Unable to move. Don't struggle. If I can't even limit you, a gold-level player, I won't be around anymore. Until now. Only then did Hong Yuan see clearly the appearance of the person in front of him. This is an extremely cute lowly with fair skin, big lively eyes, twin ponytails, and a Lolita outfit, exuding a youthful and lively aura. But Hong Yuan knew that this guy was definitely not as old as he looked. After reaching the star god level, lifespan will be improved. The lifespan of a minor star can reach over 200 years. Look around you. This is an extremely empty cave, and in front of it stands a huge stone tablet. Unknown ancient characters are engraved on the stone tablet. At this time, there were 3 men standing on both sides of the stone tablet. GZ, have you finished your research? It's time to take action. Some things cannot be seen by others. Suddenly, someone looked back. There was murderous intent and impatience in his eyes. Okay, it's just a pity. I really want to slice it up for research. The little loli looks cute, but her words are extremely scary. Hearing this, Hong Yuan only felt that an intense life and death crisis was approaching. Suddenly, he struggled madly. His body was twisting, but I could never break free. Bang! Just at this moment, a small token fell from Hong Yuan's pocket, fell heavily to the ground. After rolling a few times, a vivid word emperor caught everyone's eyes. The Imperial Organization? In an instant, the 4 people made shocked noises. Chapter 45. The Principal of Shanghai Academy heard the truth. Imperial Organization. An extremely mysterious organization. Few people in China know about it. Rumor has it that they come from an ancient heritage, and each of them possesses incredible power. Every time an imperial organization appears, it will cause huge fluctuations. No one knows the meaning of their existence. I don't know whether they are righteous or evil. But anyone, as long as you dare to provoke them, there is only one way out: death. Decades ago, there was a star god of minor rank who offended the imperial organization. He was chased for 30,000 miles, suffering in the northwest. Since then, all parties have been extremely wary of the imperial organization. Don't provoke them unless necessary. What to do? One of the 4 people frowned and looked at the token. For a moment, I began to hesitate. This child, you can't kill. The middle-aged man in the lead side. In the future, they may come into contact with the imperial organization. Moreover, they now have to face 9 universities and Chinese masters, and cannot provoke an unfathomable imperial organization. I just didn't expect that among the 9 universities, there would be someone that the imperial organization took a fancy to. I suddenly understood why he could kill a sect leader with his gold-level strength. After all, for those people in the emperor's organization, fighting against opponents of higher levels is commonplace. The little girl looked at Hong Yuan, her eyes full of curiosity. Compared to killing Hong Yuan, she was more curious about Hong Yuan's body. The imperial organization? In a daze, Hong Yuan seemed to hear a name. Just at this moment, a mysterious force came. He fell into an uncontrollable sleep again. He has seen our faces. Not killing us is not an option. The leader said. Now, they're in a dilemma. If they don't kill him, Hong Yuan might expose their information. But if they kill him, the imperial organization will face another big problem. For a while, the 4 of them were in a tangled situation. While they were thinking, there was a wave in the void. Hong Yuan, who was originally floating in the air, suddenly disappeared. Who was it? The 4 of them looked nervous, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. How could someone actually rescue someone in front of these 4-star gods without anyone noticing? Snap! There was the sound of footsteps. At the door, a middle-aged man in a robe walked in slowly. Hong Yuan was lying on his back. Principal of Shanghai Academy. The middle-aged man in the lead exclaimed with his pupils shrinking. No, go! Moment. They knew that the person in front of them was not someone they could deal with. Turn around and run away. Why are you leaving right after we met? The middle-aged man was none other than the principal of Shanghai Academy. Wen Dao, you killed so many of my children, and you didn't leave anything behind? Wen Dao's face turned cold, and when he waved his hand, the void began to fluctuate. A moment. The area has changed dramatically. The space began to expand infinitely. It was clearly only a few meters away, but at this moment it seemed like the ends of the earth cannot be crossed. So close yet so far away. I've heard that the principal of Shanghai Academy owns an extremely rare space-type spirit beast, but I didn't expect it to have evolved to such a terrifying level. They were shocked by Wen Dao's methods. You know, the 4 of them are true star god-level beast tamers. But at this moment, he was played around by others. Ancient spirit ape, come out! The middle-aged man in the lead roared. But the next second, his expression began to become panic-stricken. How is this possible? Why can't I summon a spirit beast? As a star god level beastmaster, he has almost reached the top of the secular world. I have experienced countless battles, big and small. But the inability to summon spirit beasts has never happened before. Not just him, 3 others. It is also impossible to summon spirit beasts. No, impossible. This kind of thing is really unbelievable. In front of Ju, your spirit beasts can't sense your call at all. Behind Wendao, the void slowly left, and a pair of huge eyes slowly opened. It's like an abyss, deep and terrifying. Absolutely. One of the strongest space spirit beasts, and a sacred one. How is that possible? How can a human control a sacred spirit beast? Among many spiritual beasts, the most mysterious are the sacred beasts. They will never evolve throughout their lives. From birth to maturity, it is just one form. They are conceived by the laws and are the darlings of heaven and earth. Therefore, it is also called a divine beast. Every mythical beast is transcendental from all things and cannot be desecrated. When it is fully developed, it is comparable to a god. But they had never heard that there were humans who could tame the mythical beasts. Because the divine beast has absolute pride. Nothing is impossible. It's just because your vision is too narrow. Wen Dao shook his head. Is that your goal? To open the shrine? Aren't you afraid that the Imperial organization will destroy you? He glanced at the stone tablet in the cave. Then you don't have to worry about it. The middle-aged man in the lead sneered. You will tell everything you know. After hearing this, I said no more. The gaze behind him fluctuated, and the space began to change. Cube-like cages enveloped the 4 people. And just at this moment, the blazing light surged in from all directions, like countless divine swords, shattering the void. Yarikome. When Dao's expression changed, and his eyes gradually became solemn. It was at this time, Hong Yuan, who had fallen into a coma, woke up. As soon as I woke up, I was stunned by the scene in front of me. Headmaster, Hong Yuan recognized the legendary figure at once. In his previous life, he guarded Shanghai Academy for 10 years and ended up dying in the void. You actually recognized me. You're a rare person. When Dao was a little surprised that Hong Yuan knew him. But maybe he had seen it in some news or books, so he didn't think much about it. Kids, stand back, a big shot is coming. Hearing this, Hong Yuan looked forward. I saw the void in front of me, as if a door had opened. In the portal, the divine light is bright and dazzling. In a trance, a person dressed in gorgeous robes and wearing a strange mask stood there. Welcome, my lord. Meet this person. The 4 people who were originally frightened now had fanaticism on their faces and knelt down directly. Host. As soon as these words came out, not only Hong Yuan, but even when Dao was shocked. Is there really someone who can make a star, god-level person kneel down so fanatically? No need to be polite. The voice of the visitor seemed to come from far away, across the endless void. I'm here to take you home. White jade steps slid down from the void. It landed in front of 4 people. Want to leave? Wen Dao frowned and shouted coldly. Next second, the divine beast had no influence on the space, and the void was like the surface of a lake, with ripples forming. However, but it still cannot affect the front. It seems that wherever the other party's light covers, nothing can be affected. We'll see you again. Call out. The light is flickering. The 4 people and the stone tablet all disappeared. Only Hong Yuan and Wen Dao were left standing there. Wen Dao looked unhappy and didn't speak for a long time. Chapter 46. Pushing the first 3 layers. Who are these people? What is the so-called Imperial Organization? Looking at the token in his hand, Hong Yuan fell into deep thought. The Beast God Emperor once said, he is his apostle. Gave myself a token. But it's been so long. I didn't see the so-called person coming to see me. If it weren't for this incident, Hong Yuan would have even forgotten about it. A week had passed since the invasion. But the previous tragedy is still vivid in my mind. This invasion caused great damage to Shanghai Academy, with the number of students who died alone reaching a staggering 122. If it were somewhere else, I could understand. But these are the 9 top universities in China. It was actually invaded for half an hour. Even though the other party had planned it in advance, they took advantage of the opening of the Heavenly Ghost Secret Realm and the absence of the Star God to launch the invasion. But for Shanghai Academy, it is also an indelible shame. Even after Wen Dao, the principal of Shanghai Academy, took action, he was unable to keep the other party. I have to say that the other party is very powerful, not an ordinary terrorist organization. After that, the security of Shanghai Academy was strengthened several times. ensuring that no matter what the circumstances, there would always be at least 3-star gods staying at the academy. But those students who have not yet grown up to protect China will never come back. Hong Yuan, how are you? The hospital door was opened. Su Wenwen came in carrying some fruit. After hearing the news, he sent Hong Yuan to the school hospital. The doctor checked me out, and I'm fine. I'll be discharged after completing the formalities this afternoon. Hong Yuan smiled. Su Wenwen sat next to Hong Yuan. His eyes were full of apology. I'm sorry, I'm incompetent. I watched you being taken away, but was powerless to do anything. She really felt guilty. All along the way, Hong Yuan has been protecting her. But when Hong Yuan was facing a crisis, he was powerless to do anything. What are you talking about? It's not a big deal. I'm back safely, right? Hong Yuan comforted. Su Wenwen's eyes turned red, and she looked at Hong Yuan intently. Suddenly, she hugged Hong Yuan, buried her head in his arms, and cried loudly. Hong Yuan, fortunately you are okay. Otherwise, what would I do? Hong Yuan was stunned. The expression on his face slowly softened. He gently patted Su Wenwen's back and comforted her. It's okay. I'm lucky. Everything will be fine. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Xia Tai, the others, and Su Wenwen's 3 roommates all stood at the door at some unknown time. He was looking at them with a wicked smile. I didn't bother you. Xin Xiaoxia's ambiguous eyes were full of teasing. Ah! Su Wenwen, who was crying, raised her head and looked at everyone. The fair and tender face turned red instantly. Ha ha! Everyone laughed. In the afternoon, Hong Yuan completed the discharge procedures, so he returned to the school. Because of the impact of the invasion, the Spirit Beast assessment was delayed. But this time, in order to mourn the students who died in this invasion, the Spirit Beast assessment will not be delayed, but directly canceled. As for grade judgment, it will be decided by an assessment that has never been conducted before. Mountain and Sea Tower Trial. Shanghai Tower is the most mysterious place in Shanghai Academy. It is also the foundation of Shanghai Academy. Rumor: Shanghai Tower was originally an ancient mountain in Jinling City. After the integration of the Spirit Beast world and the human world, the ancient mountain changed. The mountain broke apart, exposing a giant tower that reached the sky. Just a few years, an ancient mountain has completely transformed into a giant tower that reaches the sky. And later, strong people gathered here and established the first institution of higher learning. It is Shanghai Academy. Only, opening the Shanghai Tower is not easy and requires a large amount of spirit stones. But for China today, spiritual stones are extremely precious, and only a few mountains have spiritual stone mines. Certainly, Hong Yuan knew that as the integration between the world of spiritual beasts and the world of humans intensified, spiritual energy would be revived in various places. At that time, there will be more spiritual energy produced. But now, only the most top-notch existence would make Shanghai Academy spend a huge price to open the Shanghai Tower. It seems that the school has decided to improve its strength. Even if what happened last time happens again, the students can protect themselves. Hong Yuan naturally understood why the school did this. At the same time, he understood, why did I join Shanghai Academy in my previous life? Even if your strength is average, you can still enter the Shanghai Tower. The invasion of the mysterious organization made the 9 universities understand. An institution of higher learning cannot maintain its dignity solely by relying on fame and top-level combat power. I heard that only the first 3 floors of the Shanghai Tower will be open this time. There will be a teacher observing your performance inside and judging your level based on your performance. Xiaotai said. Soon, everyone came to the Shanghai Tower together. Many students have gathered here. Everyone is familiar with this towering tower. It is really towering, piercing through the clouds, ancient and solemn. On each floor of the walls, there are paintings of mountains and seas engraved, which are lifelike and vast. There are 9 floors in total. People who have entered the Shanghai Tower have said that there is a world on each level. This is indeed the case. Previous life. Hong Yuan had been there before, and in it he had an adventure that changed his life. It's a pity that I can only enter the first 3 floors. If I can enter the 5th floor, maybe I can go there again. This life, although there is a system and the foundation is perfect, but if you find that thing again, it is also a great help to myself. Brother, let's go in too, Xiaotai said. Hong Yuan nodded. Then, entered the portal of Shanghai Tower with everyone else. Inside the Shanghai Tower. In fact, it is another brand new space. It is a place with abundant sunshine, abundant water and grass, and a strong spiritual energy, and spiritual beasts can be found everywhere. As if, back to the beginning of the world in its most pristine state. Roar! A roar sounded. A small earth bear was running and rushing towards Hong Yuan. Silver-level spirit beast? Hong Yuan rolled a ball of thunder with one hand and killed it directly. The little earth bear collapsed and turned into a ball of spiritual energy, which sank into Hong Yuan's body. This is the magic of Shanghai Tower. The spiritual beasts among them are all transformed from spiritual energy. After killing it, you can absorb its spiritual energy. In this way, you can improve your combat experience and become stronger. It is simply the holy place for practice that countless people dream of. A group of silver-level spirit beasts. 4 Hong Yuan, just like an ant. With a wave of his hand, lightning flashed everywhere. 10 minutes. His figure disappeared on the spot. After killing 100 of them, you will be promoted directly to the second level. But in this second layer, a gold-level spiritual beast. He is no match for Hong Yuan either. After killing another 100, Hong Yuan successfully stepped into the third level. And in the third layer, every spirit beast is of king level. Terrifying strength. Chapter 47. Teacher's Shock. Red Flame Fire Snake. King level spiritual beast. His whole body was covered in flames, and when he opened his mouth, a bucket-sized column of fire came out. Hong Yuan and Xiao Jin cooperated with each other and used their devastating skills. It only took a few minutes to kill the beast. Compared with previous battles, the strength of this king-level spirit beast cannot be fully exerted without a beast master. One step closer to the master level. Feel the endless spiritual energy in the body. Hong Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Invasion War. He has reached the 9th level of gold. However, in order to reach the level of a sect leader, the spiritual energy required is too vast. Especially Hong Yuan wants to build the most perfect foundation. So at this step, he needs a lot of polish. Dig a fighting tiger. Destroy the cold wolf. After killing 5 king-level spirit beasts in succession, Hong Yuan's spiritual energy has reached saturation. Master level. He has feelings. I've already touched the threshold of the headmaster level. It's a miracle. Start by contracting a spirit beast. It only took a few months for him to soar from the bronze level to the master level. This speed is terrifying. This feeling, according to Xia Tai. This time, only the first 3 floors of the Shanghai Tower were open to students. But Hong Yuan felt that the 4th level was calling him. Little devil, a familiar voice sounded. It was Zhou Yintong, who had not been seen for a long time. Go forward. I promised before that I would apply for a place in the Shanghai Tower for you. I didn't expect that they value you so much. So, this time, all 9 floors are open to you. So how far you can go depends on your ability. His words rang in Hong Yuan's ears. Next second, Hong Yuan's figure disappeared on the 3rd floor. Starting from the 4th floor of Shanghai Tower, it is no longer a simple battle between spirit beasts. It's more like a real world. The mountains are crisscrossed, and the spiritual energy is thick. Looking ahead, as far as the eye can see, heaven and earth meet, and the sky is filled with rosy clouds. It's like a fairyland, and in front of Hong Yuan, there is a huge portal. The entire portal is made of white limestone with the word 1 engraved on it. There are 18 gates like this one. If you want to pass the 4th level of the mountain and sea tower, you need to pass 18 levels. It is said that these portals are formed by the laws in the mountain and sea tower. It will change according to the strength of each challenger. When Hong Yuan stepped out of the door, the portal began to glow. Inside a room in Shanghai Academy, there were several people watching a big screen. On the big screen was the scene of the students' trials in the Shanghai Tower. It's not bad. The quality of this year's batch of students is pretty good, especially the one named Yi Lingshuang, who has already reached the 3rd level. He was at the silver level not long ago, and he successfully reached the gold level in just a few days. He is indeed a member of the Yi family. Being able to enter the 3rd level at the gold level is extremely rare, except for that monster Hong Yuan. Where's Hong Yuan? How is he now? Suddenly, in a certain corner of the screen, golden light shines brightly. Golden light. This is the highest level among the 18 levels. Is Hong Yuan starting to break through the levels so soon? Everyone was surprised. A normal person, after entering the 4th floor of the Shanghai Tower, I will observe first, then prepare. But Hong Yuan actually started to break through the levels directly. Quick, put Hong Yuan's image on the main screen. Someone shouted hurriedly. How's it going? The door was pushed open. A middle-aged man walked in. When he came in, everyone stood up looking surprised. "Principal, why are you here?" someone said. The person who came was Wen Dao, the principal of Shanghai Academy. This person is usually hard to find and is basically busy practicing or wandering in secret places. Even the teachers found it difficult to see him. But now, it actually appears here. Come and see that kid. After all, those old guys found a way through the back door for him. I heard something. It directly shocked everyone present. The presidents of the 9 universities actually came in person to watch a student's trial journey. "Who are you calling an old man?" "Xiao Wendao. This is your impoliteness." A group of people came in from outside again. The leader was an old man with white hair and beard. Although he looks to be in his 80s, he is full of energy and vitality. "What? The academician who has disappeared for more than 10 years is here too." Compared to the emergence of Wen Dao, the appearance of this legendary academician shocked everyone. Academician Li Shangyuan, an antique-level existence in Shanghai Academy. Moreover, this person is also the mentor of Zhou Yuntong, a star god-level beastmaster. At this moment, Zhou Yuntong was no longer as mischievous as before, but stood obediently behind academician Li Shangyuan. Seeing Li Shangyuan, Wen Dao did not dare to slack off and hurriedly explained. It was the student who was rude. At the same time, hearing this, he felt helpless. I didn't expect that just a few words from me would cause the real person to appear. To be honest, even he did not expect that academician Li Shangyuan would come in person to watch Hong Yuan's trial. Other teachers. I feel even more uncomfortable at this moment. Who would have thought that such a small assessment would attract the president and academicians to watch at the same time? Golden light. How long has it been since it appeared? Li Shangyuan didn't bother with Wen Dao. Instead, he looked up at the screen. At this moment, the big screen showed the scene of Hong Yuan standing in the golden portal. From what I can remember, it seems that only those few people succeeded in reaching the gold level. Li Shangyuan said with emotion. His eyes are full of memories. "Teacher, has anyone ever reached the golden color? As far as I can remember, this portal has never appeared golden." Zhou Yuntong was puzzled. In his impression, the light from the portal on the 4th floor of the Shanghai Tower is only 7 colors. "Yes, you just can't see it," Li Shangyuan said. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. An existence that even star god-level powerhouses find difficult to see. I guess there are only those in the imperial capital. Obviously, that was when the Shanghai Tower had just appeared. That is, when the Shanghai Academy had not yet been established. "Come, let me see the strength of this year's top genius." Li Shangyuan chose a place to sit down. At the same time, Hong Yuan in the picture is also ready to start fighting. 18 levels of mountains and seas. 1 level, 1 era. The first level. "My name is Meng Tianyun. Please give me your guidance." A figure appeared from under the gate. It turns out to be him. This is truly a golden challenge. It looks like this will be a tough battle, Li Shangyuan said solemnly. "Meng Tianyun, I seem to have heard of this name, but does it sound familiar to me?" Zhou Yuntong asked in confusion. Meng Tianyun, the ancestor of the Meng family in the imperial capital, one of the first beast masters, and also the strongest earth-type beast master in history. Wen Dao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with heaviness. "Hong Yuan, this is difficult." Chapter 48. The strongest earth-type beast tamer in history. Even they didn't expect it. Hong Yuan's first level will be so difficult. As soon as I came up, I met the oldest person. Perhaps this is the significance of the golden portal. If it can stimulate the portal to reach the highest level, its strength must be extraordinary. But even I didn't expect that the challenge inspired by Hong Yuan this time would actually be the challenger of the past Golden Gate. Li Shangyuan said, "Teacher, you mean that this Meng Tianyun is also an existence that has activated the golden portal?" Zhou Yuntong said in surprise. Li Shangyuan nodded. Hearing this, everyone was silent. Meng Tianyun is now an old antique in the imperial capital and one of the strongest people in China. His youth must have been extraordinary. Even so, he is only Hong Yuan's first opponent. I have to say, this is an extremely terrible thing. If my guess is correct, Hong Yuan will face everyone who has ever activated the golden portal in the past and present. As an academician, Li Shangyuan's mentality has transcended the ordinary. But at this moment, his mind actually began to become unstable. What a magnificent move it is to fight against the youth of the strongest men throughout history. Hearing what Li Shangyuan said, Wen Dao and Zhou Yuntong's hearts also began to beat faster and faster. an existence that can activate the golden portal. Each of them stands at the top of China. Even among the star gods, he is a beast master that is admired by everyone. And what Hongyuan wants to do, it is to fight against their youth. Level 18, this is a dead end. Zhou Yuntong sighed. He had hope for Hongyuan because he had always wanted to make amends for what happened in the Dragon Cave. So there is a special feeling between me and Hongyuan. Only after hearing what Li Shangyuan said. No hope anymore. It's impossible for anyone to pass these 18 levels. Wen Dao was also helpless. He had also been to the Shanghai Tower, so he naturally understood the difficulty involved. At the same time, Hongyuan in the Shanghai Tower also frowned. Previous life. He also entered the Shanghai Tower and passed the 18 levels. But that life, he merely inspired the green portal. Not much is known about the golden portal. However, he knew Meng Tianyun, and they had once formed a grudge against each other. Previous life. He once provoked the Meng family in the imperial capital. This triggered the Meng family's pursuit. Ancestor Meng, in my previous life, I always wanted to fight you, but you died before me, which is a pity. In this life, I didn't expect to be able to fight with you at the same level. This can be regarded as making up for this regret. Hongyuan muttered to himself. Come on, let me see the power of the greatest Earth-type beast master of all time. Hongyuan wants to be the best in the past, present and future, build a supreme foundation, and embark on the road to invincibility. Naturally, we must be the strongest in all aspects. And at this moment, Meng Tianyun is the best answer to verify himself. The battle is about to begin. Ironbone bat. Ow! Meng Tianyun waved his hand, and a huge khaki bat spread its wings in the wind. The Ironbone bat is an extraordinary spiritual beast that evolved from the rock-armored bat and possesses both gold and earth abilities. The metal attribute represents extreme sharpness, and the earth attribute represents extreme defense. It can be said to be a combination of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Call! The Ironbone bat has sharp eyes and a sharp mouthparts. When its fleshy wings spread, endless rock thorns shoot out. Have you made normal attacks comparable to skills? There is a deep bond between the genius beast master and the spirit beast. When the spirit beast is trained to the extreme, some of its skills can be used at any time. Certainly, this kind of attack is not as powerful as formal skills. Only, at the beginning, everyone was testing the waters. Chant! A terrifying dragon roar was heard, and Xiao Jin's huge body appeared. The dragon's tail swung, directly smashing all the rock spikes. Roar! Xiao Jin and Hongyuan were in tune with each other and blocked the attack. Lightning gathered between the mouth and nose and suddenly burst out. Boom! A blazing beam of light pierced through the void. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The armored bat let out a sharp hiss, and its wings crossed in front of its body, with light waves flowing and turning into a barrier. Use skill, bat flash. Use skill, traction and strangulation. Meng Tianyun's voice rang out. The temptation is over. The official competition begins. The moment the lightning touched the armored bat's defensive barrier. From the side of the armored bat, for ochre-colored light balls were gathering energy. Then the ball of light rotated and directly sprayed out endless energy, like a long snake, strangling Xiao Jin. Release two skills at the same time. Is this possible at the gold level? Meng Tianyun's method shocked the teachers who were watching. For the Beastmaster, generally speaking, only one skill can be used at a time, and there is a certain cooldown period in between. However, a Beastmaster with outstanding talent can shorten the cooling time as much as possible. And as the level increases, after the master level, there will be a very small number of people who can achieve an extremely terrifying level of control. This kind of control can help them release two skills at the same time. And after the King of Heaven, you can even release multiple skills at the same time for coordination. But almost no one can achieve the gold level. Even for those of you here, it would be difficult to do this at the gold level. How is it possible? Hongyuan can do it. One teacher made a sound of disbelief. What? Everyone exclaimed. Meng Tianyun can do it, so they can accept it. After all, the opponent is the strongest Earth-type Beastmaster in history. But Hongyuan can actually do it. Xiao Jin uses skill, Lightning Flash. Use skill, Extreme Lightning Cannon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Jin's figure flashed rapidly in the air, as if turning into endless lightning. The armored bat's skills crisscrossed in the air, but it was still unable to capture Xiao Jin's figure. Roar! Suddenly, Xiao Jin roared. A blazing bolt of lightning burst out. Use skill, shape shift. At the moment when the lightning cannon was about to attack the armored bat, Meng Tianyun's voice rang out. Then, the armored bat flashed and avoided the attack. Soon, the armored bat spread its wings, broke through the air, and emitted sharp sound waves from its mouth, like a sharp knife. Eek! The little golden dragon roared, swung its tail, and spread with light. There was a huge collision between the two beasts. This moment, the two beast masters demonstrated their unparalleled control, controlling the spirit beast, constantly colliding it in the air. The roar continued. The battle was extremely fierce. At last, only two voices were heard. Xiao Jin, use the skill, Thunder Dragon Breath. Xiao Jin's voice stagnated in the air, and terrifying lightning gathered in his mouth, crackling. Use skill, Destruction Death Ray. The iron bat clenched its wings, and a dark light gathered in its mouth. Boom! Next second, the two beams of light collided with each other with a loud bang. The sky was dyed gold and black. Chapter 49, Skill, Thunder Punishment. The aftermath of the battle. It didn't dissipate for a long time. The light is bright, and the roar is continuous. Who's winning? The hearts of the people watching the game were in their throats. Next second, two figures emerged from the light. Boom! The lightning cannon burst out. On the ground, a huge wall, 100 meters high, was erected. Boom! The great wall crumbled. Immediately afterwards, endless rock spikes pierced through the ground and into the golden dragon in the sky. The golden dragon's giant tail was filled with divine light, dancing wildly and smashing the spikes. The battle was really fierce. It has surpassed the battle between sect leaders. However, all of this was caused by just two gold-level beastmasters. As expected of the strongest Earth-type beastmaster in history, his control over spirit beasts and Earth attributes has reached the pinnacle. Some people sighed. This moment, even academician Li Shangyuan fell silent. He was asking himself, can I do this at my age? The answer is no. Hong Yuan, it's incredible that he could fight with Meng Tianyun to this extent. Final. When Dao spoke, the words were full of shock. They originally had expectations for Hong Yuan. But the other party is Meng Tianyun, the one who now stands at the top of China. So, they didn't dare to think too much. However, Hong Yuan's behavior far exceeded their expectations. On the battlefield, Shang Liu in the consciousness space was also watching all this. Hong Yuan, Shang Liu muttered to himself. Perhaps you will become the first person in history. Hearing this, Hong Yuan just chuckled. There is absolute confidence between his brows. It's not a possibility, it's a must. Xiao Jin, use the skill. Lightning Flash, dodge his attack, and then use the skill from the side. Extreme Lightning Cannon. Shang Liu, remember Hong Yuan will become the most famous person in history. The first one, no matter who it is, no one can stand in front of me. Hong Yuan is full of fighting spirit and high spirits. Chant. Inspired by Hong Yuan's fighting spirit, Xiao Jin roared to the sky, and his whole body was shining with golden light, dazzling and blazing. Between his eyes, the supreme majesty of a dragon emanated. He twisted and turned to avoid the attack of the armored bat. Then lightning gathered between the mouth and nose. Gone instantly. Bang! This time, the armored bat was unable to react in time. Got shot down directly. Don't stop attacking, Hong Yuan said coldly. This time we're going to be dazzling. Final blow. Destroy the death ray. Xiao Jin roared, and more terrifying energy gathered in his body. Boom! A dark beam of light gushed out. As a universal skill, the destructive death ray can gather all the strength of the spirit beast. Boom! There was chaos and debris flying everywhere. Young man, you have won my approval, Meng Tianyun spoke. Then the figure slowly disappeared. We won! The people watching the game could hardly suppress their excitement. Zhou Yintong was shocked and almost cried out. Li Shangyuan, who always blamed him for not following the rules, rarely did not blame him this time, but smiled slightly. His eyes were full of appreciation. He did it. He defeated the strongest Earth-type beast master. When Dao let out a long sigh, the other teachers were so excited that they were shaking all over. This is a battle that spans time and space. A showdown between the first batch of beastmasters, the strongest Earth-type beastmaster, and the most powerful genius of the contemporary era. And victory is written by Hong Yuan. Ask the geniuses of heaven, Who will be the master of the world? It all depends on today. Time passes, geniuses come and go, and the new generation is better than the old. Watching the growth of the younger generation, Zhenxianpeng finally made an evaluation. Let's take a look at the next levels. My anticipation has been aroused. When Dao sat up straight, the chief executive of the 9 universities was actually distracted by one student at this moment. I am Du Zixuan, people in the second level. He was a young man wearing a long gown with thunder patterns. Du Zixuan, see this person? Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. When did this person come to Shanghai Academy? Du Zixuan, a figure from 100 years ago. He is also the first person in China to contract a thunder-type spirit beast and is known as the Thunder Emperor. However, this person belongs to the Heavenly Palace. He even made it through the Shanghai Tower. It was a deal we made with the Heavenly Palace. Our disciples went to the Heavenly Ladder, and theirs came to the Mountain and Sea Tower. Zhenxianpeng explained, this is a rather long-term thing. For most people, they have never heard of it, because in their impression, the relationship between Shanghai Academy and Tiangong is not good. Thunder Emperor, compared with Meng Tianyuan, the appearance of Du Zixuan actually aroused Hong Yuan's expectations. Because there is a rumor, Du Zixuan's mother was struck by lightning while she was pregnant. Surprisingly, there was no damage. Later, Du Zixuan was born. Later, Du Zixuan contracted China's first thunder-type spirit beast. This person's attainments in the field of thunder have also reached a superb level. But that's normal. It can be recognized by the Shanghai Tower and regarded as a test for the Golden Portal. Who isn't one of the strongest? Since we are both lightning type, maybe I can verify what I have learned and develop the thunder fruit to be even more powerful. Hong Yuan's mind was in turmoil. The battle begins again. Du Zixuan's natal spirit beast is Lei Guangzi. It is said to be a spiritual beast, but from its appearance, it is completely impossible to tell that it is a living being. It was just a ball of lightning. The lightning was only half a meter high, with flashes of electricity interweaving and crackling. But Hong Yuan knew. Lei Guangzi is a being comparable to a divine beast. It is also bred by laws. Although it is not a divine beast, it has evolved to its extreme and turned into a thunder lord who can summon thunder from the heavens and evolve thunder punishment. I still remember, in his previous life, Du Zixuan took action and summoned the Thunder Lord, who transformed into a 10,000-meter-tall giant spirit and crushed a giant beast with 1 foot. Xiao Jin, study hard. This time, it depends on your performance. Hong Yuan summoned Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's whole body was shining with lightning. In this battle, the 2 spirit beasts displayed the ultimate mystery of thunder. Lei, extremely domineering. The terrifying impact, constantly refreshing the cognition of many teachers. Such destructive power, even a king-level spirit beast would find it difficult to withstand it. I have seen Thunder King attack before. Although his power is greater than this, the change in nature and impact force cannot be compared with theirs. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to believe that this is a gold-level assessment. Everyone was talking. Hong Yuan's strength has surpassed many professional beastmasters, especially the combat experience, which is totally not what a student should have. Genius. No, he's a monster. He's only 18 years old, but his combat experience is so impressive that even I am shocked. Upon hearing this, he slammed the table and stood up. Xiao Jin, use skill, thunder punishment. Hong Yuan's cold voice came from the screen. Chapter 50, sweeping the past and present, invincible in the future. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder fell from the sky and turned into countless thunders. It's like a thunder punishment at the end of the world. At this moment, Xiao Jin was hovering high in the sky like Thor, judging all evil. And as a spiritual beast born from the law of thunder, Lei Guangzi was actually unable to withstand this energy. Incredible! Boom! The lightning photons were directly annihilated by the thunder. Thunder punishment. It is a brand new skill that Xiao Jin comprehended based on the thunder fruit. Can call upon all nearby lightning energy. This skill is very effective when fighting against thunder-type spirit beasts. All the thunder energy generated in the previous battle was activated by Xiao Jin. You can say that. Lei Guangzi was not defeated by Xiao Jin. Instead, he was defeated by himself and Xiao Jin. How is it possible? Lei Guangzi could be defeated by a lightning skill? Doesn't Lei Guangzi have extremely strong control over lightning? And can he even avoid being hurt by it? Some people were puzzled and found it unbelievable, because the opponent's control over thunder surpasses Lei Guangzi's. It can be said that the opponent has snatched away the control of thunder from him. Li Shangyuan looked heavy. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Lei Guangzi, born from thunder, is the most peculiar among the mythical beasts. It has a natural suppressing power against thunder-type spirit beasts. In some cases, he can even absorb the opponent's lightning skills to strengthen himself. However, this ability seemed extremely weak in front of Xiao Jin, although lightning photons are born from thunder. However, the thunder fruit is the embodiment of the thunder law in the human world. Xiao Jin, who swallowed the thunder fruit, has an understanding of thunder that is definitely not comparable to Lei Guangzi. You can say that, in front of thunder, Lei Guangzi is a son, and Xiao Jin is the father. It is only natural for a father to beat his son, but the people watching the game naturally didn't know about this. They just felt that the scene happening before their eyes was too shocking. No matter what, we must ensure Hong Yuan's growth. He will be the key to the rise of our Shanghai Academy. Next, all resources must be opened up to him. When Dao made a decision, Li Shangyuan also nodded. Regarding this opinion, none of the teachers present raised any objection. Old man Li, the person I'm looking at is pretty good, isn't he? A voice came from the door. Li Shangyuan looked back and was a little surprised. Old Ghost Zhong, when did you come here? The visitor was none other than Mr. Zhong from the Beast Taming Research Institute. I've been here for quite a while. You were so engrossed in watching that it's normal that you didn't notice me. Mr. Zhong smiled slightly. He didn't care about the shocked looks of the crowd and sat down. Mr. Zhong, are you here from the imperial capital? Wen Dao said respectfully. Mr. Zhong is not only one of the people in charge of the Beast Taming Research Institute, but also the ancestor of the Zhong family. It has a very significant influence on the entire China. Such a big thing happened to you. Of course I have to come and see my baby Hong Yuan. There was a hint of blame in Mr. Zhong's words. It is obvious that he is saying that the defense of Shanghai Academy is not good enough. The 9 great universities were actually invaded. He had high expectations for Hong Yuan, especially after watching his fight with Du Zixuan just now. He was deeply shocked. Huh? Old Ghost, Du has been pretending for so many years, saying that he was invincible in his youth. In the end, he was defeated by someone of the same level, and he was a lightning-type person. When I go back, I will laugh at him. Mr. Zhong laughed heartily, his words full of joy. He knew Du Zixuan and they were good friends. The two of them often bickered with each other, and now that they saw Hong Yuan defeat him, they naturally had something to brag about. The other teachers present did not know Mr. Zhong, but seeing Wen Dao's respectful look and Li Shangyuan's attitude, everyone is guessing the identity of this mysterious old man. And soon, their attention was once again attracted by Hong Yuan's battle, the existence of the 3rd level. His name is Sun Tiance, the ancestor of the Sun family. It seems that this little guy is really destined to be with me. Mr. Zhong laughed. The Sun family in the imperial capital. Hong Yuan is no stranger, because after his rebirth, the first opponent he met was from the Sun family in the imperial capital. The Sun family originally made their fortune in Jinling. The ancestor of the Sun family, Sun Tiance, also graduated from Shanghai Academy. Later, when he became stronger, he entered the imperial capital. Now he has become one of the people in power in Kunlun Academy. Sun Tiance, the founder of the Sun family, is a dual-element beast master of water and wood. However, he is at the gold level and only owns one spiritual beast, the water shark. After a while, the water splashes all over the sky dissipated. Sun Tiance was defeated. Huh? Good boy. You crushed the younger generation of the Sun family, and now you even defeated the ancestor of the Sun family. It has to be said that the Sun family will never be able to hold their heads up in front of Hong Yuan. Mr. Zhong laughed heartily. As the battle progresses, Hong Yuan's strength is growing stronger. The pace of battle is also getting faster and faster. Level 4, push forward. Level 5, push forward. Level 6, push forward. He is going to sweep all 18 levels of the past and present. Is he going to be the best in the past and present? Everyone was shocked beyond words by Hong Yuan's fighting power. Yes, this is the kind of person we want. Who says the ancients were better than the moderns? The moderns are the strongest, Mr. Zhong exclaimed. Before level 18, Hong Yuan stood alone. His brows were proud, and his eyes were filled with unrivaled arrogance. And in front of him, the one standing was his last opponent, Li Xiuming, a young man in Taoist robes, the most mysterious person in contemporary China, the pinnacle of spirituality. You have defeated all opponents in history. Your strength is very strong. Perhaps no one will surpass you in the future. The other party did not introduce himself, but said this. You are self-aware? Hong Yuan's pupil shrank, said in disbelief. He didn't expect that such a strange thing would happen in these 18 levels. You know, these people were all projected by the Shanghai Tower based on the marks they left behind when they passed the levels. They have no self-awareness. In the previous 17 levels, every person who appeared could only introduce themselves. Then he commanded the spirit beasts to fight. But among these 18 levels, it's self-awareness. Perhaps he saw Hong Yuan's confusion. Li Xiaoming smiled slightly. Don't worry, nothing unexpected happened. It's just that my main body sensed that someone was projecting me, so my consciousness descended here. I want to see what kind of young man is able to sweep away all the past and present. In this sentence, this shocked Hong Yuan even more. What does this mean? That is to say, Li Xiaoming's real body was not here, but he could sense everything inside the Shanghai Tower. This method has exceeded Hong Yuan's understanding. Even in his previous life, he couldn't do this. He has cultivated his spiritual power to the extreme, reaching the point where his consciousness is everywhere. Final. Hong Yuan understood everything. This method is very similar to the cause and effect method of Buddhism in old times. Rumor has it that as long as someone says your name, you will feel something. Li Xiaoming sensed that someone was using his mark. Come on, young man. Let me test your skills. I am also curious about the talents of this generation of beast masters. Li Xiaoming stretched out his hand with a calm look. He came with curiosity and memories of his teenage self. However, only a few seconds passed. Li Xiaoming's face changed. Why is your soul so strong? Who are you? Chapter 51. Li Xiaoming's shock. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Li Xiaoming's words, with spiritual power, sounded in the area like rolling thunder. He looked solemn, even a little angry. The boy in front of me. She's only 18 years old. But the essence of the soul is incredibly pure. Even myself can't compare. In this situation, there is only one possibility. He is no longer himself, but it was possessed by another body. The person who took over the body might be an extremely powerful spiritual beastmaster. It could also be some strange beast. Li Xiaoming specializes in psychiatry and has seen similar things before. He attacked Hong Yuan with his vast mental power, trying to expose his true face. However, under the vast spiritual impact, Hong Yuan remained motionless and stood steadily in the same place. What do you mean? Faced with Li Xiaoming's unprovoked attacks and strange words, Hong Yuan's face also turned cold. Next second, an incredibly pure spiritual force surged out. Behind Hong Yuan, there appeared a giant statue that could support the sky. The giant stood tall, his body composed of the purest spiritual power, filled with terrifying majesty. How is it possible? Your soul is so. Li Xiaoming's pupil shrank, looking at the shadow behind Hong Yuan in disbelief. Mental power is derived from the soul. He forced out Hong Yuan's true form, but he didn't expect that Hong Yuan's soul would be so terrifying. Like the ruler of the world. It is at this moment. Li Xiaoming confirmed it. Hong Yuan was not possessed by another body, but a true self. But why would a young boy have such a terrifying soul? No, this cannot be said to be soul. But the soul. It's just that the soul can only be evolved from the God level among the star God level. The whole earth, among billions of people, there are only a handful of people who have reached the ultimate level of star God. Could it be that some people are really born with divine souls? Li Xiaoming thought of an impossible possibility. It's my fault. Sorry. A long time. Li Xiaoming let out a long sigh. Bowed deeply to Hong Yuan. Your current body cannot bear the power of the soul for too long, so you should suppress the soul first. If you come to Laojun Mountain someday, I will make tea for you to apologize. I have a scripture that can help you coordinate your spirit and body. If you have any ideas, Li Xiaoming is always here to wait. Li Xiaoming didn't say much, and his body slowly dissipated. Hong Yuan frowned. I don't know what Li Xiaoming is thinking. And just at this moment, what's wrong with them? Why aren't they talking? In the eyes of the people watching the game, Hong Yuan and Li Xiaoming just stood there silent. Li Xiaoming pulled Hong Yuan's consciousness into the spiritual air to fight. Li Xiaoyuan said, when did it happen? It probably started when Hong Yuan just reached the 18th level. Li Xiaoming is also a taboo in China. Rumor. This person is an expert in Taoism, which comes from the Taoism of the old times. especially after awakening his spiritual abilities. He has attained immortal-like attainments in numerology. A few years ago, something big happened in China. The top leaders of China personally went to the mountains and asked him to calculate the country's destiny. Although Li Xiaoming rarely appears in public, his status is so high that even some academicians have to show him respect. I always feel something is wrong. Li Xiaoming is too mysterious. I wonder if there will be any accidents when Hong Yuan faces him. When Dao said worriedly, among many spiritual beasts are the most mysterious. It is also the rarest. Moreover, its fighting style is different from that of ordinary spirit beasts. The higher the combat power, the more likely you are to win. Mental power involves the soul and is the foundation of human beings. So, they are worried. Not bad. In any case, Hong Yuan has already demonstrated his potential, Li Shangyuan said. And on the battlefield, Hong Yuan's body shook, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not good. Something has happened to Hong Yuan. Upon hearing this, his face changed drastically. However, it's incredible. Li Shangyuan in front also shook violently, and finally turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. What happened? They were puzzled. I don't know what exactly happened between Hong Yuan and Li Xiaoming. Hong Yuan, who returned from the spiritual space, looked pale and gasped heavily. Damn it, my current body simply cannot bear the soul of my previous life. After rebirth, Hong Yuan has been suppressing his soul. He is a reborn soul, but in his previous life, he had reached the pinnacle of star god, and his soul had evolved into a divine soul. My weak body now can't bear it at all, so it has been suppressed. But when facing the oppression of Li Xiaoming, the soul sensed a severe crisis and exploded uncontrollably. So, Hong Yuan's body suffered a severe blow, and he started coughing up blood. Laojun Mountain? Hong Yuan suppressed his mind and thought of Li Xiaoming's words. Taoism has extremely strong attainments in the soul, and Li Xiaoming is a giant in the spiritual system of the time. Perhaps he really has a way to help Hong Yuan. But rebirth is Hong Yuan's biggest secret. If Li Xiaoming noticed something, he would be in danger. Should I believe him? Hong Yuan is making a choice. Just as he was thinking, the call from the 5th floor of the Shanghai Tower appeared. Finally, I can take a break. Hong Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, which was rare. Start from entering Shanghai Tower. He has no free time at all, either in battle or on the way to battle. Now, finally got a chance to catch my breath. The 5th floor of Shanghai Tower. No fight. It is a place of choice for inheritance. In his previous life, it was here that he obtained something that changed his life. Devouring spirit. Previous life. His potential was weak, and the first spiritual beast he contracted, the golden carp, had no fighting power at all. Rely on hard work and evolve step by step. It was not until it evolved into the second form of the golden carp, the storm carp dragon, that it gained some combat power. And all this, it all depended on the adventure he had on the 5th floor of Shanghai Tower. Booze, booze, booze. After Hong Yuan entered the 5th level, the entire sky on the 5th floor was brilliant, with countless rays of light interweaving and flashing like countless glass frames. The glass frames are rectangular, numerous in number, and rotating in the air. There are densely packed words or patterns on each glass frame. Mountain and sea inheritance. Each glass frame represents a heritage. There are so many. This moment, Hong Yuan was also a little surprised. Previous life. When he came here, there are only dozens of inheritances that have appeared. And now, the inheritances in the sky are countless. There are at least tens of thousands. This scene, it also deeply shocked many teachers who were watching the game. Xiao Wendao, how many inheritances appeared when you were here? Li Shangyuan said. Wendao swallowed hard and said with difficulty. 300. Chapter 52. 99,999 inheritances. Mountain and sea inheritance is a two-way choice. All the inheritances that appeared recognized the strength and talent of the inheritors. Even though Wendao had an extraordinary talent, he only activated 300 inheritances back then. I showed up with 1,000 of them back then. Li Shangyuan spoke. This sentence shocked everyone present so much that they dared not speak. Li Shangyuan, an academician of the Beast Taming Research Institute, is at the top of China in terms of both talent and strength. This kind of existence, there are only 1,000 of them. Call! Li Shangyuan took a deep breath. His eyes turned to the screen. There was a string of numbers jumping rapidly. The highest number I know of was created by Li Xiaoming back then. 50,000. 50,000. Hear this number. Everyone was shocked. And just at this moment, the number of Hong Yuan's inheritance was finally counted. 99,999. When Dao's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? One person actually caused all the inheritances of the Shanghai Tower to appear at the same time. Does this mean that all the inheritances have recognized him?" Zhou Yuntong looked shocked, his eyes fixed on the screen. 99,999, an unimaginable astronomical number. According to their understanding, the maximum capacity that the Shanghai Tower can open at this stage is this number. I've lived to such an old age, but I was actually shocked by a kid. If my guess is correct, if the mountain and sea tower is fully opened, the number may be more than this. Li Shangyuan burst out laughing. What will he choose? Everyone began to wonder what kind of inheritance Hong Yuan would choose. Although there are many inheritances, Hong Yuan can only choose one from them. This is the rule of Shanghai Tower. We still can't let him choose randomly, Xiao Zhou go tell him. Final. Li Shangyuan was still worried about Hong Yuan. I hope he can choose the one that suits him best. But according to the school rules, teachers cannot disturb students during their assessment period. A teacher said, Zhou Yuntong glared at the teacher fiercely. The teacher looked at Wen Dao with grievance. Principal, I am here to protect the dignity of the school, so you must help me. However, at this moment, Wen Dao tilted his head and pretended not to see it. I was speechless when I heard this. You have no tact, so don't drag me into this. Do you think I have a say here? One is an academician, a veteran in the academy, and the other is the ancestor of the Zhong family in the imperial capital. Although I am the president of Shanghai Academy, do you expect me to contradict these two? It's an international joke. Have no choice. The teacher in charge of the assessment could only sit down with a wronged look on his face. Hong Yuan in the Shanghai Tower heard Zhou Yuntong's voice. Teacher, what's wrong? Hong Yuan asked in confusion. I'm worried that I don't know how to choose, so I'm here to tell you that among these inheritances, the most powerful one is the spirit controlling technique at the top. The soul control technique can allow your spiritual energy to be divided, so that when you control a spirit beast, you can be more handy and reach the ultimate level. You can even control 100 spirit beasts at the same time. There is another 5-element spirit that can give your spirit beast another attribute, or even cause it to mutate and evolve. Oh, take a look. That spiritual bone is what is left from a mythical spiritual beast. And this, Zhou Yuntong kept talking, explained to Hong Yuan the better inheritance in the Shanghai Tower. To be honest, the soul control technique is already extremely powerful, but compared to Hong Yuan's Beast Taming Sutra, it is still a little bit lacking. So Hong Yuan didn't consider it. As for the spirit of the 5 elements, it can help the spirit beast obtain another attribute, greatly improving its combat power. But Hong Yuan's spirit beast doesn't need this. There are others. Similar to the evolution stone, it can evolve ahead of time. The water of annihilation can help attach annihilation damage to the skills of spirit beasts. Even at the highest point, there are top-notch spiritual treasures shining. Although it is only the inheritance of the 4th floor of the Shanghai Tower and cannot be compared with the later inheritances, it is already very tempting for those below the Heavenly King level. But this is not what Hong Yuan wants. What he really sees is... Found it! Hong Yuan's eyes flashed. See an inconspicuous glass frame among the many heritages. On the glass frame, there is an engraving of a Taotai pattern, which looks ancient and lifelike, as if it will descend from the primitive times at any time. Devour this world. This is the devouring spirit. Bless the spirit beast. The spirit beast will then gain the power of devouring. Only, the devouring spirit is extremely weak in the early stages and can only accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, requiring an extremely long time to grow. In the previous life, for a long time after obtaining the devouring spirit, Hong Yuan did not realize how powerful the devouring spirit was. Until the devouring spirit grows, it started to grow rapidly. It's you. Hong Yuan's eyes were determined. Directly selected the devouring spirit. In the outside world, when everyone saw Hong Yuan's choice, they all frowned. Why did he choose such a useless thing? Hearing the Tao, not understanding it, the spirit gathering pattern is an extremely weak one among many inheritances. Generally speaking, only people with average talent would choose this. The spirit gathering pattern is an additional tattoo on the body of a spirit beast. This tattoo can speed up the absorption of spiritual energy. However, compared with other inheritances, this acceleration effect seems extremely useless. Hong Yuan, You made the wrong choice. Zhou Yuntong sent a message anxiously. Seeing the inheritance glass approaching Hong Yuan, he became extremely anxious. However, Hong Yuan ignored it and just looked at the devouring spirit eagerly. Few people in the world know about this magical object, and most of them think it is just an ordinary spirit gathering pattern. If it weren't for his experience in his previous life, Hong Yuan would probably have missed it. Chant! Xiao Jin roared towards the sky, transformed into a mighty dragon, and flew into the sky. The glass inheritance shattered and turned into a sky full of brilliant light, enveloping Xiao Jin. Not long, there was a new Taodai pattern on Xiao Jin's forehead. It's done! Hong Yuan was excited. In this scene, this made everyone sigh. What a pity! With such a good opportunity, he chose such a useless inheritance. Forget it, it's his own choice. Who can interfere with it? But the growth of geniuses is all based on their own choices, and we can't say anything. Watching the inheritance completely merge, but the inheritance in the sky still did not dissipate. Could it be that? Li Shangyuan's expression changed. Hong Yuan once obtained a second spirit beast from the beast god. Does that mean he can also obtain two inheritances at the same time? Looking at the inheritance in the sky, Hong Yuan was also shocked. He sensed it. There is another opportunity for inheritance. And this opportunity was indeed due to the appearance of the sky-shaking ape. In that case, Hong Yuan's eyes scanned the air rapidly. Skill +1 useless. Talent enhancement. The cost performance is too low. The ancient method is no longer applicable in modern times. There is no shortage of techniques, skills, and spiritual beasts to enhance Hong Yuan. If it can really improve combat effectiveness, there is one thing that is possible. Ling Bao. Hong Yuan raised his head and looked into the deepest part of the sky. Chapter 53, Spiritual Treasure, Skylifting Stick. There, the rays of light are brilliant. The air is filled with spiritual charm, and spiritual treasures are floating in it. There was a large cauldron floating in the air, breathing in and out milky white gas, with yin and yang running rampant. There was a long sword moving around, sword energy intertwined, cutting through the void. It is seamless, profound, mysterious, and gorgeous. And at the deepest point, a golden iron rod made Hong Yuan's pupils shrink. In the old times, there are mythological stories and legends. The most famous among them is the Monkey King's son Wukong. And this iron rod is very similar to the golden hoop in mythology. Roar, roar, roar. Hong Yuan conveyed his thoughts to the Zhenxian ape. The sky-shaking ape roared continuously with excitement. Obviously, the heaven-shaking ape was also fascinated by the Monkey King that Hong Yuan mentioned. In that case, it's you. Hong Yuan was moved and chose the inheritance. Call out. In the sky, a streak of light, like a falling meteor. It turned into a golden iron rod and stuck into the ground. Buzz! The iron rod vibrated and hummed continuously, surrounded by golden rays of light, ancient and noble. Various ancient patterns are engraved on it, which are unclear, inexplicable, and extremely mysterious. The eyes of the sky-shocking ape glowed with golden light, and he was extremely excited. He walked forward and wanted to pull it out. Snort! The face of the Zhenxian ape changed. The stick was only a few meters long, but its weight was outrageous. Raise both hands and tense your muscles. Next second, the ground cracked and gravel flew everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky-shaking ape brandished the golden iron stick, swung it up, and smashed it forward. Boom! A huge rock several meters high shattered with a loud bang. Roar, roar, roar. The sky-shaking ape roared, unable to suppress his excitement. Just like it, this will be your weapon from now on. Hong Yuan smiled. The golden iron rod hummed, and golden words appeared. Qing Tian. This is a very ancient script that was used for a period of time in the old times. And in the outside world, everyone looked at the golden iron rod with curiosity in their eyes. Is this the golden hoop? Someone whispered. Forehead. The people next to him looked at him with a very strange look. Seems to be saying, how old are you? Why do you still take myths seriously? Hey. The man smiled awkwardly and stopped talking. What kind of spiritual treasure is this? Is there any record of it? Li Shangyuan looked at Wen Dao and said. Wen Dao shook his head and sighed. The mountain and sea tower is too mysterious. For hundreds of years, we have spared no effort to explore it, but the information we have obtained is really little. For Shanghai Tower. People only know that it is mysterious and full of opportunities. But few people know the specific information. Even the Shanghai Academy itself cannot be fully explored. So far, we can only open it, but the Shanghai Tower is unpredictable. Everyone who enters will experience something different, so it's difficult to get a full picture. Zhou Yintong said. Yeah, Li Shangyuan muttered to himself. I have a feeling that this is a relic from an old era, but we don't know exactly what it is. Mr. Zhong said. As soon as these words came out, everyone just felt that the Shanghai Tower was even more mysterious. Even the Beast Taming Research Institute didn't know about it. After all, the Beast Taming Research Institute does have a research institute that specializes in cultural research of the old times. Since the beginning of the new era, some things here have regained their former glory. The Shanghai Tower should be one of them, and this iron rod should also be from the old times. Speaking of this, there was curiosity about the past in Li Shangyuan's eyes. Could it be that there really was a different civilization in the old days? A history similar to the beast taming era? He was whispering something about the old times. Ordinary people will just treat it as a story. But those of them who have already reached the pinnacle of beast taming will naturally look at it differently. These are not important. I am wondering what Hong Yuan will encounter on the 6th floor. When Dao said, about the 6th floor of Shanghai Tower, there are many different opinions. Some people say that after entering, they only see endless mountains and seas, boundless and boundless. Some people also say that there is only one sacred mountain that reaches the sky, and outside the mountain there are stars, which is ancient and mysterious. What's more, they said that they saw countless mythical beasts in ancient myths and ancient books, and a golden crow turned into a sun, shining in the heavens. Anyway, many people have entered the 6th level, but what everyone sees is different. But there is one thing that everyone agrees on. That is, after the 6th level, there is no chance. It's like going in and watching a movie. Nothing gained. Finally, everyone came to a conclusion. The opportunities for Shanghai Tower are limited to the first 5 floors. But everyone still has doubts in their hearts. Therefore, when Hong Yuan was about to go to the 6th floor, their minds were drawn again. If it was him, would he have had different gains on the 6th floor? Everyone stared at the screen, waiting for Hong Yuan to enter the 6th floor. This time, Shanghai Academy opened the 9th floor of Shanghai Tower for Hong Yuan because they also wanted to see this. Inside the Shanghai Tower, Hong Yuan also sensed the attraction of the 6th level. Hong Yuan, don't go in now? The 6th floor of Shanghai Tower is not accessible to you now. Suddenly, Shang Liu, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. What's the meaning? Hong Yuan was puzzled. In his previous life, he stopped at the 5th level. He was also full of curiosity about the 6th floor. With you now, not only will you not gain anything by entering the 6th floor, but you may also attract the attention of some guys. Shang Liu's voice was unusually heavy. Do you know where I came from? Hearing this, Hong Yuan's heart tightened, and he said, could it be? That's right. I came out from the 6th floor of the Shanghai Tower, and I have been out for hundreds of years, and I have witnessed the transition of your old and new eras. Shang Liu revealed a shocking secret. He actually came from Shanghai Tower. This is really incredible. In the 6th layer, there are 9 mountains and seas. I believe some of you have entered them and have seen a corner of their edges. There are various races living in these 9 mountains and seas. They hide from the world and do not see ordinary people. But you are different. You are a spirit child, a product of 2 worlds. When you grow up in the future, you'll be able to travel between the 2 worlds. I think some things in the 9 mountains and seas are of great interest to you. Shang Liu's words contained a vast amount of information. 9 mountains and seas. Various races. Something. Every word seemed to be telling Hong Yuan. The mystery of this world is far beyond your imagination. Shang Liu, you are from the Shanghai Tower, so do you know what the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors are? Hong Yuan wanted to get a glimpse of the mystery of Shanghai Tower. Such a terrifying existence, as Shang Liu only came out from the 6th level. So what are the contents of the following layers? Hong Yuan, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I want to say that with your current strength, you shouldn't ask these questions. Shang Liu said solemnly. There is a lot of information, but if you don't have enough strength, knowing it will only lead to your death. Chapter 54, Professional Beast Tamer. For this slightly sarcastic remark, Hong Yuan was not angry. He just smiled freely. One day, you will tell me. He naturally understood what Shang Liu meant. At the same time, he also felt the horror of the Shanghai Tower. After all, Shang Liu used to be fearless, and even when he was controlled by the evil god's coffin, he had never been as cautious as he is now. Obviously, inside the Shanhai Tower, there is a presence that scares him. Teacher, I choose to stop here. I won't go any further. Hong Yuan stretched out his hand, indicating that he wanted to withdraw. What's going on? Why are you quitting now? The school has already opened up the 9th level of permissions for you. You can continue forward. Zhou Yuntong's voice came. He was a little anxious and didn't quite understand why Hong Yuan would stop here. He clearly had the qualifications to enter the 6th floor, yet he chose to give up. I've learned that there aren't many opportunities on the 6th floor, so I don't want to waste time making a wasted trip. Hong Yuan found an excuse. That's for other people. You are different. You have extraordinary talent. After you go in, you might have a chance to reach the sky. Are you going to give up? Zhou Yuntong shouted. Hearing this, Hong Yuan remained silent. He didn't know how to explain it, but he knew that Shang Liu would not harm him. Because if he died, Shang Liu would not be able to survive under the influence of the evil god's coffin. The people watching the game also looked at Hong Yuan nervously. A long time, Hong Yuan spoke. He spoke with absolute confidence. To be honest, I have already felt the threshold of the headmaster level. I need to break through. Besides, the mountain and sea tower is right here. When I am strong enough, it will not be too late to enter the 6th floor. What? Are you going to break through to the headmaster level? Everyone was shocked. It's only been a short time. Hong Yuan is actually going to become the head of the sect? 18-year-old leader. Unprecedented in history. Rare in the world. If I remember correctly, it's only been more than 2 months since he became a beast master, and he has risen from bronze to the headmaster level. Mr. Zhong's heart was beating rapidly. He comes from the oldest family in the imperial capital and has seen countless geniuses. But Hong Yuan's performance was completely beyond his understanding. Monster. He is simply a living monster. How can those who have lived for decades to become the head of a sect live? Wen Dao smiled bitterly. The appearance of Hong Yuan is simply an incomprehensible phenomenon. Since he is in a hurry to break through, we really can't say anything more. He has his choice, and we just need to protect him. Final. Mr. Zhong and Li Shangyuan looked at each other and expressed their opinions. Hong Yuan, we will arrange a quiet room for you and give you 100 spirit stones. I hope you can break through smoothly, Zhou Yuntong said. Thank you, teacher. Hong Yuan took one last look at the scenery of Shanhai Tower and disappeared. Hiss. After he disappeared, in the void, the space seemed like a scroll with a small hole torn out. A strange-looking head poked out, looked around, but found nothing. It's strange. I seem to smell the scent of Shang Liu. He has been gone for hundreds of years, and I don't know what happened to him. After leaving Shanhai Tower, after Hong Yuan greeted Xiaotai and others, tell yourself you'll be away for a few days. At the same time, he also got some news. During this period, the Han family began to inquire about their own news through various channels. Hearing this, there was a cold light in Hong Yuan's eyes, and he didn't say much. Obviously, the Han family did not give up on the previous hatred. They seemed to be preparing something. But how could Hong Yuan be afraid? North of Shanhai Academy, in a quiet room, Hong Yuan sat alone. There are hundreds of spirit stones surrounding his body. The misty spiritual energy overflowed from it and turned into a milky white thread floating in the air. Hong Yuan opened his mouth and sucked hard. The spiritual energy is aroused, entering his body through his mouth and nose. At the same time, the blood in the body surged, interweaving with the spiritual energy. A mysterious aura connected him and the spirit beast. The so-called leader is someone who has reached an extremely high level of control over spirit beasts. Moreover, a beast master at this level can already control 2 spirit beasts at the same time. The most important thing, but use the spirit beast skills. Although its power is not as strong as the spirit beast itself, it is still a qualitative change. The spiritual energy here is surging. The spiritual energy of hundreds of spirit stones evolves into a tornado with Hong Yuan as the core. Hong Yuan's pores opened and black substance overflowed, cleansed the bones and marrow, and transformed the body. A long time, Hong Yuan's eyes opened wide and golden light burst out, like a sharp sword, piercing through the void. It's the headmaster level. Hong Yuan stood up. The surrounding spiritual stones turned into white powder. Having reached the level of a sect leader, he only felt that there was infinite power in his body. Moreover, where the mind is, one can use some of the skills of the spirit beast. If I were the me now, I should be able to kill a heavenly king. He is at the gold level, and can kill a 9-star leader. After becoming the head of a sect, his power was transformed again. Even the King of Heaven could not show off his power in front of him. Once upon a time, Sun Xingqing, who was half a step away from becoming a heavenly king, bullied Hong Yuan with his invincibility. If they meet again, Hong Yuan can easily kill him. Just over 2 months, everything has changed dramatically. Master Hong, please come to the capital in 2 weeks to meet me. Someone will be there to pick you up then. There is a text message on the phone. The number is unfamiliar. However, Hong Yuan knew who sent the content. Zhong family. At that time, Mr. Zhong invited Hong Yuan to participate in a genius exchange meeting. Counting the days, it's almost time. Perhaps because they were worried that Hong Yuan had forgotten, someone from the Zhong family sent a text message to remind him. In the 9 universities. In fact, there are some people Hong Yuan has never met. After all, most of the people he knew now were students attending the entrance examination meeting. But the real top talents are all admitted directly. And most of those geniuses are in the imperial capital. Therefore, the quality of this genius exchange meeting should be relatively high. I hope you won't let me down. Hong Yuan stood up. Open the door. Here he comes, the youngest headmaster in the history of Shanghai Academy. Zhou Yintong had been waiting outside the door for a long time. After seeing Hong Yuan, his face was full of smiles. In his words, Hong Yuan heard something wrong. The youngest in the history of Shanghai Academy. Obviously, achieving the headmaster level at the age of 18 may be rare in Jinling, but it does not represent other places. I don't know how I managed to fight my way out of those geniuses and become invincible in my previous life. Hong Yuan shook his head and laughed. Previous life. He was weak in the early stage, but soared into the sky in the later stage and managed to break out from those freaks. Thinking about it now, it seems a bit dreamy. In this life, I will build an invincible foundation, and I must trample all those freaks under my feet. I want to be invincible not only in the later stages, but also in the early stages. Hong Yuan thought to himself. For you. While Hong Yuan was thinking, Zhou Yintong handed Hong Yuan a booklet. This is... Hong Yuan opened the booklet and was shocked. Your professional beast tamer certificate. From now on, you will officially become a professional beast tamer. Chapter 55. Mission. Undersea Temple. Under normal circumstances, after the Spirit Beast assessment, the student body will be top junior high school and senior high school. Only after reaching advanced level and passing the graduation assessment can one become a professional beastmaster. But given Hong Yuan's incredible strength and unparalleled potential, therefore, after discussion by the school's professional beast tamer organizing committee, it will be decided to directly appoint Hong Yuan as a professional beast tamer. Gently stroke the certificate in your hand. Hong Yuan's eyes were full of memories. Scenes from my past life flashed before my eyes. Exactly the same certificate, exactly the same person, but in this life he is no longer the last one, but the invincible Hong Yuan. Although your situation is special, you still have to complete the tasks that a professional beastmaster should have. Take a rest and report to the inner court. They will assign you tasks. Zhou Yintong left after saying this. A professional beastmaster. He is the true patron saint of China. The significance of this certificate is bestowed by the country and the people, and it carries a lofty mission. That is to say, from the moment I became a professional beastmaster, Hong Yuan is officially no longer a student, but a great guardian. So, he needs to complete the tasks of a professional beastmaster. These tasks usually involve dealing with some rebels or some uncontrollable strange beasts. Of course, it could also be some secret place. After completing the task, you can get honor points. Points have many uses. Exchange items, or improve professional reputation and transform into a higher-level beastmaster. A professional beastmaster is bound to the school he or she graduated from. For example, ordinary students graduating from Shanghai Academy will become professional beastmasters of the school. The professional beastmasters in mountains and seas are divided into 3 levels. Entry level, true master, and successor. The resources obtained by each level of beastmaster are also different. If you want to become stronger, earn points, and upgrade your level. A new road. Let's begin. After putting away the certificate, Hong Yuan walked towards the inner palace. The Nifu of Shanghai Academy is the administrative department. Those who walk here are all professional beastmasters from Shanghai Academy. They were dressed differently, some in jeans, some in Taoist robes, and some in beautiful modern clothes. Hong Yuan walked straight into a room. Hong Yuan. The staff took Hong Yuan's certificate and entered the number on the computer. His expression turned a little surprised. This mission. The staff member next to him came over and asked, "What's wrong? Undersea temple?" The two looked at Hong Yuan in surprise and muttered, "Why would a beast master of this level be asked to do a task of this level?" But I didn't think much about it. They are not eligible to participate in the arrangements made above. This is your mission. Go to Jinhai City. A new secret place has appeared there. You need to go there to explore the situation. The mission goal is to bring back a piece of sea stone. Sea stone, a rather peculiar mineral, has extremely strong drainage properties and can be used to build castles on the seabed. A palm-sized piece of sea stone can create a waterless area of 10 meters underwater. Looking at the expressions of the two staff members, Hong Yuan subconsciously felt that something was wrong. "Thank you." Hong Yuan took back the certificate. So I prepared to leave school. Jinhai City is a coastal city located on the shore of Luohai Lake. It is one of the most important port cities in China. Extremely prosperous. Not long ago, an underwater temple was discovered there, which was surprisingly not eroded by seawater. In addition, its area is too large, covering thousands of square meters. Therefore, Shanghai Academy concluded that there must be a huge amount of sea stone. It looks like quite a few schools will be coming this time. Hong Yuan took a bus to Jinhai City. After several hours of driving, Hong Yuan finally arrived at his destination. After showing his ID, Hong Yuan entered the reception hotel of Shanghai Academy. As a professional beastmaster, his treatment is naturally not comparable to that in his student days. Not only is travel free, but accommodation is also in top-notch luxury hotels. The next day, Hong Yuan went out early. Head to the beach. The seaside scenery is beautiful and the sunshine is warm. The beauties on the beach are so beautiful. How do I get into the so-called underwater temple? Looking at the vast sea, Hong Yuan was in trouble for a moment. The specific location of the underwater temple is deep in Luohai, at least 1,000 meters deep. If you rely on yourself alone, I'm afraid it's difficult to enter. Not to mention the underwater pressure. After entering the sea, it is impossible to determine the exact location of the underwater temple. This mission is indeed a bit strange. There is so little information. Hong Yuan stayed there from morning till night, but gained nothing. At this time, he had already started to think. Under the night, the bright moonlight shines down, and the sea surface ripples like a fairyland. "Be careful, someone is watching you." A smart voice sounded in my ears. Hong Yuan looked around, but there was no one there. He sat up suddenly. It was at this time, a strong sense of life and death crisis came. Hong Yuan exerted force on his body and jumped far away. Boom! A blazing beam of light blasted a huge hole directly where Hong Yuan was originally. The fire in the big pit was still burning and black smoke was billowing. Not far away, a man dressed in a black robe and shrouded in shadows stood alone. "How did you get away?" He was very surprised. "I've been very careful, using special skills to cover the entire body. It is absolutely impossible to be detected." It was clearly a fatal blow, but he still missed. Hong Yuan was covered in cold sweat. "I still feel scared. If it weren't for the voice that warned him and prepared him, he might have been hit." He looked at the man, his eyes full of murderous intent. The other party is good at assassination and comes well prepared, especially the shadow that completely conceals the aura of the body. Walking silently, breathing without breath. It's impossible to guard against. Since you've discovered me, I won't hold back. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. In the dark night, a black shadow flew towards Hong Yuan at an extremely fast speed with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Puff! However, it's unexpected. Hong Yuan's face turned cold. He just reached out and grabbed the black shadow. How is that possible? The man in black's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Hong Yuan in disbelief. The opponent actually caught the shadow bat that was releasing a skill with his bare hands. The shadow bat is small, nimble, and swift, with extremely fast speed, especially when it releases the skill Swift Shadow Sword. It is as fast as an Excalibur. But now he was caught by someone with bare hands. Is this possible? Crack! A ray of golden electric light appeared on Hong Yuan's arm. Skills? Are you at the master level? The man in black looked like he had seen something incredible. The intelligence clearly said he was at the gold level. How could you have become the head of a sect in such a short time? He called out desperately, trying to recall the shadow bats. However, the shadow bat struggled, but couldn't break free. Under Hong Yuan's terrifying power, he kept wailing. Crackling. Dense electric flashes swirled around Hong Yuan's arms, shining brightly and illuminating Hong Yuan's face. This moment, a terrifying murderous aura erupted from this young man. Puff. The shadow bat, a king-level assassination beast, was crushed in the air. Even the essence of blood and flesh was absorbed by Shangliu. No, even if you were a sect leader, how can you crush a king-level spirit beast with one hand? The man in black looked terrified. Nothing is impossible. Hong Yuan spoke calmly. Next second, the figure disappeared directly on the spot. Chapter 56, Shocking Mural. Bang! Hong Yuan's palm was filled with electric light, and he struck the man in black on the chest. Puff! The man in black's eyes bulged out, and he coughed up blood. Then, Hong Yuan's figure disappeared again. Lightning flashes. Hong Yuan kicked the man in black away again. In the air, Hong Yuan appeared, his eyes showing a terrifying murderous intent. The divine legs were filled with golden electric light, as if they had turned into a divine mountain. It comes from Xiao Jin's skill. Tale of the Divine Mountain. This blow has the force of several thousand pounds. The terrifying force almost broke the black-clothed man's body in half. The killing power. Boom! Dust rose up, and the body of the man in black was buried directly in the sand pit. No! Impossible! A master-level beast master of his generation. He died here without even having the chance to summon a second beast tamer. Hong Yuan didn't waste any words and didn't ask the man in black who sent him. Because he knows. Even if you ask, there will be no result. Now he is more curious about who made the previous sound. If it weren't for that voice, I would have been seriously injured even if I didn't die. He looked toward the sea. There was a flickering and sparkling light. Behind a reef, vaguely, a figure flashed by. Hong Yuan found some traces. Near that reef, there are some strange rocks. They are arranged into specific trajectories, which seem to be some kind of formation. Hong Yuan was not familiar with the formation. Just at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Hong Yuan's consciousness. This is a space formation. It should lead to somewhere. The ghost doll, which had been sleeping for a long time, woke up again. You're awake. Hong Yuan finally felt relieved. The spirit doll had taken action for him before, which must have consumed a lot of energy, so there has been no response. This caused Hong Yuan to worry for a long time. The spirit doll must have encountered an accident, and its origin was damaged. It was said before that it had lost its memory. Fortunately, it looks like everything should be fine now. I seem to have slept for a long time. But Prince, where are you going? The ghost doll said. Hong Yuan repeated his mission. I know how to open this space formation. Just follow my instructions. Under the guidance of the spirit doll, Hong Yuan moved the stones on the ground and injected spiritual energy into them. The next second, ripples appeared in space. Hong Yuan's figure disappeared. Hong Yuan naturally understood that this space formation must have been left behind by people from other forces. Obviously, someone had already gone in before him. So, after entering the underwater temple, Hong Yuan kept it secret. This is an ancient and magnificent palace complex, with dozens of them visible as far as the eye can see. The sky is the azure blue sea, sprinkled with sunshine. The endless sea water is separated by an invisible film. When you look up, you can see various sea creatures swimming around. Hong Yuan carefully shuttled between the palaces. These palaces are extremely old, with ancient inscriptions on them that do not belong to either the old or new era. Is it from the palace in the world of spirit beasts? Hong Yuan made a judgment. At the same time, he also began to wonder, could it be that the world of spirit beasts also has a civilization similar to that of the human world? That is to say, that world is not just a primitive one. He looked at the murals on the wall. There is a mural showing a giant whale blocking out the sky. It is so huge that it can swallow up the sun, moon, and stars when it opens its mouth. There is also a divine sea turtle, carrying an island as big as a continent on its back, on which live countless spiritual beasts. There are also strange beasts with stars surrounding them, like the masters of the stars. The more Hong Yuan watched, the more shocked he became. The scenes in the murals have surpassed his understanding of the abilities of the star god level. There is still a way above star god, and this road is not the end. Hong Yuan was excited, as if he saw hope. He seemed to have returned to the days when he was studying, carefully looking at the contents of the murals. I hope I got some inspiration from it. And in one of the murals, he saw an incredible scene. That's a person. That's right. In the murals of the spirit beast world, he saw a human being, tall and majestic. Can't see the face clearly, but her whole body was filled with a noble and holy aura, like a celestial being. Under him, endless spiritual beasts come to worship. At the front, there are 10 of the largest spiritual beasts, each with a different appearance. Who is this? The impact of this picture is so terrifying, to the point that Hong Yuan was a little dazed. A human being actually has billions of spiritual beasts worshiping him. In other words, he is just another creature with human form. Are there really immortals in this world? If it is possible, Hong Yuan can only think of the legendary immortal. However, the integration of the world of spiritual animals and the world of humans only happened a few hundred years ago. But the age of this painting is much longer than this. Hong Yuan didn't understand and could only imprint the painting deeply in his heart. This palace is very complex. The corridors are winding and the houses are in disarray. But there is no breath of life. Could it be that this ruin is just an empty one? Is there only a palace? Hong Yuan asked in confusion. But where did the people who entered here before go? Suddenly, a stone pillar in the corridor ahead caught Hong Yuan's attention. Why is there a stone pillar here? Boo boo boo. A strange sound was heard. It was as if countless bubbles burst. Immediately following, the stone pillar in front of me changed strangely like batter. Soon, it transformed into a rock beast with a strong upper body and a small lower body. Hoo hoo hoo. The rock spirit beast made a whirring sound from its mouth and waved its fists to attack Hong Yuan. What's going on? Hong Yuan frowned. He had never seen this rock spirit beast before, but its strength was very weak, only at the silver level. A flash of lightning passed by, and the rock shattered. Hoo hoo hoo. More voices rang out. Countless rock spirit beasts appeared in front and behind Hong Yuan. The number is so large that it is difficult to count. There! The voice of the ghost doll sounded. She seemed to know something and pointed away for Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan did not hesitate. His body glowed like a human cannonball. Wherever it goes, nothing can stop it. Something strange happened. Inside this palace, at the end of the corridor, there is a bottomless abyss. On the opposite side, there were huge rocks floating in the air. At the end of the site, there is another corridor. Obviously, you need to pass the boulder to reach the other side. Wait, you try it, but don't jump over it. The ghost doll said. Hong Yuan understood what he meant and jumped up, but did not jump out, but returned to where it was. Boom! A giant python covered in pitch black pounced out from the abyss at an extremely terrifying speed. Then, landed again, no trace of him. Very good. You are really asking for your own death by playing this kind of game in front of me. The ghost doll was a little annoyed. She had seen through everything, but having just woken up, she was powerless to help Hong Yuan solve the problem. You're so taunting to tease my prince like that. I don't care who you are. You're done for. The ghost doll gritted its teeth and said, Chapter 57 Games. This kind of game is what I left over from playing. The ghost doll said. Hong Yuan looked confused. Gradually, I began to understand something from her words. In the palace, there's a being who controls this area, similar to a game. Sure enough, there's a loophole. The ghost doll did not appear, but it seemed to see something. Hong Yuan had a feeling and followed the puppet's instructions, slowly moving forward. 1 step forward, 3 steps back, then left, and then... This behavior made Hong Yuan feel very strange. It's like a card bug in a game. Floating in the air? Hong Yuan was surprised to find out. Under the guidance of the spirit doll, he could actually float in the air. Not only are you floating in the air, you are now ignored by this game. You little brat, actually play these things in front of me. I seem to have sensed his presence. Let's go. Hong Yuan nodded. With 1 step in the air, his body actually merged directly into the wall. Deep inside the palace, in an empty room, dozens of huge screens are neatly arranged. Various strange images were displayed on the screen. Someone was surrounded by a group of carnivorous plants and kept screaming. Some people kept moving forward in the swamp and would get stuck in it from time to time. Some people were struggling forward amid the hail of bullets. And under many screens, a little silver-white fox, with an excited look on its face, was lying on the table. It's fun. The little fox's fingertips glowed with light, and every time it waved, the scene on the screen would change. Obviously, she is the manipulator of this game. It's fun, isn't it? Suddenly, a voice sounded. The little fox's hair stood up instantly, and its eyes widened. How could anyone else come into this place? She trembled and slowly turned around, only to see a young human walking out of the wall. "Ayya!" screamed the little fox. Hair bursting, Hong Yuan frowned and looked at the little fox in front of him. Was it this golden-level spirit beast that caused the previous difficulties? Shut up! The little fox's voice was truly piercing. Hong Yuan couldn't help but shouted coldly. The little fox covered his mouth instantly, his eyes full of fear. This human is so vicious. Hong Yuan looked at the mini screens not far away. It suddenly dawned on me. It turns out those people were also trapped in the game. Call out. A stone pillar suddenly formed in the wall and rushed towards Hong Yuan. Bang! Hong Yuan just punched. The stone pillar shattered. The little fox was stunned, his big watery eyes filled with horror. Is this human? Is it you? Hong Yuan looked at the little fox. It's not me. The little fox shook his head desperately, making childish sounds. She tried to explain that she discovered this place by accident. Those games are made because they are fun. Suddenly, a cold laugh sounded in the room. The sound came from all directions. Interesting. There are actually humans who can see through the loopholes in this game. That's really great. The wall rises and falls like water waves, turning into a huge face. The faces kept changing positions. On the roof for a while, a moment on the wall. A moment later, he was under Hong Yuan's feet again. The little fox was frightened. She was still young and had never seen such a scene. He simply hugged Hong Yuan's legs and trembled. Hong Yuan felt heavy-hearted and looked around the room. Wow. Suddenly, the screen in front of him suddenly blurred and turned into a giant human face. The face was distorted, half red and half white, with a pair of creepy eyes, without eyelids exposed. Come on. As long as you win this game, I will satisfy you with whatever you want. The human face laughed. That's the guy. Prince, be careful. The aura that the spirit doll had sensed before. Not a little fox, but this weird guy. Next second, this area has changed. The space twisted and the ground shook. They appeared in a corridor. Roar! A violent roar sounded. An epic spiritual beast. Hong Yuan's body shook. Obviously, that mysterious existence has already started a game. An epic-level spirit beast is equivalent to a titled beastmaster. It's not something Hong Yuan can handle now. Run! Hong Yuan turned around and ran towards the corridor. The little fox held Hong Yuan's legs tightly and was thrown wildly. The face has been distorted due to the wind. I couldn't say a word. Even so, she didn't dare let go, because there was a ferocious face behind him, catching up with him. Prince, there's a hidden item there, the ghost doll said. Hong Yuan's expression froze, and he punched through the wall. Hong Yuan was stunned. There was actually a sniper among them. That's right. It's a sniper rifle. It's just driven by spiritual energy. Something is wrong. Hong Yuan began to feel doubtful. But at this moment, he had no time to think. He turned around quickly, holding the sniper in both hands, and injected spiritual energy into it. Buzz! A light gathered at the muzzle, and then a huge bullet flew out. Bang! The ferocious beast suffered a severe blow on its forehead and let out a mournful cry, quickly retracting its head. However, this is just a delaying tactic. If you want to win this game, still other methods are needed. Hong Yuan was running quickly through the corridor. In the original room, after Hong Yuan disappeared, the screen in the middle turned into a huge head. The other screens all turned into human heads. There were actually smiles on the faces of these human heads, as if they were in a state of extreme joy. Moreover, these human heads are connected to the head in the middle by crystal threads. Human culture is so interesting. The huge head was smiling, with its mouth wide open. Guns, airplanes, spirit beasts, and so many interesting things. My game can be enriched with more content. He kept absorbing the knowledge from human memory. At the same time, Hong Yuan kept encountering some difficulties. Boom! The spirit beast dressed in mechas kept firing at Hong Yuan. Under fire, Hong Yuan had messy black hair and bright eyes, and he kept dodging. In front, the Golden Thunder True Light Dragon spews out dragon breath, and the sky-shaking divine ape dances with the sky-lifting stick. This is a tough battle. This is not a solution. We will be exhausted to death. Hong Yuan whispered and asked the spirit doll. The little fox was stunned and could only lie tightly on Hong Yuan's shoulder. As long as she lets go, it will be engulfed by artillery fire in an instant. The World Spirit Core has been detected. Please go and absorb it. If you complete the task, you will receive a reward. Sweet fruit. The system voice sounded. Hong Yuan was stunned. His eyes instantly looked in a certain direction. Where are you going? It's a dead end there, screamed the little fox. Hong Yuan actually rushed towards the group of spirit beasts. Why is he going there? We can't let him go. Stop him. The giant head screamed. Suddenly, countless spirit beasts surrounded Hong Yuan. Chapter 58. Sweet Fox, please give me a gold ticket. Xiao Jin, Xiao Yuan, Xiang Lu, all of you come out. I want to see who can stop me. Hong Yuan has already discovered it. The strength of these spiritual beasts is not strong. It's just that those mechas and modern weapons are powerful. The main reason for all this, it is most likely due to the existence of the world's spirit core. Maybe this time, we can figure out the function of the world's spirit core. Boom! Xiao Jin roared, and the golden lightning flashed brightly, sweeping away the spirit beasts. The sky-shaking ape waved the sky-lifting stick with both hands, crushing everything. I finally got to take action. Shang Liu's pale green figure appeared, shuttling among the spirit beasts with a highly corrosive poison. Not long, Hong Yuan walked to the end of the corridor, stepping on the corpses of spirit beasts and the fragments of mechas. There is a room. In the room, there was a crystal glass bead, shining brightly, with light patterns flowing in it, revealing mechas or spiritual beasts. Hong Yuan touched it directly with one hand and automatically began to absorb the spirit core. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the world's spirit core. Reward, sweet fruit. And after absorbing the spirit core, all attacks from the surrounding area dissipated. Their figures reappeared in the original room. How? How is this possible? Seeing Hong Yuan's figure, the huge head looked terrified and said in disbelief. He never expected it. Hong Yuan can touch that thing. The world's spiritual core. Even he could only borrow the power from it and could not move easily. But the human in front of him could actually absorb it. What are you? Hong Yuan frowned and looked at this strange spirit beast. Those heads were obviously the humans he had killed. No wonder I didn't see anyone else here. I am not a thing. I am the great god of games. God! Hong Yuan sneered. You are worthy to be called God. Good boy. Although you broke my game, don't think about getting out alive. I am. The giant head was about to say something when his expression changed drastically. It was as if I had sensed something extremely terrifying. His facial expression gradually stiffened, followed by endless fear. This breath. His expression was filled with horror, his mouth wide open, staring intently at a figure that slowly appeared beside Hong Yuan. How dare you tease my prince? There was murderous intent in the ghost doll's eyes as it slowly walked towards the huge head. No, no, no. Don't come over here. The huge head in front of him was roaring and shaking. It was as if the ghost doll was a terrifying creature. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. Epic spiritual beast? Hong Yuan was shocked. I didn't expect that this skull-shaped spirit beast is so powerful. Even so, he was also terrified and backed away frantically. Careful, Hong Yuan reminded. There were strange waves spreading from the skull of the spirit beast, and silk threads spread out from its head and wrapped around the spirit doll. Anyone who dares to threaten my prince will be unforgivable. The ghost doll grabbed the silk thread, and a creepy smile appeared on its face. No, no, no. Don't kill me. All the attacks of the skull beast were ineffective against the spirit doll. I won't kill you, because I will eat you. The ghost doll opened its mouth, and a terrifying attraction burst out. The skull spirit beast's body moved forward uncontrollably. No matter how he struggled, it was of no avail. Directly swallowed by the ghost doll. This, Hong Yuan was a little surprised. The spirit doll seems to be the natural enemy of this skull-headed spirit beast. It is not only immune to its attacks, but can also easily devour him. In the face of the spirit doll, the head beast had no power to fight back. Prince, I need to get some sleep. As soon as the ghost doll finished speaking, it disappeared. Hong Yuan remained silent and didn't ask any more questions. After the head beast was devoured, all the other human heads fell to the ground and rolled around. Prince. Just at this moment, the little fox lay on Hong Yuan's shoulder and looked at Hong Yuan's face with suspicion. I am the only one who can call you Prince. If you call me that again, I will kill you. The voice of the ghost doll sounded in the little fox's ears. The little fox looked terrified and quickly covered his mouth. She looked around but found nothing. She didn't feel relieved until she was sure that the ghost doll would not appear again. But I didn't dare to call Hong Yuan a prince anymore. Little tail fox? Now, Hong Yuan finally had time to observe the little fox in front of him. She was dressed in silver white, with lively eyes and a small tail swinging behind her. The small-tailed fox is a spiritual beast with a very high talent for growth. Rumor has it that he possesses the bloodline of the sacred spirit beast, nine-tailed sky fox. The little-tailed fox also looked at Hong Yuan with some curiosity. This human strength has deeply attracted her. Would you like to sign a contract with me? Hong Yuan smiled. He was somewhat interested in this little fox. Contract. The little-tailed fox lives in an underwater temple and is unaware of the beast masters in the human world. Just become my partner, go on adventures together, and see the world together. The world outside? Is it fun? Of course it's fun. Much more fun than here. Okay then, I want to be your partner. The playful little fox was instantly attracted by Hong Yuan's words. Soon, Hong Yuan signed a contract with the little fox. As a greeting, I'll give you a gift. Hong Yuan smiled. The devil fruit is being fed. Please wait for a moment. Congratulations to the host for becoming the one who is fed with the sweet fruit. Under the effect of the devil fruit, the little-tailed fox is about to begin evolving. Evolving. The little-tailed fox was wrapped in a ball of pink light, and its shape began to change. The originally silver-white hair became smoother, and the body became more slender. Not long, a fox full of charm appeared before his eyes. Compared to the small-tailed fox. At this moment, the fox has charming eyes and enchanting steps. Among spiritual beasts, it has an absolutely fatal charm. Hong Yuan opened its properties panel. Spiritual beast, sweet spirit fox. Level, gold 9 stars. Attribute psychic. Talent. Charm, only effective for spirit beasts at this stage. Agility. Skills, enchanting eyes, charming fragrance, mental fabrication, chaos sound waves. Bloodline, 9-tailed heavenly fox. Sweet spirit fox, another form that has never appeared before. Hong Yuan gently stroked the little fox's fur. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge roar coming from outside. It's like some kind of existence is fighting. Hong Yuan hurried out. In the sky, a figure stood, facing the wind. On the other side, there was a huge figure. Human, hand over the spiritual treasure. The huge figure was a spirit beast that looked like a dinosaur, covered in blue scales and with glowing eyes. Divine beast. Hong Yuan was stunned. This spiritual beast is the legendary sacred beast, Hydora. Intersect here. The most shocking thing is the human beings confronting the mythical beast Hydora. Chapter 59. Today's humiliation will be repaid tomorrow. This is a young-looking man, no more than 20 years old, dressed in tight clothes, standing in the air. Being able to fly in the air and face the mythical beast Hydora head-on shows that he is at least a star god level. A star god level person in his 20s. Who is this person? This moment. Even Hong Yuan felt horrified. Him in previous life. Never heard of such an existence. During his rise, he went through countless battles, but no one was able to reach the star god level in his 20s. Who is it? Hong Yuan looked up. In the air, the man and the beast were dozens of meters apart. The spiritual treasure has spirits. Since it has chosen me, it belongs to me. The man spoke in a calm voice. He had long hair that was as black as ink, and his eyes held a frightening light. It doesn't belong to you. Return it immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hydora roared, and the scales on his body glowed, filled with water waves. Then I'd like to see how rude you are. Facing the pressure from the divine beast, the man's expression was calm. His eyes did not waver, and he stood in the void. Groan! A huge halberd appeared out of nowhere. He was the first to attack. Damn it! Damn humans! Hydora was shocked and angry, and while roaring, he caused the blue waves to turn into a sea dragon and swept out. Bang! The man was extremely powerful, his whole body glowing with golden light. He swung his halberd down with great force, cutting off the sea dragon. The power remains undiminished. Bite! The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing was heard, and Hydora's sharp claws blocked the halberd. Brilliant sparks burst out from the friction and scattered into the air. Bang, bang, bang. The man and the beast fought hundreds of times in a blink of an eye. This person can fight against the divine beast without relying on the spirit beast. Hong Yuan looked solemn. Among the beast tamers, most of them rely on the combat power of spirit beasts. Few people would improve their combat effectiveness. In this way, once the spirit beast fails, the beast master will also lose his combat effectiveness. Those with extraordinary talents will naturally notice this problem. Therefore, in the process of growing up, one will hone oneself and integrate the power of spiritual beasts. Only, this situation is extremely difficult. After all, you need to improve the combat power of the spirit beast and cultivate yourself. It is simply difficult for ordinary people to do this. This is also the path that Hong Yuan took. The same is true for the young man in front of me. Poseidon cannon. Hedorah stepped back, opened his mouth to gather energy, and a blazing blue beam of light burst out. The man looked calm as he waved his halberd, transforming it into a film of light that blocked his body. The light film flows, and symbols grow. Boom! A horrific explosion sounded, and vast energy swept around wantonly. Palaces were destroyed one after another. The earth was lifted up. A circular pit of several dozen meters was formed with the two people as the center. A divine beast. Nothing more than that. The man's calm voice sounded. Groan. Endless rays of divine light emerged from the void and intertwined into a web of heaven and earth. Roar! Hedorah roared, and divine light burst out from its scales. The divine light touched and exploded in the air, forming countless colorful fireworks. The terrifying energy fluctuations were like a volcanic eruption. Incredible! The man was actually in a suppressive position when facing the mythical beast Hedorah. Is this all your strength? The man's eyes glowed, and wheels of light swirled around his body. At last, endless wheels of light converge. It transformed into a halo of destruction that almost encompassed the entire underwater temple. Booz, booz, booz. The light wheel spun and hummed continuously, pressing towards Hedorah. A divine beast with good potential. Why not follow me? The man actually wanted to subdue Hedorah. You are a human being. What qualifications do you have to enslave me? Hedorah roared and struggled frantically. But the light wheel locked him tightly. Why am I not qualified? Even gods have to bow before me. Arrogant. Overbearing. The man waved. The light wheel kept shrinking, and Hedorah was also shrinking. At last, it turned into the size of a palm and fell into the man's palm. The man stood in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and his black hair as black as ink. Hong Yuan stood in the ruins, thinking about this person's origins. Are you Hong Yuan? Suddenly, the man actually lowered his eyes and looked at Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan's heart was shaken, and he felt a terrifying pressure coming. Star God level targeting. It was like a mountain, almost suffocating him. But he did not lower his head at all. Instead, he forced himself to stand up straight and resist the pressure. My name is Du Tianjun, and I come from Kunlun Academy. A sentence, like thunder. It directly dealt a heavy blow to Hong Yuan's consciousness. Puff! Hong Yuan's body shook violently, and he vomited blood. I have seen many geniuses like you, but they are all like ants in front of me. He was just speaking normally, but it seemed to carry some kind of law, causing Hong Yuan's internal organs to boil. There is a world of difference between you and me, and we will never meet, but I once owed someone a favor, so I'm here to teach you a lesson. The man looked down, and there was a Tai Chi diagram in his eyes. Hong Yuan was hit hard and just sneered. Is it the Sun family? I didn't ask you to speak. Boom! A pressure like the power of heaven poured down. Hong Yuan's body was shaking, and he felt that all the bones in his body were wailing. Kneel down, looking at Hong Yuan's unyielding appearance. Du Tianjun frowned. Boom! The ground beneath Hong Yuan's feet collapsed. Click! The sound of bones breaking. Even so, he still did not kneel. This is Hong Yuan's pride. The respected should not be insulted. He is a real man, but the people I look down upon will never see me in their entire lives. Du Tianjun spoke calmly. In his eyes, if it wasn't for repaying a favor, Hong Yuan wouldn't even be worthy of seeing him. Ha ha! Hong Yuan looked crazy and coughed up blood. Xiao Jin, little monkey, chant. A terrifying dragon roar was heard. A golden dragon, over 30 meters long, evolved from the void. Another divine ape leaped up, holding a huge stick. How dare you attack me? Du Tianjun's breath caught in his throat, and he looked at Hong Yuan in surprise. This ant, in this situation, actually dares to take the initiative to attack me? Why not? Hong Yuan opened his mouth and spat out blood. In my life, I, Hong Yuan, have never backed down from anything I have done. Hearing this, Du Tianjun shook his head and sighed. Being impulsive won't bring you any benefits. It will only cost you your life. However, with the support of the Beast Taming Research Institute, I really can't kill you. Next second, the subject suddenly changed. But that's no reason for you to disrespect me. Boom! Du Tian raised his hand. Light gathered in his palm, and a huge energy ball like a star evolved. I am the sun. No matter how brilliant you are, you will eventually fade in front of me. Boom! The sun descended and directly submerged Hong Yuan and the little golden ape. The horrific explosion engulfed the area. A long time, The smoke and dust dissipated. Hong Yuan was covered in blood and collapsed to the ground. Du Tianjun stood in the void, looking down at him. In front of me, you are nothing but a firefly. Whenever you see me, you must bow your head. He seemed to want to destroy Hong Yuan's Taoist heart. But Hong Yuan had experienced so much in his previous life. So how could he collapse because of such a small thing? Du Tianjun, I will remember today's humiliation. Hong Yuan smiled miserably. He knows. Du Tianjun came to avenge the Sun family, but he didn't dare to kill himself. I'm waiting for you, but how can you catch up with my pace? Du Tianjun didn't pay attention to his words. The purpose of his trip was only to obtain the spiritual treasures and divine beasts. Teaching Hong Yuan a lesson is as easy as stepping on an ant while walking. 5 years. Within 5 years, I must become a star god. Hong Yuan screamed in his heart. The respected should not be insulted. Kunlun Academy. Du Tianjin. Sun family. Wait for me. Hong Yuan's consciousness began to blur, and he slowly fell into coma. Chapter 60. An adventure in Taohua village. Hong Yuan woke up slowly. What comes into view is a room filled with blue crystal stones. Memories began to flood back. Undersea temple, Hidora, Du Tianjun, battle. Where is this? Hong Yuan sat up suddenly. The severe pain in his body made his face change. You're awake. The room was pushed open. A young girl walked in. The girl was about the same age as Hong Yuan. Her hair was decorated with shells, and she was wearing a fish-scale leather coat, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. Under the short skirt are long and round beautiful legs. A pair of eyes are very bright, with a rare purity and innocence. Is it you? Listen to the girl's voice. Hong Yuan suddenly recalled the voice he had heard on the beach before. It was the reminder from that voice that enabled him to defeat the man in black. Hey. The girl smiled sweetly. My name is Xiaoya. What's your name? Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan rubbed his still dizzy head and wanted to get out of bed. You saved me. Hong Yuan glanced around the room. The room is very simple and has no extra decoration. Xiaoya nodded, and seeing Hong Yuan's actions, she hurried over to stop Hong Yuan. You are seriously injured and cannot get out of bed yet. You saved me twice. Hong Yuan sighed. Wait a moment, drink this, Daddy will be back soon. Xiaoya handed over a bowl of medicinal soup. Where are we? Hong Yuan took the medicine soup and was surprised to find that it contained a large amount of spiritual energy. Peach Blossom Village. Peach Blossom Village? Hong Yuan frowned. Haven't heard of this place. After a while, there was a sound of someone coming in from outside the room. Kid, you're awake. A middle-aged man walked in. He was a sturdy man with a naked upper body and was holding a strange-looking beast in his hand. Golden-level spirit beast? Hong Yuan was shocked. The man in front of him did not have any spiritual energy. Could it be that he killed a spiritual beast with his bare hands? Looking at Hong Yuan's dazed look, the two thought that Hong Yuan had not recovered from his injuries. I didn't say much. In the following days, Hong Yuan stayed here. He learned that the man's name was Li Yin and he was a hunter. Wait until Hong Yuan can get out of bed. So he went out with Xiaoya's help. When Hong Yuan saw the so-called Taohua village, he was shocked by the scene before him. A young man was holding a 1,000-pound stone in one hand, facing the rising sun and breathing in the rays of light. There was an old man with white hair and beard, standing on the top of the peach tree, facing the wind. A man returned from the village entrance, carrying a king-level spiritual beast in one hand. In this peach blossom village, regardless of gender, age, or status, they are all like gods, possessing incredible abilities. The weird thing is, Hong Yuan couldn't feel any spiritual energy from them. Gradually, Hong Yuan also became familiar with the people in Taohua village. Everyone knew that a child had arrived. Everyone is very enthusiastic about this newcomer. There was not a hint of hostility. According to Xiaoya, Hong Yuan has an aura that makes them extremely close. This is also the reason why she saved Hong Yuan twice. Hong Yuan, the village chief wants to see you. Xiaoya said. Village head? Ever since Hong Yuan entered Taohua village, he has heard of the title of village chief. It is said that he is the most respected elder in the village. Following Xiaoya, Hong Yuan came to a house. The village chief said, You go in by yourself. I will go back to cook. We will have golden armor and red scale tonight. After Xiaoya finished speaking, she jumped back. Come in. As soon as I reached the door, before I knocked, an old voice came from inside. Hong Yuan was shocked and slowly pushed the door open. As soon as I entered the door closed automatically. In the dim room, I couldn't see clearly around me. "Don't be afraid, kid. Just keep going," the old voice reminded. Hong Yuan took a deep breath and walked forward slowly. The room looked small, but it seemed like a world away. Hong Yuan walked for several minutes. A candle flickered. Under the light, in front of the table and chairs, an old man seemed to have been waiting for a long time. "Village head." Hong Yuan bowed. "This place is really weird," and he dared not slack off at all. "Child, you are finally here." The old man turned around slowly. His face was very kind, his hair and beard were white, and although he was old, his skin was as crystal clear as jade, just like a baby's. A pair of eyes, bright and lively. "Sit." The old man motioned Hong Yuan to sit down. "My child, you have suffered a lot these years." Intimate words, but Hong Yuan heard them. But it was like thunder. It was clearly the first time they met, but the old man's words made it seem as if he had known Hong Yuan for a long time. "Those things shouldn't have been born by you alone. I'm sorry for wronging you. This time, we won't let you fight alone." Boom! Hong Yuan's thoughts were boiling, and his heart was in turmoil. "Ha!" The old man looked at the silent Hong Yuan and said nothing more. Instead, he patted Hong Yuan on the shoulder. "This time, I just want to take a good look at you. Don't think too much. You will know some things when the time comes. In the next few days, you will study hard in Taohua village." Hearing this, Hong Yuan was shocked. Could it be that he was learning the special abilities in Taohua village? What the old man said next confirmed Hong Yuan's thoughts. "The ability we use is the power of spiritual consciousness, which controls the whole body. You should go to the blacksmith and learn how to control it first." The words fell. Hong Yuan found that the old man's figure was getting farther and farther away. Soon, the scene before my eyes changed drastically. He appeared at the door again. Everything that happened before seemed like a dream. Hong Yuan was silent for a long time, still not understanding what the old man meant. Do they know that they are reborn? Impossible. How could anyone find out about something like this? With doubts in my heart, Hong Yuan came to the blacksmith shop. "The village chief has already told you to finish hammering those iron blocks first." Old Li, the blacksmith, pointed to a pile of iron blocks in the corner. "Clear." Hong Yuan began his career as a blacksmith. Gradually, he noticed something was wrong. These pieces of iron were incredibly hard, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Don't think about using spiritual energy. This kind of thing is ineffective in Taohua village. You have to learn to use your soul. Focus, concentrate your mind, and imagine that the iron block in front of you is a dough. How is it possible? Old Li hasn't finished speaking yet. Hong Yuan was seen standing there blankly, with a mysterious aura filling the air and gathering in the hammer in his hand. A gifted genius. He actually realized the use of spiritual consciousness in an instant. Old Li was dumbfounded. Ding, ding, ding. Hong Yuan concentrated on hammering iron without stopping and felt a mysterious power growing in his consciousness. Divine consciousness. The power comes from the depths of the soul, a force that transcends mental power. There is a saying among ordinary people when exercising: the greater a person's neural recruitment ability, the greater the strength. It can be understood as the control of mental power over the physical body. Spiritual consciousness is a new power derived from the interweaving of mental power and soul. This also explains why the people of Taohua village possess such terrifying power. Chapter 61. Strong Return. Outside Jinhai City, by the sea, a figure slowly appeared. It's been less than 2 weeks in the outside world. Stepping onto the beach, Hong Yuan muttered to himself. He remembers it clearly. I spent 2 years in Peach Blossom Village. But to the outside world, only 10 days have passed. Before leaving, he took away a lot of sea tower stones and placed them all in the space ring. It's time to go back. In Shanghai Academy, Xia Tai and others were surrounded by several people at the door. Boy, you're finally out. It's worth all the effort we've been stuck in for so long. Door. Han Shijiao looked at Xia Tai with an evil smile on his face. You Han family are really lawless? Are you blocking us at the entrance of Shanghai Academy? Xia Tai said angrily. On this trip, they went out to find Shin Xiuxia. According to what Su Wenwen said, 2 days ago, Shin Xiuxia bluntly said that she wanted to leave school to meet a friend, but she heard nothing as soon as she left school. They worry too much, so I found Xia Tai and we could go out and have a look together. Never thought about it. As soon as I left the house, he was blocked by people from the Han family. Here's Xia Tai's question. Han Shijia showed no fear, spread her hands, and said with a smile, "Didn't anyone tell you that in Jinling, our Han family is heaven? That means my brother is not here. Otherwise, would you dare to say that?" Yiling Shuang said coldly. There was a faint blue light flashing in the eyes, with a frightening chill. "Things are different now, so what if Yichan is here? You think I'm afraid of him, and you're a member of the declining Yi family, so don't pretend." Han Shijia snorted coldly. "Get started. Even if we can't find Hong Yuan, these people, as his partners, won't have an easy time." Between words, a group of people gathered around. "Stop!" At the entrance of the school, a group of security guards saw students from their school being bullied. Immediately prepared to take action. "Let's see who dares to do it." A cold shout came from inside the school gate. "Directoran." The security guards were startled and stopped immediately. "Your mission is to protect Shanghai Academy well, and don't run around. Do you understand?" Director Han walked over slowly. He glanced outside the school. He said again, "Remember your position is here. If you can't see some things, I won't blame you, but I don't want you to see them. If you see them..." These words, how could people not understand? They walked straight into the security room. "If you don't see it, you won't make a mistake." Han Shijia, Xia Tai's face was bruised and his body was shaking. The three boys protected the three girls tightly. "What a man! Keep hitting me!" Han Shijia sneered. 7 or 8 bodyguards in suits rushed forward again. These people are all martial artists, and some of them have even been exposed to martial arts. How could students like Xia Tai be his opponents? "Let me take care of this pot." Luo Mu was breathing heavily, preparing to summon the spirit beast. Faced with this situation, if you don't summon the spirit beast, you will most likely be in trouble. "I can't kill you, but I have a way to make you die on your own." Far away, Han Shijia's eyes were cold, and he had a cruel smile. His purpose was to force these people to summon spirit beasts. Once the other party breaks the law, he has 10,000 ways in Jinling City to make him live a life worse than death. If it were Big Brother, I wouldn't let you guys be so rampant, but Big Brother is not here. I still have to protect you all." Luo Mu roared. In front, 3 people waved their fists and rushed over. "Luo Mu!" Everyone exclaimed. "Snort!" Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Immediately following, everyone only saw a figure running towards them from not far away. Bang, bang, bang. 3 voices sounded. All 3 bodyguards flew backwards. Big Brother!" Luo Mu looked at the figure in front of him, with trembling all over. "Brother, Hong Yuan!" Everyone trembled all over and shouted out the name excitedly. "I'm back!" Hong Yuan turned around and gestured to everyone to be at ease. Han Shijia had naturally heard of Hong Yuan's name. He knew that he and his people could not stop Hong Yuan. "Impossible! How could you come back?" Han Shijia's scalp tingled, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Hong Yuan was able to come back unscathed. The Han family had clearly arranged for a top killer to take action. Did it fail? Han Shijia, right? Hong Yuan raised his eyes, his clothes fluttering, and just a glance was enough to scare Han Shijia so much that he stepped back repeatedly. "Ah! Call out!" Hong Yuan disappeared in an instant. Next second, bang! Han Shijia was hit hard and flew backwards. He was coughing up blood, his chest was almost crushed by someone's kick, and he had countless broken ribs. Puff! Han Shijia coughed up blood. "You!" Just finished one word. A foot as heavy as a mountain stepped hard on his chest again. "Whoa!" Han Shijia rolled his eyes, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. See this situation. The other bodyguards immediately swarmed over. But how could these ordinary people be Hong Yuan's opponents? No matter how many there are, it's just a matter of slapping. "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Hong Yuan grabbed a bodyguard by the neck and lifted him up. There was a murderous look in his eyes as he glanced at everyone coldly. This scene, it's like a god of death descending to the earth. The remaining bodyguards all stood there in a daze. No one dared to step forward. Even Xia Tai and others were frightened by Hong Yuan's methods and dared not speak. Hong Yuan stepped on Han Shijia with one foot and pinched a bodyguard's neck with one hand, just standing at the gate of the school. "Hong Yuan, you are so bold." At the school gate, suddenly there was a loud shout. Director Han walked out with an angry face. Several security guards were following him. When he saw Hong Yuan stepping on Han Shijia, he became even angrier. "Hong Yuan, you are so bold that you dare to do such a cruel thing in front of the school gate. You really don't care about the school rules and regulations." Director Han's name is Han Long, and he is the director of the school's political and educational department. School rules and regulations? Hong Yuan glanced at Han Long coldly. The so-called school rules and regulations are to watch students from your school being bullied at the gate and then do nothing about it, right? Hearing this, Han Long's breath was choked, but he still shouted loudly. It's not your turn as a student to take care of school affairs. We just came late, not. Shut up. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Hong Yuan was furious and completely ignored the words of the so-called head of the political and educational department. He threw the bodyguard in his hand directly at him. Hong Yuan, how dare you? Han Long was surprised that Hong Yuan was unwilling to say a word to him. But this also provides a reason to punish him. It seems that if I don't educate you, you will be lawless. Today I will let you understand clearly what the school rules are. Han Long roared. Educate me. Are you qualified? Bang! Hong Yuan kicked Han Shijia directly towards Han Long, as if kicking a ball. Han Long was horrified. I never expected Hong Yuan to do this. Damn it, Hong Yuan, if you are really a man, then see you in the spirit beast arena. Han Long held Han Shijia, who was barely breathing, in his arms, with murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 62. Kill the half-step heavenly king. Please give me a gold ticket. Spirit Beast Arena. The place where beast masters fight against each other in the city. Here, you can control spirit beasts and fight without restraint. No need to worry about destroying the city. In the Spirit Beast Arena of Shanghai Academy, people hone their skills every day. But today, all the competition arenas were empty. When I learned that the director of the Political and Educational Department of Shanghai Academy was actually going to confront a student, both students and teachers were excited. Everyone rushed here just to watch this scene. One is Hong Yuan, the strongest student in the same class, who owns a dragon-type spirit beast. The other one was from the Han family and was at the half-step Heavenly King level. There is a big gap, whether it is identity or strength. It is said that Hong Yuan was still at the gold level 2 weeks ago, and Han Long only needs an opportunity to enter the king level. There is a world of difference. Logically speaking, these two people should not appear here. But what is incredible is, Hong Yuan actually agreed to Han Long's request for a fight. A teacher actually challenged a student to a duel. This is really a bit of bullying. Director Han doesn't even care about his reputation anymore. Isn't it because Hong Yuan made the Han family lose face before? It's shameful to say that a big man bullies a small one. But why did Hong Yuan agree to it? Isn't this courting death? Competitive Taichung. Listen to everyone's discussion. There was a smile on Han Long's face. I've heard about your arrogance before, but I didn't expect it to be even more outrageous than I imagined. I just provoked you a little, and you agreed to my challenge. Han Long said, Director Han, I suddenly have an idea. Do you dare to take it? Hong Yuan suddenly spoke. Why not? You say, an ordinary fight is meaningless, so I want to ask, how about we turn this fight into a life and death battle? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. What is Hong Yuan talking about? Did I hear it right? A life and death battle. It's too crazy, so crazy that it's incomprehensible. A life and death duel between a gold level and a half-step heavenly king? Facing Han Long, the half-step heavenly king, Hong Yuan was not afraid. Instead, he demanded a life and death battle. Hong Yuan, you are looking for death. Do you know that? Han Long did not expect that Hong Yuan would suddenly make this request. But this is exactly what he thought. After all, if a being with such a high talent grows up, it will be very disadvantageous to the Han family. But he didn't dare to say it, because Hong Yuan has someone looking after him. Even the Han family did not dare to kill at will, especially in the open. But if Hong Yuan took the initiative to bring it up, no one would be able to say anything. Do you dare? Why not? You are a gold-level person, and since you are begging for death, I will satisfy you. This is an ordinary duel. At this moment, it completely turned into a life and death battle. In a life and death battle, only one person can survive. Death Mole. Ow! Roar! A black mole, over half a meter tall, appeared from thin air. Destroy the death ray. A dark light gathered between the mole's mouth and nose and suddenly burst out. Xiao Jin, Hong Yuan called softly. Chant! A giant golden dragon roared towards the sky, echoing throughout the spirit beast arena. Dragon! The audience exclaimed. The surging dragon power swept down. The power of a king-level spirit beast. Only a few teachers knew that Hong Yuan had entered the headmaster level. So when Xiao Jin completely exploded with momentum, the whole audience was boiling. Even Han Long's expression changed. Who could have thought that a student could be at the headmaster level? No wonder you dare to challenge me, to a life and death battle. But what does it matter if you have reached the level of a sect leader? In front of me, a half-step heavenly king. You are nothing but an ant. Han Long whispered coldly. Extreme lightning cannon. Thunder boiled and lightning flashed across the sky. Two beams of light intertwined. Boom! The light is brilliant, and the divine light is dazzling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, a series of pitch-black sharp spikes shot out from not far away from Hong Yuan. Extremely sharp, sneak attack. The director of the Political and Educational Department actually chose to launch a sneak attack when confronting students. Too insidious. Han Long attacked by surprise, and he was facing a student whose realm was lower than his. This is so disgusting. Even if it's a life and death battle, I can't understand it. Hong Yuan is about to be finished. Han Long wants to end the battle quickly. Brother, be careful, Xia Tai exclaimed. You're done. D. Han Long grinned. He was cautious by nature and knew that even a lion would use all its strength to fight a rabbit. So when we just started fighting, he arranged for the second spirit beast, the black spiny gopher, to lurk in ambush. Blackthorn gopher's skill, Blackthorn. Swift and fast. Not only is it difficult to react to, but it also has terrifying penetrating power and can easily penetrate even steel plates. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, Hong Yuan's expression was calm. He smiled at Han Long. Next second, he stretched out his hand and moved his fingers at an extremely fast speed. What are you going to do? Are you saying? Impossible. Han Long looked at the scene in disbelief. That's it. Hong Yuan sneered, opened his palms, and black thorns fell one by one. He actually caught all the black thorns with his hands. How is that possible? Han Long's heart trembled. The crowd watching the game were excited again. This scene was completely beyond their understanding. Not to mention that Blackthorn was a sneak attack. The speed and force alone made it impossible to block it. If it is using spiritual treasures, it can be understood. But Hong Yuan actually caught it with his hands. Unharmed, no one present knew that Hong Yuan's spiritual consciousness could precisely control every muscle and even every cell in the body. The speed and strength have long surpassed those of ordinary humans. Even ordinary king-level spirit beasts cannot compare with it. And this is the power of the second stage of spiritual consciousness. Is this all you have? If you have any other tricks, feel free to use them. If not, it's my turn to take action. Hong Yuan's contemptuous words completely angered Han Long. As the director of the Political and Educational Department, a half-step heavenly king, and a member of the Han family, every identity carries with it the utmost dignity. But Hong Yuan, a small sect leader, actually dared to be so contemptuous. I am a half-step heavenly king. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Han Long roared and rode the death mole to attack. Don't even mention you being a half-step heavenly king. Even if you are a real heavenly king, I can kill you. Hong Yuan waved his hand, and Xiao Jin was bathed in lightning. Boom! In the entire arena, endless thunder began to gather. Golden light flashed, noble and majestic. Thunder punishment, Hong Yuan murmured softly. The next second, endless thunder comes. Death mole, black spiny gopher, block me. Han Long was shocked. However, the attack from thunder punishment is simply unstoppable. With two mournful cries, the death mole and black spiny gopher directly turned into two charred bodies. And in the endless thunder, Han Long was horrified and saw a figure slowly walking towards him. Tell me, where is Xinxianpeng? Did you catch her? I have no idea. Han Long was trembling all over. Until this moment, he realized that it was not Hong Yuan who was stupid, but himself. Don't know? Then you have no need to live. Hong Yuan shook his head and pointed at Han Long. Thunder landed. No, no, no. I am the director of the Political and Education Department. You can't kill me. I am. Han Long roared in horror. Chapter 63. Xinxianpeng's Secret. Hong Yuan won. Unexpected results. After a brief silence, the whole place erupted into a roaring sound like a mountain roaring and a tsunami. Everyone was deeply shocked by Hong Yuan's strength. A student being bullied goes to the arena. Finally, he burst out with strength and crushed the opponent. It's so passionate. After the battle, the news quickly spread throughout the Shanghai Academy. It is said that Director Han bullied Hong Yuan, and Hong Yuan fought back. Then the two of them had a life-and-death battle, and Hong Yuan won in the end. What the hell? It was Hong Yuan who stood up for his brother, and Director Han tricked him into a fight, but he ended up killing himself. Listen to me. I was in the arena at the time. You didn't see it. Hong Yuan was like the god of thunder. He crushed Han Long, a half-step king, with his master level. For a long time, everyone is discussing this matter. Xiao Tai and others have almost recovered after receiving treatment. Are you saying that the last time Xin Xiaoxia reported her location was in Qianlong Mountain outside Jinling City? Hearing what Su Wenwen said, Hong Yuan fell into silence. Actually, I don't know whether she is there or not, but at that time she said she was going to Qianlong Mountain to meet a friend. Su Wenwen added, whether it's here or not, right now this is the only information we have, and we need to look at it. Xiao Tai said, he and Xin Xiaoxia have a relatively good relationship. They are both from the imperial capital, so they are most worried. Hong Yuan nodded. Everyone immediately rushed outside Jinling City. Qianlong Mountain, located in the north of Jinling City. It was already afternoon when everyone arrived. It's so big here. How can we find it? Luomu looked at the vast mountains, and for a moment, he didn't know where to go. There are two possibilities. Hong Yuan spoke calmly. What's the meaning? Everyone looked at him. One is the conspiracy of the Han family. Their purpose is to lure me out. When in Jinhai City, the Han family sent a killer, but they weren't sure whether they would succeed. It would be best if it succeeds, but if it fails, then use Xin Xiaoxia as a guide to lure Hong Yuan outside Jinling City. Double insurance. Outside Jinling City, there are no restrictions on summoning spiritual beasts. Here it is. They can summon spiritual beasts and kill them. However, this is just Hong Yuan's guess. What's another possibility? Xiao Tai said. He naturally understood the meaning of Hong Yuan's words, but according to what Han Shijia said before, they were extremely confident in the killer, not worried that Hong Yuan will come back. Another possibility is that Xin Xiaoxia has some kind of secret, and this secret is also the reason for her disappearance. Hong Yuan is thoughtful. Another possibility came to mind, but he didn't know much about Xin Xiaoxia. Can't analyze too much. Among the people present, there was only one person who knew Xin Xiaoxia best. Hear the words. Xiao Tai's body trembled, and his eyes changed drastically. Is it because of that? Xiao Tai said in a deep voice. Soon. He then explained Xin Xiaoxia's past to everyone. Turned out to be. Xin Xiaoxia's mother is from the Shun family in the imperial capital. Although the Shun family is not as powerful as the Xia family, it is still quite powerful. At least, it is an existence that is beyond the reach of most people in the city. And her father, just a beast master from Jinling. Her parents' union was obstructed by the Shun family in the imperial capital. At last, she was taken back to Shun's house. The purpose of her coming to Jinling was to visit her father's tomb. Xiao Tai sighed. Everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, Xin Xiaoxia's father was no longer alive. Xiao Tai raised his head and looked at the vast mountains. Alongside, this Qianlong Mountain is where her parents met and fell in love, and her father is also buried here. Su Wenwen listened with rapt attention, as if she saw the shadow of her father. Unknowingly, her eyes were already red. Did the Xin family kill him? Hong Yuan glanced at Su Wenwen. The experience of Xin Xiaoxia's parents is very similar to that of Su Wenwen's father, Su Yixian. But Su Yixian is still alive. No. Xiao Tai shook his head. The reason for her father's death is said to be due to some kind of bloodline restriction. No one knows the specific reason. Bloodline? Hong Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility. Someone is trying to steal her bloodline. If this is really possible, then Xin Xiaoxia's situation may be extremely dangerous. Everyone's emotions were suddenly pulled up. But even if you guess a glimmer of possibility, facing the vast Qianlong Mountain, where should you look? Xiao Tai, do you know the location of Xin Xiaoxia's father's cemetery? No matter who is looking for her, since she is willing to come out, she must know him. After coming to Qianlong Mountain, how could she not visit her father's grave? Hong Yuan's words. It instantly made everyone's thoughts clear. She once told me that it seemed to be the west, because her parents would watch the sunset together, so the destination was also chosen to be the west. Everyone set off immediately, walked towards the south of Qianlong Mountain. They were extremely fast. Arrived at the foot of the mountain, Hong Yuan narrowed his eyes and soon discovered something was wrong. Qianlong Mountain is a barren mountain. A long time ago, there were many minerals there. After completing the mineral development, Jinling City also gave up Qianlong Mountain. So, basically no one goes up the mountain. However, at this moment, there are many people standing in various positions of Qianlong Mountain. They were dressed in the same clothes, walking back and forth, observing their surroundings. Look at that posture. It doesn't look like ordinary people are having fun. It looks more like they're guarding the aisle. Someone from the Han family. Yiling Shuang said in a cold voice. She was born in Jinling City. Although she seldom went out, she knew the Han family's clothes. No wonder the Han family hasn't taken action against us since that incident. It seems that there are other things holding them back. Hong Yuan said in a serious tone. He has always been very curious. As the top family in Jinling City. After that night, the Han family was silent for a long time. This is not in line with their arrogant style. Even if it is revenge, it would be a small fight like Han Shijia did, or just arrange a killer. It seems now, they have more important things to do than revenge. Stop! Not long after Hong Yuan and his companions arrived, they were discovered by someone. Kill them. They saw us. We can't let them leave alive. Someone shouted. Obviously, what they're going to do is shameful. Not even a little bit of information can be revealed. Only then did everyone discover something. At the foot of the mountain, there were several corpses lying scattered around. It can be seen that someone passed by and was ruthlessly wiped out. Golden Goose. Ow. Use skill. Flying Goose and Raining. Red Blood Dog. Ow. Use skill. Destruction Death Ray. Did Julihu? Ow. Use skill. Tarzan Smash. They don't say any nonsense, and their actions are clean and efficient. A moment. Dozens of skills descended. The more shameful it is, the more I want to see it. Hong Yuan raised a smile and stepped forward. Chapter 64. Fighting a Way Out. In the midst of the splendor, Hong Yuan stood alone, his black hair dancing wildly, his eyes filled with blazing electric light. In front of him were countless destructive skills. Faced with a tsunami-like attack, he did not retreat but advanced. His momentum burst out, like an emperor on earth. This scene, Xia Tai and others were deeply shocked. Invincible, arrogant, the crowd murmured. Chant. The golden dragon dances in the sky, shining brightly. A golden dragon tens of meters long, like a huge sun, stood above the crowd and opened its mouth to spew out blazing lightning. Boom! A terrifying energy wave erupted, and the roar was like a star exploding. A mushroom cloud tens of meters high formed in the air. The divine light intertwined, and various types of energy continued to spread around. One person against dozens of people. Even Xia Tai and others couldn't help but be shocked. This is really horrible. Hong Yuan was like a devil descended to earth, domineering and unparalleled. In this horrific aftermath, he stood still as a mountain, his body steady, and walked forward. Quick, quick, quick. Kill him. Dozens of people in front were completely frightened by Hong Yuan's methods. What a monster this is. Although they are all gold level, if they work together, even a sect leader level 1 can be killed. But this person actually resisted this wave of attacks so easily. Roar, roar, roar. A shocking sound was heard. The sky-shaking ape rushed forward holding the sky-lifting stick. Puff! A golden-level spirit beast was directly blown up in the air, turning into a blood mist all over the sky. Impossible! Some people's pupils suddenly shrank, and their whole bodies were shaking. Even a king-level spirit beast would not have such terrifying crushing pressure. Just one ordinary attack is enough to kill a gold-level spirit beast. Groan! Thunder flashed across the sky, and the heaven and earth rumbled. Xiao Jin was so fast that only an afterimage was left. Although he had the body of a dragon, at this moment he was like a falcon, directly grabbing a cheetah. Phew! Xiao Jin used his claws to tear the cheetah into two halves. Cruel, bloody, tyrannical. It doesn't take much time. The Golden Thunder True Light Dragon and the sky-shaking Divine Ape can kill all the spirit beasts. Kill the Beast Master. As long as we kill the Beast Master, the spirit beasts will no longer be a threat. Someone exclaimed. Soon, they rushed towards Hong Yuan. Some of them had boiling blood and strong muscles, and were obviously martial arts masters. He held a big knife in his hand and slashed at Hong Yuan at an extremely fast speed with bloodthirsty, murderous intent. Haha! You only have 2 spirit beasts, and we've held you back. Now you can't even protect yourself. In the strong wind, Hong Yuan stood tall and straight, his eyes were calm, and he chuckled. Not to mention that I have more than 2 spirit beasts, even if I didn't have any spirit beasts, you guys. Trying to kill me too? The big knife breaks the air. He chopped straight at Hong Yuan. Rampant. D. The man shouted loudly. Hong Yuan, be careful. Get out of the way. Su Wenwen was so frightened by this scene that she was shaking all over, especially when she saw Hong Yuan was about to be hit by the big knife. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Hong Yuan is very powerful, but no matter how strong it is just a physical body. How can one defeat iron? Boy, I've taken your head. The man laughed. It seems that I have seen the scene of Hong Yuan's head falling to the ground. However, soon, the expression on his face turned into fear, and his skin twitched wildly. How is it possible? The big knife did hit Hong Yuan's neck hard. However, the skin that should have been easily cut was now as tight as steel. The invincible sword was cut on a human's neck, but it had no effect at all. Only a white mark was left. Is this a human? No. This is definitely a monster. The man was trembling with extreme fear. Hong Yuan glanced at him indifferently, stretched out a finger, and lightly tapped the big knife. Snap! There were cracks on the sword. Then it shattered, turned into a sky full of blades. If it were the previous Hong Yuan, he might still be afraid of this kind of weapon. But now Hong Yuan has spiritual consciousness and can control every inch of muscle in his body. He increased the density of his muscles, and when his mind was focused, he could strengthen any part of his body to make it incredibly tough. Monster! You are a monster! What the hell is going on? The man looked at Hong Yuan in disbelief, as if he was looking at a monster. He wanted to retreat, but how could Hong Yuan give him this opportunity? Hong Yuan grabbed his arm and swung him up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figure was spinning like a big windmill. Boom! Hong Yuan exerted force, and a terrifying force burst out. The man directly turned into a rotating cannonball and broke through the air. Puff! He bumped into another person. With the help of Hong Yuan's power, he directly smashed the other person to pieces. Hong Yuan, who had experienced countless battles in his previous life, had never been a good man. Since the Han family wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to hold back. This scene deeply shocked young people like Xia Tai. After all, they had just turned 18 and were not very worldly wise. They had never seen such a bloody scene. Some people have already started to retch. The road ahead is destined to be filled with bloodshed. Either you die or I live. There is no need to show mercy to the enemy. Hong Yuan spoke. Brother, I understand what you mean, but we still need a little time. Xia Tai smiled bitterly. What Hong Yuan said is often said by some people in the family. However, many truths are difficult to understand without experience. Su Wenwen's face flushed and her chest heaved. She didn't speak. He simply summoned a nectar butterfly to sprinkle pollen and restore Hong Yuan's strength. For her, whatever Hong Yuan does is right. Nothing else matters. Let's go, fight our way out. Hong Yuan walked in front. Looking at Hong Yuan's back, Su Wenwen's eyes moved slightly and her heart beat rapidly. This scene, seemingly familiar. In the entrance examination meeting, Hong Yuan once said that he would take her to the top of the list. It seems that as long as I am behind Hong Yuan, I can feel full of security. Kill. Everyone grew up in the blood and was tempered in battle. This is a process that is destined to happen. It is also a necessary qualification to become a beast master. It feels so good. Hong Yuan didn't let me go out to kill, but he killed people secretly. This flesh and blood can make my strength transform again. Maybe I can grow another head. In the battle of the crowd, Shang Liu just laughed foolishly. He found out. I am becoming less and less familiar with Hong Yuan. This guy seems to be very righteous, but when it comes to killing, he is very clean and efficient, leaving no chance for his opponents to survive. The most important thing is that the means are extremely cruel. Good boy. Very much to my taste. After getting rid of the guards, Hong Yuan and others headed towards the mountain. At this time, Hong Yuan became even more certain that there was important information on the mountain, which was most likely related to Xinxianpeng. Don't move, kid. If you move again, you'll all die. Suddenly, a cold voice came from high in the sky. King of Heaven? Xia Tai was horrified. Not far away, a middle-aged man stood in the void, looking at them coldly. The other side, a majestic saber-toothed tiger, with white mist coming out of its mouth and nose and fierce light in its eyes, slowly walked out from behind a huge rock. Chapter 65, Killing the Heavenly King. Saber-toothed tiger, an ancient ferocious beast, superior to the king level. At this moment, he was lingering not far from the crowd with deadly murderous intent. I really didn't expect that you would come back safely. The Heavenly King was sighing. His name is Han Xiao. He stood in the void, looking down at everyone. Of course, I didn't expect you to come to my door. If an 18-year-old sect leader grows up, then he might really affect the foundation of my Han family. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Your future will be cut off by my own hands. It is your honor to die in the hands of a heavenly king. Han Zhao's voice became louder and louder, almost turning into the rumbling sound of thunder. However, facing the oppressive aura of the king, Hong Yuan's eyes were calm, and there was no trace of fear. His eyebrows were proud, and his dark eyes were like the deep universe. He said calmly, "Do you all in the Han family like to have a conversation before a battle?" "Xiao Jin," Hong Yuan called softly. "Chant." A dragon roared, and Xiao Jin appeared. "Good. Very good. You, Hong Yuan, are indeed worthy of your reputation. As the head of a sect, you dare to take the initiative to attack the Heavenly King." Han Xiao sneered. He didn't know that, let alone a king, Hong Yuan was never afraid, even when facing a star god. "Saber-tooth, show him the difference in strength." Han Xiao shouted. "Roar!" The saber-toothed tiger roared. "Use skill, ground wave." As a king-level spiritual beast, the saber-toothed tiger itself is an ancient-level ferocious beast. The thick tiger legs trampled on the ground with terrifying force. Boom! The mountain trembled and rumbled, and dark cracks spread across the ground. Huge rocks broke, and ancient trees sunk. However, Xiao Jin was flying in the air, and this skill had no effect on him. "The King of Heaven is no more than this." Luo Mu sneered. "Something is wrong." Xia Tai frowned. Just as everyone was thinking about it, Han Xiao sneered. "Look, kid, the King of Heaven can do more than just fly. Use skill." Earth slurry. Hot magma suddenly gushed out from the dark cracks in the ground. The magma was boiling hot. The orange-red liquid emitted a terrifyingly high temperature, burning the air. Use both skills together. This guy didn't just use two skills. He first used the groundbreaking wave to shake the ground, and then used the underground magma to increase the power of the magma skill countless times. Xia Tai's face changed drastically. He is worthy of being the king. This understanding of spirit beast skills is beyond their reach. This kind of power is at least the strength of a 5-star king. We can't resist it head-on. Yi Lingshuang was knowledgeable and experienced, and felt the power of Han Zhao's skills. "Boy, you can't escape." Han Xiao sighs. The thick and boiling magma enveloped Xiao Jin and Hong Yuan. Thick black smoke intertwined in the air. Unexpectedly, Hong Yuan raised his eyes. He chuckled and said, "Who said I was going to run away? I was just thinking about one thing. As a king, how can you be so qualified to look down on me?" "Xiao Jin, use skill. Thundernet." Thundernet is a new skill developed by Xiao Jin based on the Thunder Fruit, and it is also the first offensive skill to date. Countless lightning lines evolve from the void, interweaving and turning into a huge net. "In this world, anyone who looks down at me will have his head fall off." Hong Yuan's words were full of arrogance and domineering. "You!" Han Zhao's anger rose. "This?" Then, he was shocked beyond words by the scene before him. Thunder roared, and the nets glowed. The skills from the saber-toothed tiger were unable to break through Xiao Jin's lightning net. Unbelievable. Impossible. Han Xiao took a deep breath and suppressed the churning in his heart. Suddenly, a fatal sense of crisis burst out in my heart. He consciously summoned the second spirit beast, the Golden Bone Pterosaur. The Golden Bone Pterosaur is an extraordinary spiritual beast. Although the word dragon is in its name, it has nothing to do with dragons. In appearance, it is very similar to ancient pterosaurs. It's just that his whole body is covered with gold and red. Bang! At the moment when the Golden Bone Pterosaur was summoned, a thick iron rod swept across the sky. Hiss! The Golden Bone Pterosaur didn't even have time to use any defensive skills before it was swept away by a stick. Bang! The Golden Bone Pterosaur fell, and its huge body smashed several huge rocks in succession. And in the aftermath, Han Xiao was also knocked away. The stick only grazed the edge. His right arm was swept away directly when Han Xiao covered his bleeding shoulder and looked at the sturdy golden ape with a pale face. As a king-level beastmaster, he didn't even notice when this spirit beast approached him. If it weren't for the keen perception developed from years of fighting, now he might have been smashed to pieces by a stick. Roar! Just at the moment when Han Xiao was stunned, the saber-toothed tiger on the other side let out a miserable roar. "What's going on?" Han Zhao's heart sank, and he quickly turned around to look. When he saw it clearly, he was immediately horrified by the scene before him. Just see, a small, pale green snake was clinging tightly to the saber-toothed tiger's right eye. The little snake was strange and seemed to have a strange venom on its body, which kept corroding the saber-toothed tiger's flesh and blood. His snake body was trying desperately to get into the saber-toothed tiger's eyes. What kind of monster is this? Feel the pain and fear of a saber-toothed tiger. Han Xiao could no longer remain calm. He started to panic. He tried desperately to command the saber-toothed tiger to get rid of the little snake. But the little snake made a strange cry. Soon, the entire snake body drilled into the saber-toothed tiger's eyes. Han Yuan, you are indeed evil. What the hell are these things? Han Xiao roared. Golden Bone Pterosaur, use your skills to destroy the Death Light. Earth Warbear, use skill, Pillar of Divine Light. As a king level, Han Xiao has 3 spirit beasts. All are summoned at this moment. He wanted to give Hong Yuan a fatal blow. But a 5-star king poses no threat to Hong Yuan today. Although he is only a 1-star leader, he can easily deal with a 9-star king. What's more, what about Han Xiao? Little ape, let them feel the despair. Hearing Hong Yuan's words, the sky-shaking ape roared excitedly, opened his bloody mouth, and his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty, murderous intent. Booz, booz, booz. A strange wave emanated from the body of the sky-shaking ape and spread to the sky-lifting stick. The power to shatter everything. Boom! The sky-lifting stick is waving. Break through the air and cut. Crash! In a trance, everything was still, and then, accompanied by a sound like a lens shattering, the skills of the Golden Bone Pterosaur and the Earth Warbear all dissipated. Only Han Xiao was left standing there in a daze, his eyes dull. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. He is only a sect leader. How can he have such fighting power? How could he believe what he saw before him? Roar! The saber-toothed tiger let out a final scream, and its flesh and blood disappeared. So far, Han Xiao no longer has anyone to rely on. With a hollow look in his eyes, he muttered to himself, "It must be a dream. It must be a dream. Just go to sleep with this dream." Electric light swirled around Hong Yuan's fingertips, and a sharp electric blade was about to fly out. Stop! A terrifying aura descended, and an old voice came from afar. Phew! A flash of lightning passed by, and Han Zhao's head fell to the ground. Hurry up! This is a tidal-level aura. Hong Yuan was in a solemn mood, looking into the distance, where he could vaguely see a figure flying towards him. Chapter 66. Pan Rin, Dragon, and Phoenix. How could they just wait to die there? It was almost moving at the fastest speed. After they left, an old man arrived. Looking at Han Xiao, whose head was torn off, the old man said in a low voice with tears in his eyes, "Xiao, your father will definitely avenge you." An explosion of momentum from the tidal level. Several terrifying figures appeared behind him. Find them for me. I must kill them. Han Xiao vaguely saw several figures who looked young. Hit the little one. Here comes the little one. Luo Mu was panting. This is the helplessness of facing a large family. They are a group and are protected by the elders of the clan. Xiaotai said. He came from a large family, so he naturally understood this truth. There's a cave ahead. The front. Hong Yuan said. Everyone's eyes moved over. Wait a minute. That's Shun Xiuxia's spirit beast. Xiaotai's eyes were sharp, and he saw a bird not far from the cave. Xiao bird. But there is only one. It's impossible for the Xiao birds to be separated. What happened? There's only one here, Zhou Xiaoman said. No matter what, at least the information is confirmed now. Shun Xiuxia is on this mountain. Hong Yuan finished. Go straight into the cave? Just going like this? Xiaotai hesitated. They knew very little about the situation in the cave. If there was an ambush inside, they would likely be in danger. You guys stay here, I'll go in alone. Hong Yuan spoke. That won't work. Even though we are not strong enough, we can't watch you take risks alone, big brother. Although Xiaotai was a little cautious, he couldn't just watch Hong Yuan go in alone. You also know that you are not strong enough. If there is any danger after entering, it will only drag me down. So why don't you stay here and wait for my news? This was the first time Hong Yuan said such words in front of everyone. Brother, even though that's what you said, it still sounds a little weird. Luo Mu smiled bitterly. Soon, everyone also noticed that Hong Yuan seemed a little different at this moment than before. There was murderous intent in his eyes. It was like meeting an enemy. Stay here and wait for my news. Hong Yuan left a word and walked in alone. Looking at Hong Yuan's back. I don't know what Su Wenwen is thinking. Ignoring everyone's looks, he went straight in. I have contacted my elders at home, hoping they can help. Yiling Shuang said. Brother is right. If we go in, we will only be a burden to him. It is better for us to stay here and guard him. Wang Huaimin, who seldom spoke, said. Pan Run. In the cave, Hong Yuan's eyes were full of murderous intent. He was murmuring a name. I didn't expect to see you here. Previous life. Hong Yuan was weak in the early days and suffered a lot of bullying. Pan Rin is one of them. This person is also a beastmaster at Shanghai Academy and is older than Hong Yuan. He once tried hard to obstruct Hong Yuan from becoming a professional beastmaster. He even used sinister means and killed one of Hong Yuan's spirit beasts during a mission. In that mission, Hong Yuan was sent to deal with a group of terrorists. However, Pan Rin was at the critical moment, leaked Hong Yuan's information. If Xiao Jin had not protected him with his life, Hong Yuan would have had a great chance of losing his life. At last, when the war broke out, Pan Rin even defected directly. In the many battles to protect humanity, he disrupted the situation and killed countless human guardians. Only previous life. Until the end, Hong Yuan still couldn't find any trace of this person. In this time, when approaching the cave, he smelled the breath of Pan Rin's spirit beast. I will never forget this disgusting and stinking smell. Pan Rin's spiritual beast is a blood shadow slug, which belongs to the extremely rare spiritual system and mutated water system. The 5 elements attributes can mutate. For example, the toxicity of Shangliu is caused by the mutated water system. The ability of the blood shadow slug is to control blood. He is moving forward, not walking fast. Hide your breath as much as possible. The cave was very dark, with no lights and only a few flickering torches. Something is not right. Walk for a while. Hong Yuan felt something was wrong, because it was so smooth. No one stopped me at all. Logically speaking, this place should be heavily guarded and difficult to enter. But no one showed up. When Hong Yuan turned and moved forward, on the originally smooth wall, a face slowly appeared. Finally, all the ingredients are ready. It took about a few minutes. After turning a few corners, a voice came slowly. Hong Yuan slowed down, leaned against the wall, and slowly looked over. Ahead, it's an empty cave. Red lanterns were hung on the walls with happy words posted on them, and the gauze curtains were bright red, just like a wedding bridal chamber. And in the center, sitting there was a gorgeous-looking woman. Her eyes were dull, and she sat quietly in front of the dressing table. Shen Xiuxia. Hong Yuan was shocked. This woman is none other than Shen Xiuxia. But her current condition is very abnormal. Now that you're here, why are you hiding? A voice sounded. A man wearing a blood-red robe looked in Hong Yuan's direction with a smile on his face. Really? They let Hong Yuan in on purpose. Faced with this situation, how could Hong Yuan not understand? Looking at the man in front of him, Hong Yuan walked out slowly. We knew each other before? You seem to have strong, murderous intentions towards me. Pan Rin was a little surprised. The person in front of me probably has never seen me before. You don't necessarily need to know each other to have the intention to kill. As Hong Yuan spoke, he walked forward. Ha ha! Pan Rin laughed. I've prepared a bride for you. I'm so good to you, but you can't kill me. Hear the words. Hong Yuan frowned in confusion. I don't understand what Pan Rin is doing. Pan Rin waved gently. Shen Xiuxia stood up numbly. She was wearing a Chinese wedding dress, with a graceful figure and no sparkle in her beautiful eyes. Husband, Shen Xiuxia walked towards Hong Yuan. Like an ancient bride. Pan Rin, what do you want to do? Release her mind control? Hong Yuan shouted coldly. You really know me. Pan Rin narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. A flash of killing intent flashed, but soon he smiled. It doesn't matter if you know each other. You'll die later anyway. Shen Xiuxia came to Hong Yuan, hugged Hong Yuan, and rubbed him crazily. Her face flushed. Husband, her eyes were fiery, and her white and tender skin gradually began to heat up. The mating of a dragon and a phoenix. The fusion of blood will surely open that door. Looking at Hong Yuan and Shen Xiuxia, Pan Rin's eyes were full of expectation. Mr. Pan, you promised us dragon and phoenix species. Please don't break your promise. The current head of the Han family came out. Of course I won't forget it. I only need the yin and yang energy produced by their intercourse. The rest will naturally be given to your Han family. Pan Rin said. Then the Han family would like to thank Mr. Pan in advance. The head of the Han family was overjoyed. If the Han family can possess the power of dragon and phoenix, it is not impossible to go to the imperial capital in the future. Chapter 67. Blood God Formation. Are you happy too early? Hong Yuan turned around. Blood Shadow Slug. Use skill. Mind control. Pan Rin sneered. Between words, ripples appeared in the void. A slimy bloody slug appeared, and strange fluctuations filled the air. Hong Yuan stood there without speaking. If it weren't for the yin and yang energy, I wouldn't take advantage of you, kid. Pan Ren looked at the voluptuous Shin Xiuxia with a lustful look in his eyes. Look at me again, and I'll dig your eyeballs out. Hong Yuan suddenly spoke. What? How can you still speak? Shouldn't you be under control? Pan Ren was shocked. A mere blood shadow slug wants to control me? Hong Yuan sneered. He knew the blood shadow slug very well. The so-called mental control was based on the premise that one's mental strength was stronger than that of the other party. However, Hong Yuan's soul has transformed into a divine soul. Although it cannot be used flexibly, it cannot be affected by mental control. Impossible. I am the 9-star Heavenly King. How could I not be able to control a sect leader like you? Blood Shadow Slug. Attack with all your strength. Mind control. Even more vast spiritual power surged out. Like the vast ocean, it surges and sweeps across. However, Hong Yuan was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, standing in the midst of the tremendous waves, as still as a mountain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What happened to your soul? Pan Ren's eyes widened and he was shocked. Through the blood shadow slug, he felt Hong Yuan's soul, which was like a sacred mountain, majestic, vast, and ancient. Like a god, it cannot be desecrated. Call out. Hong Yuan disappeared in an instant. Next second, Pan Ren was knocked flying like a cannonball and was deeply embedded in the cracks of the rocks. Puff! Pan Ren's eyes turned white and he coughed up blood. The power of a punch. So terrifying. His chest heaved violently and blood gushed out. Hong Yuan stood not far away, his body glowing with electricity, his eyes showing no trace of slackness. He knew Pan Ren too well. Although the blood shadow slug relies mainly on mental power, it also possesses an extremely extraordinary attribute. Mutated water attribute, blood. As expected, the blood in Pan Ren's body flowed back into his body, and his injuries recovered rapidly. Just a moment. He recovered and climbed out of the mountain. Interesting, Pan Ren's eyes suddenly became fierce. Since mind control doesn't work on you, I can only beat you into submission. Golden-winged violent ape. Ow! Roar! An ancient ape with golden wings on its back appeared with a roar. The golden-winged, violent ape burst out with great momentum and rushed towards Hong Yuan. Ape-chan! Jin-chan! Hong Yuan growled. Dragon roars and ape howls. Iron-armored divine tiger. Ow! Golden-winged eagle. Ow! The head of the Han family also chose to take action at this moment. Like Pan Ren, he is also a 9-star Heavenly King. The two 9-star Heavenly Kings fought with all their might just to subdue a sect leader. Boom! The battle is about to begin. The entire cave was shaking, with debris flying everywhere and smoke and dust rising. Protector! Hong Yuan summoned the Sweet Spirit Fox and handed Shin Xiuxia to her. Yes, Sweet Spirit Fox used the mental fabrication skill to temporarily control Shin Xiuxia. The mental control of the Blood Shadow Slug and the mental fabrication of the Sweet Spirit Fox conflicted, and Shin Xiuxia seemed to have regained some of her sanity. With a little confusion in her eyes, she glanced at her clothes and then at Hong Yuan, who was fighting in front of her. What's going on? Shin Xiuxia murmured to herself. She lay on top of Sweet Spirit Fox. Go! Go out and wait for me! Hong Yuan shouted. This is bound to be a hard fight. Even though Hong Yuan has strong talent and invincible foundation, facing the two 9-star Heavenly Kings alone, he is still unable to cope with it. He could only let Sweet Spirit Fox take Shin Xiuxia away first. Let's talk about the rest. How could I let you leave? Pan Ren roared. Aurora, War Eagle, come out. He summoned the third spiritual beast. Time. Hong Yuan's pressure doubled. The little golden dragon's body was broken and bruised everywhere. He was besieged by two ancient-level spiritual beasts and suffered heavy injuries. The electric light dimmed, and the dragon roared sadly. The sky-shattering divine ape is also having a hard time. Gasping for air, he was covered in blood. Even the arm holding the sky stick was shaking. Pan Ren and the head of the Han family also had grim expressions and looked at Hong Yuan in disbelief. A sect leader-level beastmaster could actually withstand the siege of two 9-star Heavenly Kings. This kind of talent is really terrifying. However, they did not dare to kill Hong Yuan as they were afraid of him. After all, their goal was to make Hong Yuan and Shin Xiuxia have intercourse, to make the dragon and the phoenix sing in harmony, and to produce the yin and yang energies. Hong Yuan naturally saw their purpose. So the fighting style is completely life-threatening. He did not simply control the spirit beast, but flew out directly and fought with the spirit beast. Because they were afraid of Hong Yuan's death, Pan Rin and the head of the Han family had to be careful. Why don't you leave yet? Hong Yuan fought bloody battle, but was surprised to find that the Sweet Fox had not left. I can't get out, Sweet Fox replied hastily. Hong Yuan was horrified to find that the entire cave had been covered by a layer of red film at some point. What's going on? Why is the Blood God formation activated? We haven't even gotten out yet. Pan Rin stood in the air, looking at the red film in surprise. The Blood God formation was set up by him personally, and it would be activated once the yin and yang energies were generated. However, the Blood God formation is an indiscriminate attack. Only dragons and phoenixes are immortal within the formation, while the blood of all other living creatures will be absorbed. Even Pan Rin himself would die as long as he was in the formation. A shrill and sinister laugh sounded. On the wall of the cave, a huge human face slowly emerged. All the materials are ready. All that's left is to reverse the yin and yang and wait for the blood god to return. Teacher? Pan Rin was stunned at first, then he was ecstatic. Why are you here? Did you activate the blood god formation? Quick, quick, the formation is about to begin. Open a passage. The blood god formation was taught to Pan Rin by his teacher, but he knew very little about this teacher. However, not only did the formation fail to open a passage, but the light became even brighter. My good disciple, how could your master let you out? The faces on the wall showed creepy smiles. Pan Rin felt a chill in his heart. Because you are the most important ingredient besides the dragon and the phoenix. Only you can carry the soul of the blood god. Booz, booz, booz. The formation started up quickly, and the blazing red light illuminated everything. Roar! Pan Rin and the Han family's patriarch's spirit beast roared in pain. The blood in the body was draining away at an extremely fast speed. Am I also a material? Pan Rin looked at the teacher in despair. Yes, devoting ourselves to the blood god is our honor, said the face on the wall. After Hong Yuan summoned back his spirit beast, he only felt a terrifying will descending. Even his soul could not resist. The red light is bright, charming, and mysterious. Vaguely, he saw Zhenxianpeng approaching him with blurred eyes. A strong feeling of heat burst out from within the body. The two came into contact and kissed each other. Hong Yuan roared and took off Zhenxianpeng's clothes. A pair of huge snow-white bodies bounced out, and their snow-white and smooth bodies were dazzling. Seeing it under the influence of the formation, the dragon and the phoenix are about to mate. A voice full of anger sounded. This is my prince. No one can take it away. Chapter 68. The woman in black skirt, the king of war, is coming. Boom! An indescribable will descended upon him. Grand, majesty, like an abyss or a prison. In an instant, time and space seemed to have stood still. All matter came to a standstill. Who is it? Feeling this inexplicable aura, the faces on the wall were horrified. This momentum does not belong to this human world. Transcend the mundane. Even the star gods can hardly compare to him. This area is only a few hundred square meters, but at this moment, it seems to be expanding infinitely. Extension. Enlarge. Finally, it seemed to turn into a starry sky. Deep and dark. Only the stars are shining. Buzz. The void trembled and ripples flickered. At the end of my sight, there seemed to be a figure standing there. She was infinitely tall, with the stars revolving around her, and her eyes, even though separated by endless light years, were as brilliant and shining as the sun. She lifted her leg. One step, one light year. Every flash is getting closer to here. Who is it? Who are you? The faces on the wall looked terrified and kept screaming. Finally, he saw the man clearly. This is a woman, wearing a long black dress, with a beautiful face, not like an ordinary person on earth. Remember, this is my prince. No one can take him away. She spoke. The sound was ethereal, as if it didn't belong in this space. Who are you? The face on the wall had its eyes widened to the extreme, as if it wanted to say something. However, the woman in the black dress just waved her jade fingers. He turned into a puff of smoke and dispersed. Wait for everything to calm down. The woman in black skirt glanced at Zhenxianpeng in Hong Yuan's arms, with murderous intent in her beautiful eyes. At this moment of murderous intent, there was a strange fluctuation in the still body of Zhenxianpeng. Is it you? Have you also fallen into this world? The woman in black skirt was a little surprised. But the murderous intention has not dissipated. Not even you? Anyone who wants to steal the prince from me can't do it. This sentence. She almost roared. I didn't compete with you. Shin Xiuxia's body conveyed a will. That's okay. The woman in the black dress seemed satisfied with this answer. Finished. She looked somewhere in the void. A little low-level god dares to provoke my prince without even igniting the divine fire. The void hums. A bloody portal manifested. Fluorescence appeared on her fingertips, and she moved it gently. Kaka. The door that Penghuang and his teacher tried so hard to open. Just like that it started. God, spare my life. A blood shadow flew out from it. He frantically begged for mercy from the woman in the black dress. I won't kill you. The woman in the black dress spoke. But everything started because of you. You almost caused me to be robbed of my princehood. If that's the case, then I will punish you by becoming the prince's evil spirit beast. Shuiying was about to thank him, but when he heard about the evil spirit beast, I was suddenly terrified. No, but how could the domineering woman in the black dress listen to his ideas? I will keep your strength. You don't need to take action unless it is necessary. You only need to protect the prince's safety. The blood shadow became blurred and directly penetrated into Hong Yuan's body. Hey, there's a new neighbor? Beside the evil god's coffin, Shang Liu looked at a small mosquito beside him. Who are you? Looking at Shang Liu's appearance, the blood god felt somewhat familiar. Suddenly, the blood-red mosquito's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, Shang Liu, you are Shang Liu, the great demon Shang Liu. You have also become an evil spirit beast. For Shang Liu, bloody mosquitoes, I've only heard of them in legends, but never seen one. After all, the gap between the two is too big. Just stay well when you come. If you don't understand anything in the future, just ask me. Xiang Lu casually dealt with the bloody mosquitoes a few times. He ignored him. In his heyday, this guy wouldn't even take a glance at him. My prince. The woman in black dress gently stroked Hong Yuan's cheek, her eyes full of love. Go aside. Seeing Shin Xiuxia on the side, the woman in black skirt's eyes were filled with impatience. As she waved her hand, Shin Xiuxia's clothes recovered and her figure disappeared. My prince, I don't know when the next time we will meet again. The woman in black skirt murmured to herself, her eyes full of loneliness. Her form was dissipating. The screen changes rapidly. Soon, only Hong Yuan was left lying quietly in the cave. Just think of this spiritual core as a meeting gift from me. A lingering sound lingered. Bye. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the world's spiritual core. Reward. Rinrin fruit, big Buddha form, time and space restored. What's going on? What happened? Looking at the empty scene, Hong Yuan looked dull and his eyes were full of confusion. Brother! Xia Tai's voice came from the entrance of the cave. Several people were still worried in the end, and after contacting good people, they all came in. In the crowd, Hong Yuan also saw Shin Xiuxia. This made him even more confused. Injuries from previous battles flared up. Everything went dark. He fell down immediately. Brother, Hong Yuan! Everyone rushed over. Pick up Hong Yuan. Let's talk about it after we get out. Yiling Shuang and Su Wenwen both said anxiously. Shortly after everyone left, the rubble in the cave was churning, and a shriveled figure slowly crawled out. It turned out to be Penghuang, but his current condition is that he looks haggard and his hair has all turned white, like a mummy. Pooh! Penghuang leaned against the wall and slowly sat up. Fortunately, I hid deep enough. Otherwise, I would have been finished if I was discovered. I never thought that guy would show up. When he thought of the woman in the black dress, Penghuang's eyes were filled with fear. But now I am finally free. Damn Penghuang, you deserve to be deceived. I told you long ago that the old man was not a good person, but you didn't believe it. It's all right now, you're dead now. Penghuang said strange things. I will live well for you in the future. Qi and blood gradually began to grow in Penghuang's body. There was a different look in his eyes. This is completely different from the previous Penghuang. Why don't you go after someone else? He is favored by the emperor and has that person as his protector. If you go to provoke him, you are courting death. Outside the cave, under Su Wenwen's treatment, Hong Yuan woke up slowly. However, just as he was about to speak, an extremely terrifying voice was heard. Evil creatures, I finally found you. You killed my son, and now I want you to pay with your lives. Boom! The earth was shaking and the sky was roaring. 3 extremely huge figures of spiritual beasts obscured the sky. And in the very middle, there was an old man with murderous intent in his eyes. Standing in the void. Title level. Battle Sky King. Yi Lingshuang felt a chill on her back. The Han Shao who was killed before turned out to be the son of this King Zhenxianpeng. It's over. Everyone couldn't help but despair. Senior, I am from the Yi family. Shut up. Killing someone means paying with your life. That's only natural. Even your Yi family can't do that. The Yi family's king, whom Yi Lingshuang had found earlier, had not spoken yet. He was violently interrupted by King Zhenxianpeng. My lady did not participate in the killing. She is only gold level. All participants must die. King Zhenxianpeng didn't even listen to his explanation. Faced with this desperate situation, everyone was helpless. King Zhenxianpeng, you are so brave. Suddenly, a voice sounded.